Chapter 1, As a Kryptonian. Do not. Zed fell to his knees, as if the Terminator appeared. It took a long time before he reacted again. I am this, have I crossed again? Zed looked around strangely, saw a piece of desert, and also saw a piece of green. That is a farm, planting slices of corn, a large green area. Here, is the earth. Zed reacted when he saw the corn. Did he directly reach the earth, but according to the timeline, Clark has grown up on the earth now? Zed is a Kryptonian, and he also crossed over to become a Kryptonian. After knowing that he was a Kryptonian, Zed was almost madly excited. This is the super race of the whole family of Krypton Gold. Kryptonian superpowers alone include super strength, super endurance, super speed, super senses, flying ability, steel body, heat rays, freezing breathing, super healing ability. Kryptonians' genes are very flexible, and the upper limit is so high that they are almost invulnerable. Because of the lighter gravity of the Earth and the light radiation nutrition from the Sun, they have gained extraordinary powers from the normal. Solar radiation fills the cells of Kryptonians with energy, thereby boosting their muscle strength and amplifying other senses. The superpower comes from the large amount of stored solar energy. This phenomenon also allows them to derive other abilities, such as thermal sight, super hearing, super vision, and so on. Although Zed has the same name as General Zed, their surnames are different. Zord's full name is Heath Zed, and General Zed's full name is Drew Zed. The two look different. Zed is tall and handsome among the Kryptonians. He is about 1.9 meters tall. His strong muscle lines and figure are as perfect as ancient Greek sculptures, that is, he is not as strong as Henry Cavill. But the Kryptonians who are made of steel are qualified. As soon as Zed crossed to become a newborn of Krypton, he faced the problem of destruction of Krypton. He did not want to be a corpse and tried to break the rules many times, but he was suppressed just like General Zed. Fortunately, Zed has a good father. He has not been imprisoned in the Phantom Prison after crossing the line so many times. With the birth of Kal-El, Zed ventured to the central treasure and injected into his body. When he was hunted down, Krypton was destroyed and a big explosion rolled Zord in. When Zord was unwilling, he seemed to have entered a wormhole and disappeared. Now you need to know what place it is. I hope it's not Gotham City or Metropolis. Zed is confused about his domestic cities, not to mention foreign countries. He belongs to the kind of people who may get lost when going out in his own village. Of course, he is not as serious as being crazy about roads. He only needs to walk a few times. You will still remember. He entered this farm, and a middle-aged white man working in the cornfield immediately spotted him. Wait, who are you? The middle-aged white man was planning to pick up the gun, but he was stunned when he saw Zord's appearance. Where is this big star from? Although he was wearing a strange black armor, Zed looked like a white man, so the middle-aged white man was just wary. After all, this is Texas. A few tens of kilometers further south is the US-Mexico border. Mexican smugglers are digging holes at the border like groundhogs, Mexican gangs, mules transporting drugs for gangs, etc. Wait, this sparsely populated piece of land has been out of police control. Sir, I'm lost, may I ask where is this place? Zed asked. The armor on his body was naturally a special battle suit for Kryptonians. The Kryptonians who had just arrived on Earth in the original plot drew a tie with Clark, who had been basking in the sun on Earth for so many years by relying on this high-tech battlesuit. And even crushed Clark, showing the power of this combat uniform. And the armor on Zed was made by his father using super-strength alloys synthesized from many cosmic minerals and advanced technology to crush the armor worn by General Zed and the others. This is near the US Mexico border. If you get lost, I can call the police for you, but the police may not be willing to come over. The middle-aged white man, showing strong chest and abdominal muscles, said to Zord. Where is the US-Mexico border? Zed frowned, staying in Krypton for too long, I don't know anymore, but it's okay to understand English. In the end, he chose to learn about the world through white middle-aged people. After asking about the two strangely named cities, Metropolis and Gotham City, Zed didn't know what world he had come into. The name of the middle-aged white man is known. He is Shelley King Judley. He is a native of Washington. The reason why he came to be a farmer in a place so far away from the big city is because he was previously unemployed. In order to continue to support his daughter to study, he must don't run over to take over the farm left by his father. Texas, UU reading www.uugonshu.com is famous for Texas. Zord knew that he had a weird face since he was in Texas in the United States. Texas has a high level of gun ownership, and there are many places where guns are sold in Texas. In the black area of Houston and Chinatown, there are often cases of black people robbing shops with guns, and the number of crimes in Houston has remained the top 10 in the United States. And Zed is now on the most chaotic US-Mexico border. Fortunately, Zed has armor, so there is no need to worry about safety for the time being, and Zed disarmed the helmet after confirming his safety. At the beginning, he also immediately appeared in General Zed's unsuitability. Countless information flooded into the brain like falling into the ocean and being submerged by water, feeling that the whole person was hovering on the edge of suffocation. Fortunately, he quickly adapted. That uncomfortable feeling, Zed didn't want to try again. Judley still disagreed with Zed staying next time, and then he was honest after being punched by Zed and punched a big hole in the ground. Zed also took this opportunity to arrogantly occupy Judley's only channel of contact with the outside world. In just 3 days, Zed figured out what the world is here. The main reason is that this place is too remote and the information is too backward, otherwise Zord can learn it more quickly. As we all know, to travel to the Marvel world, you only need to see Stark Industry. Zord also knew by this, and by the way, Osborne Industries. Maddening genius, Playboy slept with all the young models of the Young Model magazine, and also flew a pair of young model sisters Tony Stark last night. His very arrogant appearance on the cover surprised Zed very much, mainly because he didn't have these things to watch when he was watching a movie. Chapter 2, Elegant Way of Doing Things? Zed enjoyed the American pastoral farm breakfast, feeling so-so. Judley has nothing to do with his force. After all, except for the black police who collect black money from the US-Mexico border gang, there will be no police coming even if you make 100 calls. And the black police will not take care of this kind of thing. Fortunately, Zed can't do anything. The most thing he does every day is to lie on the roof and bask in the sun. Texas is one of the few places where America has been hot for a long time, not to mention the US-Mexico border with a large desert nearby. The sun here is very harsh. But that is for ordinary people like Judley. As for Zed, this sunshine is simply refreshing to smoke marijuana, although he has never smoked it. The central hub collection was snatched by Zed and merged into his body, and it seemed that a change had taken place at this time. It is impossible for ordinary Kryptonians to be as against the sky as Clark. Clark mainly integrates the central collection and possesses the genes of billions of Kryptonians to be powerful enough to be far beyond his own in the later stage. Now that Zed also has a central collection, and he does not have the kind of weak and kind character of Clark, Zed's combat effectiveness will definitely be stronger than Clark. After a day of basking in the sun, Zed found that he was able to crush solid wood and rocks with his bare hands. Although it seems that the growth is not as fast as that of General Zed and Fiora, Zed is a fully developed Kryptonian. Clark has absorbed the sunlight for nearly 30 years on the Earth to be able to tie with General Zed and the others. It is estimated that the growth rate will not be very fast, but there will be no shortcomings, and more superpowers can be awakened. Zed has that patience and time. After all, Tony Stark hasn't become Iron Man yet, and Zed also has a powerful armor bodyguard. When he encounters danger, he can directly put on the armor to make the opponent doubt his life. Zed, who was bored, asked if there was any place near Judley where he could eat barbecue. Texas barbecue is famous far and near, even someone who is not familiar with Zed knows it. There are places where you can eat barbecue, but there are a lot of gangsters there, and accidents will happen if you are not careful. Judley is still kind. It can be seen that he is full of muscles but not proficient in fighting. It can be seen that he is purely intending to scare people. He has never thought of actually doing it. Zord used force to live here, but it didn't cause him any trouble. At best, he would eat by one more person, and Zed didn't eat much. And Zed also said that he will repay Judley in the future. Chandler is not without it. The problem is that they are all Kryptonian electronic money. If Judley accepts it, Zed can directly pay him 10 billion. According to the price of Krypton, this 10 billion can buy half of the United States. Zed hesitated when he heard Judley say so. It's not that he is afraid of guns. It is no exaggeration to say that before thousands of superheroes and supercriminals go everywhere, he should be invincible in the Marvel world now, except for hidden bosses such as the Supreme Master Guyi. It's just that now the Snake Shield's eyeliner is spread all over the world. If he is discovered, he will probably be annoyed to death. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble, Zed said with a smile to Judley. Judley was silent for a while, and handed over the car keys and a pistol. Never shoot, Judley said in a pun. Zord took the car key, but did not take the pistol. Following Judley's instructions, Zed drove a long way along the interstate. The breeze blew from the window of the car, bringing the unique wildness of Texas. After running for a long time, Zed saw a place that looked like a small town. Stopped the car and Zed walked into the town. Then I saw a lot of characters who looked very uncomfortable, and they all had surprised expressions when they saw Zed. After all, Zed's looks shouldn't appear in this kind of place. Being at the top for a long time has washed out Zed's cocky temperament, because in that environment, you yourself will be affected by the environment. So Zord looks out of place here. Then Zord smelled the scent of barbecue. Following the aroma, Zord found a barbecue restaurant. However, this rotisserie has been occupied by many criminals with tattoos all over their bodies. They enjoy the air conditioning and barbecue beer in the rotisserie, and they are not willing to give up their position at all. Zed walked in and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Please let me. Zord looked at the bully who didn't even mean to retract his legs on the road, and said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, this guy actually told me to please. I thought it was a big city, right? His words caused everyone to laugh. Another black man who stood in the way of Zed directly stood up. This is not where people like you come. The black man showed his white teeth and said, oh, and the shredded meat between the teeth. Zed shrugged, the politeness just now was just a habit developed in Krypton, reading www.uuconchu.com. Since the opponent did not give way, then the next step is the force of force. Boom! With a loud toothache, the black man flew out and knocked down 4 or 5 people. Did not say anything cruel, someone behind Zed immediately punched him. It's a pity that the current Zed is much better than Captain America even if he doesn't wear a battle armor. The super senses can make Zed as if he has the ability to observe without blind spots. He directly stretches out his hand and grabs the opponent's hand backwards. It is greasy and greasy. The sensation made Zord frowned, but he still fell directly over his shoulders and smashed him to the ground. The ground exploded with the scalp, and blood flowed all over the floor. Fack! The others exploded immediately, they were all members of a gang. Come on! Zed has decided not to use any grappling techniques, mainly because they eat barbecued meat and the whole body is greasy and disgusting. With a frontal blow, he smashed a bald tooth, and with his backhand, he flew up the guy who was attacking behind him with an elbow. At this time, Zed noticed that someone had pulled out a pistol, and he felt that America is really simple and honest. After shooting every day, he quickly kicked the guy with the gun. After this step, I felt that the other party's ribs were all broken, as if stepping into the soft jelly, and the other party fell to the ground on the spot, spitting blood, leaving only the biological instinctive nerve twitching, and it was still on the verge of death. You have to enjoy the suffocation for up to a minute, or it may be shorter. Others haven't noticed this scene yet, thinking that no matter how powerful they are, so many of us still can't beat you up. Besides, we still have guns? All those who took out their guns were greeted by Zid, and they basically hit the key with all their strength. Chapter 3, Every Day in Texas. It didn't take long before the ground was full of people. Even the least injured among them had broken several bones, and several of them died directly. Zid walked to the front desk of Kandu. Give me a copy of the best barbecue you have here, as well as iced Coke. Use the largest glass to fill me with enough ice. Zord misses the Coke on Earth very much. Even if he has this idea on Krypton, he can't make the taste he wants to drink. Of course, the shopkeeper did not dare to refuse. Zid scanned the shop for a week and found that no table was clean, so he searched it and got thousands of dollars from these gangsters. The price of Zorder in the United States is not very clear, not to mention that it is not the period of the era he traveled through. Hurry up and clean up the table, Zid said. There is no way, the rotisserie can only let the younger brother clean up. By the way, use detergent to wipe off the greasy tables and stools. In this kind of place, there is actually very little cleanup. The main reason is that even if it is done well, the gangsters will make a mess when they come, and there will be no cleanup over time. Zord enjoyed a Texas barbecue, feeling okay, and then drank 5 gallons of iced Coke. In addition, he also ate more than 50 caddies of various barbecues alone, and drew half of the barbecue restaurant's inventory. When the boss checked out, he looked suspicious of life. Zid also found that he became very edible, but the Kryptonians did not have it. Photosynthesis alone is enough to maintain energy consumption. If you expect to eat and drink like a scion, it will be enough to destroy the energy of the planet, unless the stomach is a matter annihilator, can convert matter 100% into energy. After a full meal, Zid began to inquire about the news with the boss. Only then did I know that the gang that I just killed and disabled was a notorious local Scorpion gang. Although the names of these gangs sounded very new, the Scorpion gang has very scary gangs in Mexico and Texas. The reputation that can be matched is only the Skeleton Gang, supported by another suspected American underground Emperor Jin. The two big gangs fought openly on the U.S. Mexico border, Mexico and Texas. They not only took fanfare, but sometimes also intervened in kidnapping, blackmailing, and trafficking in tourists. There were even cases of human organ trafficking that alarmed the United States. But now the main business of the Scorpion Gang is to sell fans and ice, while the Skeleton Gang mainly engages in arms. The largest seller in the Americas finds Golden Union and Golden Skull Gang. This also makes the Skeleton Gang's weapons advanced and fierce firepower, and the venomous Scorpion Gang can only fight with the Skeleton Gang. Zid felt very interesting, and didn't want to take care of him. He was neither Bailey Lily nor Long Aotian. He would not kill anyone unless they threatened him. After eating, Zid did not go back immediately, but began to wander in this foreign land. The gang of poisonous scorpions who was severely beaten by him in the morning went back and reported the situation. If it was just a beating, but there were casualties, it would be the face of the poisonous Scorpion Gang. Although the headquarters of the Scorpion Gang is not in Texas like the Skeleton Gang, it does not mean that they have no force here. More than 50 gunmen set out immediately, and they were going to solve the guy who had beaten the prestige of the Scorpion Gang. Then Zid's actions couldn't hide from the eyeliners of these snakes, and it didn't take long for him to be blocked in the street. The police in Texas don't want to care about the Scorpion Gang. After all, most of them are black police who collect money from the Scorpion Gang and the Scorpion Gang. Zid was very surprised. Go to hell. Did not mean to bring Zid back to torture and die. Killing in the street is a better deterrent. Then he raised the muzzle. Zid's super fast reflex made him look at the opposite side and slowly raised the gun, and then after visually calculating the trajectory of the ball, he easily avoided it, and the gangsters had already instinctively pulled the trigger. So, a shocking scene appeared, and Zed easily avoided their bullets and quickly approached. Damn it! Fac. More than 50 gunmen were shocked, but even if they wanted to hit Zed again, their body movement speed and neural reflexes were too slow. After Zed approached quickly, he hit them with a punch. The guy in the lead, this punch even hit a shocking scene that can only be seen in the movie. The person who was hit directly hit the 3 or 4 people behind him, and then the 3 or 4 people hit the person behind him again. A punch directly knocked out more than half of the people. This group of gangsters who are walking fans, how do they know the importance of formation? Standing together feels invincible. And the first guy, because he endured the most direct punch, the place he was hit was sunken directly, and he felt that he could put a book of Sahai in. 7 steps away, Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com, the gun is fast, within 7 steps, the punch is fast. The Scorpion Gang, after being approached by Zord, had no power to fight back. Even if they hurriedly turned their guns, they would only hit their own people. Instead, Zord turned their guns around and swept their own people. In the end, the wailing gunmen have nothing but fear left. Where is this monster that popped up? Zed stepped on a wailing guy. Take me to see the boss of your Scorpion Gang. Zed looked down at him and said. Since others have come to the door, Zord will not give up. Policeman. At this time, the black policeman who had collected the black money ran out. Just kidding, if the poisonous Scorpion Gang has something serious with them, they will suffer too, and the black money will be less than a few months. Zord glanced at the black police rushing out at these critical moments, and flashed directly. The skin on their bodies is not easy to handle, so Zed decided to follow the vines. These guys must go back to the poisonous scorpion help, or they will definitely be seen by the poisonous scorpion help if they go to the hospital. It's time to make an appearance by myself. As expected, after the black police helped inform the Scorpion Gang, the Scorpion Gang sent someone directly to the hospital to check the situation. Zord followed this guy to a factory of the Scorpion Gang at the Texas border. This factory is one of the most important sources of shipments for the Scorpion Gang. It can produce more than 30 tons of ice and powder a year. It is the largest ice powder production site of the Scorpion Gang. In addition to shipping to Texas and the states of the United States, it is to the Golden Triangle. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a route flowing with gold. At least 2/3 of the funds of the Scorpion Gang come from ice powder trading. Chapter 4, Scorpion Gang. Zed killed in. Many of this factory are Mexicans. Although this factory is located on the border of Texas, it is still within the scope of Texas, but here is the border between the United States and Mexico. It is normal to have Mexicans smuggling over here. After all, for the Scorpion Gang headquartered in Mexico, of course, these guys who know how terrible they are and whose family is still in Mexico are easy to control. Skeleton Gang tried to destroy this factory many times, but was beaten back by the Scorpion Gang with fierce firepower. Many days of violent sun exposure in Texas has allowed Zed to ignore the threat of small caliber bullets, and now large caliber weapons can cause him damage. But in order to keep the clothes on his body, Zed still chose to avoid. He can't walk around wearing armor all the time. He approached quickly like a ghost, frightening the Scorpion Gang who didn't understand the firepower to block the net and suppress it. After all, I usually see ordinary people, and suddenly a guy who is different from ordinary people pops up. It is strange if he is not afraid or shocked. After avoiding the first round of fire easily, Zed grabbed a semi-automatic rifle, didn't know what model it was, and fired directly. The recoil of the rifle is almost non-existent for Zed, and his gun feel and accuracy quickly reached the level of a sharpshooter with the help of super senses. Most of the members of the Scorpion Gang were shot and killed by Zord, and their counterattacks all failed, scaring all the Scorpion Gang members to escape. Then Zord changed to firing, chasing after them, knocking everyone down, and then began to search. I just threw it away when I saw that it wasn't a dollar bill, and I actually got 20,000 to 30,000 US dollars in this round. The money is still too slow. Zed sighed. If he hadn't only had war armor with him, he would have hacked into the network and got himself a lot of money and identity, so he wouldn't have to stay here to find gangsters and ask for money. The factory Zord was not destroyed. He drove all the Mexicans in the factory back. Those who could speak English told him to let the Scorpion help prepare $10 million to come back to the factory, otherwise the Zord inside. Just order them all, cheap Texans. Because the factory is very important to the Scorpion gang, the Scorpion gang quickly sent people. There were almost 200 people here this time, fully armed, and almost the same momentum as the war. There is even a class machine gun. Because the Mexican worker's description is not clear. After all, Zord used a rifle during the massacre. The Mexican worker thought it was the Skeleton Gang or some new force who was in trouble with the Scorpion Gang. Only you. Number 3 leader of the poisonous Scorpion Gang Jin Fei stared at the calm and composed Zed. I have always been alone. Zed asked strangely. Get him up for me. Jin Fei certainly didn't believe it. He felt that Zed was the new force or the Skeleton Gang who stayed behind to spread the word. Zed picked up the pistol on the table, and the other side didn't even react before being shot by Zed and knocked down 3 people. Jin Fei was taken aback, and quickly hid behind. Kill him to death. The Scorpion Gang immediately opened fire, and Zed picked up 2 rifles from the weapons rated on the table. Boom 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 boom. At the same time the gunfire bloomed, the people on the opposite side began to fall in pieces. The poisonous Scorpion Gang attaches great importance to this factory, so they prepare large caliber and heavy power weapons for their subordinates. Ordinary bunkers can't stop these rifle bullets and are directly penetrated. Zed ignored the recoil, held on to the trigger, and quickly shot out the bullets, but also killed a lot of people. The poisonous Scorpion Gang did not dare to use any explosives in the factory. Because the ice powder produced this month has not been shipped, if the goods are lost, the Scorpion Gang will lose at least a large amount of income. Zord took advantage of the group of people who had just been killed, and rushed up quickly, picking up the rifle of the Scorpion Gang he had shot. After killing everyone, Zed caught Jin Fei. Jin Fei was already trembling with fright at this time. More than 200 people were killed by one person. What kind of world is this? Hurry up and contact your boss, send money over, just say that there are so many people on my side, and you have been caught. Zord doesn't like to take risks. It's better to let the Scorpion Gang come out for this factory. Of course, it's okay to send them in batches. Jin Fei knew Zed's plan, but he didn't know when such a ruthless person appeared, and he actually caught sight of their Scorpion Gang. Monies, I failed. I was caught by the opponent. There are too many people in the opponent. I am not an opponent. But in order to survive, Jin Fei chose to obey. They just want money, and the goods are good. Jin Fei said that Zed doesn't mind if he is revealing any news. It's impossible for the Scorpion Gang to give up such a large quantity of goods. Let alone the loss and shortage of this batch of goods, the most important thing is the order, and Jin He and the Skull Gang have long been eyeing this piece. If there is an oversight, what should those customers do if they go to Jin He and the Skull Gang? You must know that many guests have already caught up with Mrs. Gao, who has joined hands because of Jin, Yu reading www. After yuyuganshu.com obtained high-purity powder, he chose to go to the Skeleton Gang and Jin Bin. Therefore, even if they know that it is dangerous, the Scorpion Gang, which is already desperado, will still come. The poisonous Scorpion Gang was also as expected by Zed. They were not willing to give up the factory goods. Since Jin Fei said that the other party only needs money, the poisonous Scorpion Gang is not unable to give it. The 200-odd people are already a lot of power for the Scorpion help. Although they can use more strength and gunmen, Jin Fei has already said that there are more people on the other side. If they lose both sides, they will be taken advantage of by the skeletons. What should I do if I enter the void? So this time only a dozen people from the Scorpion gang came, and they came with money. The poisonous scorpion chose to take a step back. Boss Jinfei. These dozen people looked at the corpses all over the floor, and Jinfei who was counting money on the table, and Zid who was drinking whiskey, and they couldn't figure out the situation for a while. Idiot, don't hesitate to get the money. Jinfei had just turned over the money on the corpse, and her waist was almost paralyzed from exhaustion. Thank you. Zid accepted with satisfaction, but here is $10 million, most of which are old banknotes with a denomination of only 20. $10 million is much more than Zid imagined, and his car feels like he can't hold that much money. After finding a bigger car and stuffing the money in, Zid drove away. Boss Jinfei, let's go back quickly. Boss Manis wants to know everything. Judley was taken aback by Zid, because he went out, and after returning, not only did he change to a new car, he also brought back a lot of money. What did you do? Chapter 5, Midnight Hotel. Judley heard that Zid provokes the Scorpion gang. Not only is it okay, but after he has recovered $10 million, he feels very outrageous. After all, he knew exactly what happened to the Scorpion gang and the Skeleton gang. Well, these are my food expenses. You can buy some beef cattle in your farm. Zid said. Does this count as buying my farm? Judley was speechless. But his broken farm is actually not very valuable. The total land area of this farm of Judley has reached 1,253 acres, of which there are 32 acres of orchards, mainly citrus, 45 acres of vegetable gardens, and all kinds of vegetables. The rest is just ordinary corn and soybeans. Before, Judley had thought about selling this farm for money to fight hard, but the other party only offered him a price of $3 million. Zord asked Judley to convert the farm into a ranch. Judley had already regarded Zord as buying the farm. He is now, probably an employee. Boss, we are understaffed. Judley said directly. The previous farm can barely be maintained. After all, there are machines, but the pasture is different. Plus it's close to the desert. It's still unknown how good beef cattle can be raised. If there is a shortage of manpower, can I just ask someone? Zid asked strangely, $10 million, how can it be done so quickly, right? The workers in Texas are too expensive. I want to find a group of Mexican workers. Judley doesn't know if Zid discriminates against Mexicans. Smuggled. Zid thought that Judley was worried about this issue. This is the U.S. Mexico border. There are a lot of Mexican workers who have smuggled here. Judley nodded. Then find them. Zord doesn't care about smuggling. There are more crimes, especially here. If you really care about it, the Texas police can't finish running off their legs. 2 days later, a large truck stopped at the gate of the farm, and the beef cattle ordered by Judley arrived. The farm at this time has been completely renewed. The corn and soybeans originally planted on the land have been cleaned up, and even the land has been leveled. The orchard that was neglected to take care of has become lush again, and rows of vegetables of various colors are also neatly planted in the vegetable garden. Judley bought more than 100 strong Angus cattle from the farmers he met. These cattle are of high quality and served in many high-end restaurants in New York, Washington, and Los Angeles. It's just that I don't know if it can be raised here. Judra asked the new Mexican laborers to massage the beef cattle. The original pasture was intended to be used directly for raising cattle. The flattened corn and soybeans were also feed for Angus cattle. Zid found that these Mexican workers worked very hard, and their wages were not high. He has been basking in the sun these few days and found that his progress is still too slow. The fully developed Kryptonians are naturally not growing as fast as General Zid, but the lack of weakness is the most important thing. Zord knew that he was now laying the foundation, so although he was anxious, there was no way. Kryptonians don't need to exercise like Psions, and they don't need a gravity chamber, just get more sun. When he can fly in the future, he must fly to high altitude to absorb more solar energy. The poisonous scorpion gang certainly wouldn't let it go, after all, that was 10 million. But after they heard what Jin Fei said, they felt that Zid should be the kind of super killer, super soldier, and other extreme human beings. It is unlikely that this group of trash fish will kill each other, so they gritted their teeth and hired the killer. This evening, Zid was basking in the moonlight outside. After all, the moonlight is also refracted sunlight, although it is a little faint. There are not many mosquitoes in the ranch, but Zid's skin defenses far exceed their mouths, so at most it is buzzing next to Zid, but there is no way to get Zid. The 5 killers touched in, but didn't know that they were very obvious in front of Zid's super senses. Because Mexican workers have already returned to the dormitory to rest. Through the perspective eyes, Zid saw that they were all carrying guns and heavy weapons. After confirming the identity of the enemy, Zid passed them at a super fast speed, knocking them all unconscious. The 5 ordinary killers didn't react during the whole process, and now Zid's speed is getting more and more mysterious. After knocking them out, Zid took them into the house and tied them up to torture them. After a bit of beating, the group of assassins were obviously not so hard-spirited, so he spoke out. Said that he just accepted the hire to solve him. When they said that, Zid knew who the employer was, but the Scorpion gang put aside first, he was more interested in the killer now. How to become a killer? Zid asked very excitedly. He was short of money to spend, and he didn't know where to find the money. The killers were also taken aback. It was probably the first time they encountered such strange things and problems in the mission. But with the opponent's ability to solve them so easily, it is not surprising that Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com wants to be a killer, because a channel is often missing. If you want to be a killer, you can only go to the Midnight Hotel under the blacklist. The killers said quickly. Blacklist. It is the first time that Zid has learned about the killer industry, so he is very curious. Then through 5 killers, he knew what this blacklist was. The largest killer organization in the world. Compared with the blacklist, any killer organization can only be regarded as a private or group organization, because behind the blacklist it is suspected that there are high-level participation from the 5 major countries, which has never been received from the blacklist. The senior leaders of the 5 major countries can see it. And of course they may also be afraid of being directly mopped up. The blacklist has existed for nearly 70 years, and no one knows how it appeared. Midnight Hotel is the place where the blacklist is used to greet the killers. If you want to register as a killer, you can only go to the Midnight Hotel. After Zid left a message to tell Judley that he had something to do, he drove the killers overnight and took him to register. Because he doesn't have any documents, he may not be able to get out of Texas on his own. The killers have their own channels, and they took Zid a black household and left Texas directly to the Midnight Hotel in Washington. The Midnight Hotel in Washington is the place where the blacklists go to more killers. Although there are many Midnight Hotels in New York, most of them are new recruits. And don't look at the 5 killers who seem to be very savvy, they have passed the test of the blacklist before they become killers. In the case of weapons, 1 enemy 5 is the basic ability. We are willing to be your referees, and then don't kill us, can we? The killer leader said to Zid. Chapter 6, Seeking Investment. Yes. Zord nodded, but he also offered a condition for these assassins to help him solve the black household problem. The killers nodded, and then under their recommendation, Zid became the new killer of Midnight Hotel. The rules of the Midnight Hotel are very similar to the Continental Hotel in a movie that Zid has seen. You are not allowed to kill in the hotel, otherwise you will be wanted worldwide. At the same time, the mission rewards for Midnight Hotel are very high, but there are 2 bounty methods. One is to pay directly. The 4 major currencies of US dollar, British pound, euro, and Chinese yuan are all available, and you can also transfer money and give you an unregistered account. The other is to pay you skull gold coins. One gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 US dollars, but there is no way to exchange it. However, Midnight Hotel accepts the behavior of exchanging gold coins for money. Using skeleton gold coins can make Midnight Hotel serve you, such as preparing weapons, various immigration issues, identity, target intelligence, dealing with the scene, solving troubles, and so on. It is this kind of supernatural power displayed by the Midnight Hotel that has attracted countless killers and made them jealous. Jin Bin's number 1 bullseye was also discovered by Jin Bin from here, and then he was drawn to become a private bodyguard. The 5 killers paid painful skeleton gold coins, allowing Zid to obtain a legal identity. He is a New Yorker now. As for the English accent, there is no New York accent. It is simple, and Zid will learn it. The mission of Midnight Hotel is updated by giving each killer a black phone. It is said that this black mobile phone is ahead of all mobile phone technologies on the market, and is also anti-eavesdropping, anti-tracking, and so on. Zid also got his black mobile phone. He discovered that this mobile phone was actually made of a titanium alloy shell, black painted, waterproof, shockproof and even fireproof, but I don't know if it can be EMP proof. Then Zord focused on a task. Is offering a reward of $4 million, the boss of the Hellfire Gang in California. This mission has attracted many assassins, but the Hellfire Gangs are first-class gangs even in California, so the assassins are currently looking for accomplices. $4 million. Zid took a lot of weapons from the 5 killers' arsenal, all of which were privately modified firearms. In the future, he has skeleton gold coins to find the Midnight Hotel to customize personal weapons. Now, let's use these. Thanks to the resolution of the identity problem, Zid was finally able to cross the border upright. Some states have strict border defenses between the states of the United States. After all, the laws are different. The headquarters of Hellfire is a community of villas that have been bought by them. Of course, this kind of purchase is certainly not very acceptable to the seller. Lawrence Peter, the boss of Hellfire, is an old man over 50, but he is well maintained and looks like he is in his prime. He has a big, half-white golden back, but there is a triangular notch in his left ear that almost penetrates his left cheek, making him look hideous and scary. It was caused by a sniper bullet that grazed his cheek, and it was Lawrence's closest death, although the killer was later beaten into a sieve by him with a sniper rifle. Lawrence's intelligence is not bad, he already knew that he had just put up his reward at the Midnight Hotel. After cursing Fack secretly, Lawrence hurriedly hid in his heavily guarded villa. If it were an ordinary killer, he might not care much. But the Midnight Hotel has many perverted killers, such as Bullseye. Once the Bullseye single-handedly killed a seal and became famous. The ghost knows whether the 4 million reward will attract the same perverted killer. The guards outside the villa community also knew that there was a killer from the Midnight Hotel coming over, and they were very nervous. Are you so afraid of death? Zord looked at the outside of the villa community. There were only 20 guards, fully armed. He looked through and found that they were all wearing bulletproof vests. Maybe tricky for others, but it's a pity that Zord is on. 2 pistols appeared in his hands. For the time being, he didn't want to expose too much Zid, so he decided to just show amazing marksmanship. This point is almost standard for ordinary superheroes in the Marvel world. For example, the Punisher, Bullseye, Hawkeye can do it, not surprisingly. Boom boom boom. 4 consecutive gunshots fired, the last 2 shots fired at the same time, and then the 4 guards at the door were blown to their heads. The personal modified guns of the killers are all focused on penetration, and even the bullets are specially made bullets. Zid didn't expect that the guns he brought were so powerful, and he felt that the accuracy was good. Then the guards panicked, and they all hid. Zid rushed into the gate of the community at a speed that normal people wouldn't think it was too ridiculous, and jumped over the wall in one go. The trigger was pulled while the person was still in the air. Boom 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 boom. After fell to the ground, the remaining guards had all been blown to the ground. The villa at this time was already alarmed by gunfire. Zed changed the bullet and then went in. The reflex nerves are faster than others, and he can't react when the gun is directly on the head of others, but Zord still keeps a certain distance. Reading www.uugonshu.com. He is on the second floor. He solved all the 50 people on the first floor. What a joke, this is only 3 minutes. Hellfire Gang probably never expected that someone would come in so openly, and the bullseye was not so arrogant at that time. After Zord shot all the bullets on his body, he picked up the enemy's gun and used it with a headshot, regardless of whether you were wearing a body armor or not. Then Hellfire sent people wearing bulletproof helmets. It's too much. Zed complained about the law and order in California. It is illegal to sell bulletproof vests, let alone bulletproof helmets. But even wearing a bulletproof helmet can't stop Zed from headshot. Blow him up. Zed was so powerful that Lawrence was frightened and had to let his men use a grenade. As for RPG, is it an idiot to use RPG indoors? Just as Zed kicked the door open, a lot of throwing objects flew over. He drew the door shut with lightning, then ran away. And the pile of projectiles hit the door and bounced back a lot before exploding. Hearing a bunch of screams and explosions inside, Zed walked back, and the door was blown to pieces. People who were far away from the bomb wanted to get up, but the dizziness and uncontrollable body made them unable to get up. Zed walked past them and headshots one by one. Lawrence's face became paler and paler. What kind of monsters had he attracted this time? The 350 men he prepared could not stop the opponent from advancing. There is a clairvoyance, Lawrence is useless wherever he hides, and Zed finds him soon. But Lawrence is now behind a metal door nearly 10 centimeters thick. Chapter 7, One Battle to Become Famous. I'll give you 8 million, even if you ask for skeleton gold coins, it's okay, let me go once. Lawrence said to Zord. Zed looked at the metal door. How afraid of death does this guy get such a thick alloy door? Although the walls are made of concrete, Zed's perspective can see the thick steel bars inside. In the United States, labor is a very expensive thing. I don't know how much money was spent in this basement. It's useless, even if you use a bomb, you can't explode it. Lawrence said calmly, he just didn't want to stay in this basement all his life. After all, this killer was so terrible, he killed more than 350 gunmen by himself, and he couldn't do the bullseye. Zed thought, then put his hand on the handle of the metal door. Crack! Lawrence seemed to hear a noise from the alloy door, and there was dust shaking off the cracks of the door. How could it be possible? It must be an illusion. Lawrence shook his head. Zed also put his left hand up. The alloy door shook suddenly, shaking off more lime dust. Zord gradually increased his strength, and the alloy door began to make a harsh rubbing sound, which was caused by forcibly being pulled in the opposite direction. However, Zed still couldn't open the alloy door, his current strength was not enough for machinery. Lawrence has opened his mouth wide. Zed sighed and gave up to open the door on his own. Then he pressed his hand on his body, and the armor immediately covered his whole body. Putting on the battle armor, Zed roughly pulled the alloy door open with one hand, and threw it on the wall behind him. Lawrence stared at this scene dumbfounded, then Zord disarmed the armor, the pistol was aimed at Lawrence and pulled the trigger. Do not! Boom! After a search, Zed found more than 2 million in cash, and he didn't know what Lawrence was doing with so much cash at home. But anyway, Zord is now cheaper. In order to destroy the traces, Zord lit a fire and piled the collected explosives such as grenade in the basement by the way. With a loud noise and skyrocketing fire, Zed walked out of the villa community. The intelligence work of the Midnight Hotel is naturally very powerful. It was almost as soon as Zed walked out of the villa community on the front foot, they knew the situation on the back foot. After the fire was extinguished, the local Midnight Hotel even found a lot of traces. After all, Zed only damaged the basement. 353 people, except for the 15 people wearing bulletproof helmets. All the others had their heads blown out, and those 15 people had their necks broken. The executives of the Midnight Hotel looked at this record and said, "He solved 353 people alone." At the beginning, the bull's-eye seemed to have solved the 15-person seal, right? Asked a middle-aged man with a face full of beard, who made people think he was quite thick hair. "It's a seal of 17, sir. No extra warheads were found at the scene. That is to say, he fired a total of 338 shots. Except for the 100 rounds of the same warhead that he carried at the beginning, all the other bullets were used on the scene. The bullet of a gun, do you know what it means? Another look is a bit protruding forehead, it looks like the forehead is very wide and thick, the chin is curved, and the cheekbones on both sides are narrow and widened," said the elderly man meaningfully. "It means that he is very confident, and his marksmanship is beyond imagination. It seems that we have a big sign after Midnight Hotel." Zed did not go back to the Midnight Hotel in Washington, but instead checked in at the Midnight Hotel in California. "Welcome, Mr. Heath," said the black man in charge of the reception. "How do I receive the bounty?" Zed nodded and asked. "You can apply for cash. We have the choice of US dollars, euros, British pounds, and even Chinese yuan, and we guarantee that it is clean and legal, but 20% of the withdrawal is required. You can also give you an anonymous account. You can withdraw money at any time. Of course, you can also exchange for simple and convenient gold coins, which can be exchanged for money at any time, and you can also exchange for all the services and assistance of the Midnight Hotel. Black receptionists introduce one by one. Give me half of the cash, and half of it for gold coins." Zed answered after listening. "As you wish, sir." Zed got the so-called skeleton gold coin. It seems to be about the same size as a normal bottle cap, and it is thicker than a normal coin. Both sides are carved with skulls, and you can see patterns that you can't normally see through reflections. Although it is an assembly line product, the pattern above is okay. Zed put away 200 golden pounds. In order to reflect the preciousness of these gold pounds, the Midnight Hotel has a high gold content, close to 100%. Zord spent 2 gold pounds and quickly returned to Texas through the Midnight Hotel. Unexpectedly, there are even private jet services, and it is still an invisible channel. Zord felt the magical powers of the Midnight Hotel, but this made it easier for him to lock the identity of the power behind the Midnight Hotel. The invisible channel is not so easy to obtain. It is theoretically calculating all the surveillance loopholes and time differences to find a channel that will not be discovered. Yuyuganshu.com or say hello in advance, and the journey is unimpeded. It is almost certain that behind the Midnight Hotel is not a behemoth like the CIA, the United States, and the other departments of the 5 gangsters, that is Hydra. Zed is actually more inclined to Hydra. "Boss. I haven't seen him for a few days." Judley found that Zed looked different. Zord nodded. He didn't like to deposit money in the bank, he preferred cash, so the newly acquired $1 million were put into the ranch by Zord. Judley was dumbfounded. After a few days, where did the boss get so much money? "Don't worry, these millions are clean and legal." Zord said that although 20% of the water was drawn, he was already very conscientious, because most money laundering was about 40% of the harvest, or even higher. Jinmei also keeps a large group of accountants who help him calculate how to launder money. In places like the United States, or in most capitalist countries, if an accountant's money laundering capacity can be retained by more than 70%, all consortia will not hesitate to grab people. Zord does not plan to go to places like New York even if he has obtained the legal status. This ranch is very good, and he can grow up with peace of mind. The Midnight Hotel revoked Zed's reward. Those who had heard of Zed's record gave him the nickname the Devil, and then because of Zed's appearance, he finally became the White Devil. There is no Midnight Hotel in Texas. What Zord wants to do is to go to big cities like Washington. Chapter 8, Start Making Money. Zod walked into the Midnight Hotel. Mr. Heathzid, it is an honor for you to come to our hotel. The hotel receptionist said with a smile. I said the weapon I ordered is here for you. Zod nodded, then asked. Now at the weapon experts, said the receptionist. Midnight Hotel provides various services. Weapon experts are responsible for selling or transforming and customizing weapons, as well as doctors, those who meet special needs, and so on. Zod took the elevator to the third basement floor. After the elevator door opened, a dazzling array of firearms came into view, including pistols, micro-punches, and even rifles, sniper rifles, and shotguns. Many people in suits are standing next to weapon experts with signs on their chests. Most of these weapon experts are retired workers from various military factories or simply big men of military background. Mr. Heathzid, please come here. The weapon expert who had been notified by the front desk a long time ago came over. My weapon expert is such a beautiful woman. Zord complimented him. Kyla, my name. The other party smiled very satisfied, and then stretched out his hand to say, mainly saying that the person who praised this kind of praise was Zod with a good-looking face, otherwise Kyla would be expressionless when the other people said this. Nice to meet you. Zod held the opponent's hand, and then the gentleman wanted to pull away quickly, but Kyla grasped tightly so that he could not release it, and then she released her hand. Is it so strong even to shake a hand? Zord was clear, and didn't mind the other party's attitude. Kyla took him to the front of his own cabinet, took out a silver suitcase, and opened it. Israel .50 Desert Eagle, to be honest, I don't recommend you to use this gun. The gun body is too heavy and it will affect the stability, and most targets will not wear bulletproof helmets. You don't need to use such a big gun with your marksmanship. Weapons of caliber. Kyla naturally knows his customers. The White Devil with a headshot of guns and guns should need a pistol with a longer range, more precision, and more ammunition capacity. The bullet used by .50 Desert Eagle is 0.50 in, which is a 12.7 mm fast bullet. Normally, 9 mm caliber bullets are enough to solve most of the problems, 12.7 mm, that is already excessive lethality. Zod looked at the two Desert Eagles with dazzling silver gun bodies in the suitcase, and nodded in satisfaction. Kyla doesn't understand, this is a man's pursuit, not to mention Zod's ability and willfulness. According to your request, I increased the length of the cartridge case. The charge is more than that of ordinary cartridges. However, the recoil will be greater in this way. There is also a pointed steel core warhead. Kyla just gave her own suggestion, and then took out a suitcase with the bullets modified by her. What she can't understand is Zod's pursuit of power and lethality, and he is still a double gun. Can his hands bear and maintain stability? In order to match this customized bullet, the .50 Desert Eagle was naturally modified by Kyla, otherwise it would not be usable at all. There is also an extended magazine. The ammunition capacity was originally only 7 rounds, but the special extended magazine allowed the ammunition capacity to reach 9 rounds. Originally, Kyla wanted to double-row magazines. However, the .50 Desert Eagle itself was already very heavy, 1.99 kilograms. After being modified by her, the empty gun reached 2.5 kilograms, plus the bullets. The double row is heavier. In order to prevent being too heavy to affect the feel, Kyla can only be changed to an extended magazine. Zod ordered 500 rounds, and he needed to go back and fill them slowly. Thank you. Zod paid gold pounds. All services at Midnight Hotel need to use gold pounds instead of cash. Don't you need dessert? Kyla opened the cabinet, revealing the neat dagger and short knife inside. No, no one can approach me. Zod said blankly. Then there is custom clothing. Zed customized 2 black non-reflective trench coats with combat bulletproof lining and cut-resistant fabric. I returned to Zed, Texas, and I was left with bullets in my daily routine. Shot at a momentary pleasure, filling the crematorium. Because loading bullets is the most troublesome thing, and Zed can't let Judley and the Mexican laborers help loading bullets. I didn't believe it on the one hand, and on the other hand, Judley already felt that his new boss might not be that simple. Judley, find a group of builders to build the villa. Zed approached Judley. Judley's current house is just a house built by his parents and grandfather 80 years ago. Although it's solid, it's not that comfortable to live in. Now that Zed is rich, he still wants to live by himself. Be comfortable. Boss, labor is very expensive, you may not have enough money. After listening to Zed's words that a very large area of the villa was to be built, Judley took a breath of air conditioning and quickly dissuaded him. No, it's millions, and it's not a big city. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Zed asked suspiciously. Forgive him for the 2 generations who have no idea about prices. When the Kryptonian was a Kryptonian, his father was a senior member of the Kryptonian, a member of the council, and his mother was a great scientist. There was no shortage of money at all. In the United States, labor is the most expensive. Many capitalists choose artificial buildings in order to show their status and status. Judley said. In the United States, labor is extremely expensive. Whether it is mixing concrete or prefabricating steel bars, it requires a lot of manpower. Not to mention the villa built of reinforced concrete, the cost is probably very staggering. And when real estate tax is levied, the tax is not only related to the cost of the house, but also includes the cost of demolishing the house. Reinforced concrete houses that are difficult to demolish and expensive to build will only be built by real local tyrants. It doesn't matter, money is not a problem, let someone build it first. Zed thought about his own speed of making money, it was not impossible. The reason Superman is poor is because he is kind and law-abiding, but Zed doesn't. 20 years of Krypton's career has changed Zed's 3 views. He has also been on the battlefield and killed many aliens. It is the truth of the universe that the weak and the strong eat, and everything else is imaginary. After filling all the bullets, Zed felt that next time he could ask Kiyala to fill all the bullets for himself. Turn on the black phone, all tasks are displayed on it. Zed has a very high gaze, and those missions that only cost tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars don't look at him at all. The task of millions of dollars is very difficult for most killers. They have to rely on accomplices or teams. Zed can complete it by himself, so the money comes quickly. Chapter 9, White Devil. This time Zed is interested in a mission, and the mission goal is to be a colleague. Is not a colleague of Midnight Hotel, but a colleague of other killer organizations. Why is there such a task? The employer has no way to know because the information is confidential. The information that the killers can see is that this task has been released for 20 days, and the killers in Midnight Hotels all over the world have received it, but the result is more than 30 killers are gone, the target is still alive. A reward of $5 million. The employer initially offered a reward of $1 million. However, after the target kept killing the killer who came to hunt him, he was forced to increase the money to $5 million by the Midnight Hotel. Wanted worldwide, did this guy do something? Zed thought for a while and then skipped it. Even if he was wanted because of the Green Boss woman, he wouldn't be concerned about Zord. Zord was hesitant to wait a little longer and waited for a higher reward before going there. But he was worried that the goal would not last at that time, so let's set off. The target was originally in North America, but after being wanted by the world, he escaped from the siege all the way to Japan. Of course, he was just taking a break in Japan. No one would have thought that his final destination would be Detroit, and they thought he wanted to enter Russia. Jet, what the have you done? Now the killers all over the world are looking for you frantically, even the killers from the Midnight Hotel are here. Jit's Japanese friend received him, and then questioned worriedly. The information that the Midnight Hotel did not give is that, except for the more than 30 killers of the Midnight Hotel, more than 100 killers from other killer organizations have been killed by Jit. Yamada, you still don't know these things. I'm afraid that you will be involved. Jit shook his head, and the reward of $5 million was enough to drive killers all over the world crazy. It is said that many killers with their own nicknames have been eyeing him. The killers who are famous or have a lot of records will have their own nicknames, and most killers can only use their own pseudonyms. Shinsuke Yamada was speechless. You ran over, and you said that you would worry about hurting me? Where are my darlings? GTE asked Shinsuke Yamada. Come with me. Yamada Shinsuke brought Jit to his home, and then opened the underground garage. After pressing a button, the walls of the underground garage opened, revealing the neatly arranged firearms. These are all guns modified by Jit himself, and they are also his treasures. The baby in North America was bombed by someone, otherwise it would be easier for him to escape. Jit arrived in Japan by relying on the service of the Midnight Hotel. I have to say that the information of the Midnight Hotel is very strong. Even Jit knows where to go, which saves Jit a lot of effort. But too many people were staring at Jit. When Jit approached in a bulletproof windbreaker, the super senses sensed the danger. A sniper? Zord, with 2 silver eagles stuck in his waist, hid in the corner. He is not sure whether he can stop the sniper rifle bullets now, so he should be careful. At this moment, the target character Jit appeared, and immediately 2 killers rushed up on a locomotive. Boom! There was a flash of fire in the distance, and Jit was safe, but the 2 killers were beaten through their bodies at the same time and fell off the locomotive. One wears 2. Top sniper and powerful sniper rifle. Jit also fucked, and turned to hide to the side. Obviously, that sniper didn't want anyone to grab business. Pedestrians on the street were scared to flee for a long time. The killers were ready to move, but they were afraid of the snipers in the distance. Jit thought he should try the sniper rifle next time, but now, let's just rush out and solve the target. He jumped out and attracted everyone's attention, especially the 2 silver eagles. Dual-wielding Israel .50 Desert Eagle? If he is not a fool, then he must be very powerful with dual-wielding Desert Eagle. As expected, as soon as Jit appeared, he was attacked by other assassins. While despising these guys, Jit had 2 guns in his hand, and his attack frequency instantly doubled. Bang 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 bang! The heads of the 6 killers exploded directly, startling the others. What marksmanship is this special? Didn't he just turn his back to me? While the killers were shocked, Kit suddenly shot, but Jit's gun was faster than him. 2 bullets collided in mid-air. Kit's bullet burst. Jit's bullet was also affected and deviated from the target. However, Jit was a double gun, so it was just 2 shots. Jit stared in disbelief. His head exploded directly behind his head, and the bullet shot through the eye socket of his left eye, tumbling and entangled in the brain tissue, coupled with huge energy release. The target is dead? The other assassins didn't expect Jit to solve Jit so easily. After so many days of chasing and killing, Jit was able to kill so many people. But now that the goal has been solved, there is no need to be entangled. The killers left soon. Jit originally thought there was a big battle, but it was gone. Was silent for a while, and after hearing the siren, Jit put away his guns and turned to leave. Midnight Hotel in Japan. When Jit came in, he attracted intense attention from the killers. After all, they were all on the scene just now. Mr. Heathzid, congratulations on completing your mission. The receptionist was a blonde woman with a sweet smile. I need to go back to Texas overnight. Jit gave 2 golden pounds. Mr. Heath, we have a good service here. Why don't you stay for a few days and enjoy it? Anyway, I just finished the task. The blonde host smiled and said. Forget it, I still prefer to stay in my own home. Zed replied calmly. Okay. Watching Zed leave, the killers started talking. They naturally also have their own news channels. Zed is so extraordinary, he killed 6 colleagues in a very powerful jeet backhand, which is strange if he didn't attract attention. White Devil. I got my nickname right after I debuted. 353 people, you can do it, so you can. It is said that the Hellfire Gang is now fighting for the position of the boss. The White Devil has reduced the power of Hellfire by at least 1/3. The Midnight Hotel conscientiously sent Zord back to Texas. Zord yawned. More than $3 million has been entered into his account. He took the remaining money and exchanged it into gold pounds. In the pasture. It hasn't been more than a week since Judley is still contacting the construction workers and custom steel bars. Of course, the villa has not yet started. After a short break, Zed went to the Midnight Hotel and asked Kiela to review the firearms to avoid accidents in the next mission. Chapter 10, Accident. Kiela is a Japanese-Russian hybrid, my father is Mazi, and my mother is said to be from the island country Chinese. As for why they become military professionals, it can only be said that they are personal hobbies. She is very beautiful, at least in Zed's opinion. Kyara is superb. The inspection is over. Kiela put the 2 silver eagles back into the box, and just took care of them. I heard that the Desert Eagle has a lot of malfunctions, but this trial feels good. Is it because of your modification technology? Zed took the box and said with a smile. Kyla has heard a lot of compliments because of her beauty, but this handsome guy like Zed makes Kyla very satisfied. Especially the strong chest muscles and abdominal muscles that Zed showed. The windbreaker he was wearing was not lined, but it was enough to pull the windbreaker halfway in battle. The most satisfying place for people who crossed into Krypton is this kind of figure, which is comparable to ancient Greek sculptures, with perfect muscle lines. Of course, Zed's figure and appearance are actually similar to Dante Nero in Devil May Cry Game 4. At the same time, Zed also left a blue-dyed hairspray hand hairstyle. The reason why the Desert Eagle has many faults is because it was originally positioned as a shotgun, which cannot support high-intensity combat at all, and is as expensive as a girl who has never been in love, sand, dust, water droplets, and even a slightly harsher environment. It will cause it to malfunction. I have used a lot of thought to modify them. If you think it works well, let me see how you use it. Kiela said with interest. No problem. Zed nodded, and the 2 went to the 10th floor of the Midnight Hotel. This is a free and open shooting range. Many killers have their own separate rooms, and the space is not small. Zord came here for the first time, so Kiela opened a room in a familiar way. A moving target or a high-speed target? She stood beside a row of buttons on a wall, and then asked Zed, who had not put on noise-cancelling headphones. One of the disadvantages of the Desert Eagle is that the sound is too explosive. Although there is a silenced version of the Sand Eagle, Zed refused for the sake of beauty, so Kiela can only do his best to make it sound a little lower. High-speed target. Zord knows what a moving target is, but what is a high-speed target? The high-speed target is a tennis ball, and a certain number of tennis are shot at the same time. The tennis ball will bounce back and forth on 3 walls, but most killers will not choose a high-speed target. Kiela said, after all, there are many killers with precise marksmanship, but they can play tennis at medium and high speeds. I don't know if there are any. That's it. Zed put on the headphones, and Kiela pressed the button. Count down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3 tennis flew out of the holes in the 3 walls. At this moment, Kyra noticed that Zed pulled out the double guns at an unimaginable speed. Bang bang! 2 gunshots sounded at the same time. Kajala noticed that Zed's hand was very stable, so stable even if it was the Desert Eagle with 2 guns. The shell flew out, and the remaining tennis ball was made up by Zed with 1 shot. Zed's gun drawing and shooting speed are controlled at 0.02 seconds, which makes his gun look incredible. Your gun speed is so fast. Kyla understood why Zed was able to make a headshot, because he drew and fired his gun so fast that he didn't need to aim at all. However, since you have such a fast speed, you should not use an automatic pistol, but a revolver. Kyla immediately analyzed that the revolver is a gun with as fast as the hand speed, and as fast as the gun speed. Until today, I know its practicality without being eliminated. The Desert Eagle was too slow to retreat, and there was no way to support Zed's continuous shooting, which wasted his hand speed. I only like to use Desert Eagle. Zed shook his head. Well, I will modify it according to your situation and shorten the stroke of the trigger so that it will not affect your accuracy. Kyla expresses respect for customers' choices. The trigger stroke is short, so there is no need to squeeze the trigger, which affects the accuracy. After a few days of rest, Zed took on a new task again. When he was young, how could he not make more money? After that, he might lose the fun of making money because of being too strong. This time the mission is to kill a man named Deacon. A reward of $3.5 million, like this kind of reward is as high as an individual, either as powerful as the previous cheat and mastering the secrets that do not know what it is, or there is a hellfire gang like Lawrence. Zed just looked at Deacon's photos and location information and set off. Changing to another killer would take 10.5 months of preparation time, stepping on the spot and so on, so as not to make any omissions. As usual, it was the express service of the Midnight Hotel, and Zed arrived in New York. Coming to this city that will become the center and chaotic zone of Marvel's world, Zed was deeply moved. The current Stark Industrial Headquarters is still in Los Angeles, and UU reading www.uugonshu.com will soon move to New York. I can't remember who the first superhero in New York was. Zord, anyway, I only know the official statistics of New York. There are at least 6,000 superheroes living here. Although most of them are street heroes, they are also exaggerated numbers. It feels like if all of them come out, the super criminals won't have enough points. Fortunately, it is still very ordinary now. He also found the target easily. It seemed that there was no bodyguard around him. Zed followed him into a noisy bar and dance hall. The unbridled music inside made Zed's ear hurt, and then he quickly adjusted it. Own super listening. The most pleasant thing about sunbathing recently is that I finally awakened my thermal vision. Although the previous thermal vision can only be used for roasting meat, it is still an improvement. Deacon gnaws with a blonde woman on the dance floor for a while, and then goes to the bathroom. Zed follows in. There is only Deacon in the toilet. Zed goes in and draws his gun directly. Boom! The loud noise was directly covered by the music outside. Deacon exploded and fell to the ground. Zed took his gun and was about to leave, but a sudden gust of wind came from behind. Zed tilted his head to avoid a fist, and when he turned quickly, he saw Deacon attacking himself intact. His speed is very fast, his strength can cause the sound of breaking the wind. Zed dodged twice, and the Silver Eagle pressed the trigger on his chest. Boom! With a loud noise, a big hole exploded in Deacon's heart, and he struggling to fall to the ground. Zord looked at Deacon. After he died for a while, he immediately got up and pounced. Normal people would probably be thrown down before he could react, but Zord reached out and strangled his neck like lightning. Vampire. Chapter 11, Will-I belongs to itself. There are vampires in the Marvel Universe, because the Blade Warrior is one of the superheroes of the Marvel Universe. It's just that Zord didn't expect that he would meet a vampire so soon. Is there no other way to kill you except silver? Zed did not believe it. Stupid guy. Deacon struggled, but found that the hand holding his neck couldn't be shaken at all. The opponent's hand seemed to be made of steel. Then Deacon found that Zord's eyes were turning red, and a sense of inherent danger made him frightened. Hot eyesight stuck on his face, and to Zord's surprise, Deacon was wiped out in an instant. Strange, is thermal vision so effective for vampires? Zed was surprised at first, and then reacted. Thermal vision is set, isn't it that the Kryptonians absorb yellow solar energy and then release it? Solar energy is no different from sunlight. He walked out of the bathroom, only then did he discover that there was blood flowing outside, and what looked like fire sprinklers above the ballroom sprayed a lot of blood, and all the dancers were dancing wildly and enjoying the blood. Zord remembered what plot this was. Isn't this really Blade Warrior 1? It's just that he didn't see the hapless brother, maybe he hasn't started the plot yet? At this time, because of the appearance of Zod, the vampires bathing in blood all looked over, and they distinguished that Zod was not his own from the smell. It's human. It looks so good, it's too wasteful to eat. Turn him into a vampire too. The female vampires among them saw the tall and handsome Zod, who was in line with their aesthetics, and couldn't help but be moved. Zord is very confident about his muscles, figure, and face, so he can't compare with Henry Cavill. After all, he is too strong. There are so many vampires in New York. Zord shook his head, his eyes turned red, and the surrounding temperature began to rise, but the vampires who were confused by the food and desire did not notice this and rushed over. The red rays swept across the audience, and the heat vision has full penetration. Even if Zod's current heat vision can only be used to grill barbecues, for vampires, it is no different from natural enemies and death. A large wave of vampires was wiped out when they were directly exposed to the red rays. Before the remaining vampires could react, Zod had already appeared behind them, turning his head and had another hot vision glance. The remaining few vampires crawled and hid under the table. Zod walked over and kicked the table, which weighed several hundred kilograms. See the sundae. What? After a while, Zod walked out of the bar. In a good mood, after knowing that thermal vision is the nemesis of vampires, Zod wanted to find more vampires to play with. After Zod went to the Midnight Hotel in New York, a black man in a black trench coat and sunglasses pushed open the door of the bar. The empty and chaotic environment made him frown. Familiar taste. The Blade Warrior smelled the burnt smell of the vampire turning into ashes, and the ashes all over the floor made him confirm this. I don't know who it is, I can kill so many vampires. The Blade Warrior shrugged and helped his colleagues deal with the scene. For example, the watches and wallets that fell in the ashes and blood. Being a vampire hunter is very poor. The people at the Midnight Hotel were amazed at the White Devil who completed the high-reward mission. After all, Dakin was much more powerful than Git. The assassins who killed him had killed hundreds of people. Then the employer changed hands to hire the assassins of Midnight Hotel. As a result, the Midnight Hotel also lost a lot of killers. Now that it was ended by the White Devil, it also gave the Midnight Hotel a wave of fame. How can those small killer organizations compare to my Midnight Hotel? In addition, the White Devil seemed unwilling to leave Texas. The high-level blacklist of the Midnight Hotel decided to choose a new Midnight Hotel manager and then set up a Midnight Hotel in Texas. Zod is reluctant to leave just because he doesn't want to get in touch with the plot so quickly. He is too weak now. If he accidentally runs into the Hulk and runs away, he is probably smashed directly. So I returned to Zod, Texas, and continued my daily routine of basking in the sun. Also, Kryptonians can't get tanned, otherwise Zod would have been tanned into coal when he was basking in the sun and moonlight almost a day. After a period of time passed very peacefully, the ranch's villa was built and the Midnight Hotel in Texas was completed. The manager also came to say hello to Zord. After all, he was able to become a Midnight Hotel thanks to the White Devil. The manager, this is very powerful. Zod was surprised by the blacklist. He was quite good at it. For convenience, he built a hotel. But the biggest surprise should be that he can finally fly. After a long time in the sun, Zod's superpowers gradually awakened. The most abnormal biological force field has not yet existed, but flying has already been possible. When can fly, Zod spends most of his time above the clouds, basking in maximum sunlight. It won't work anymore, it can't fly that high. Zord, above the clouds, feels that he is getting stronger all the time. The feeling of flying is also great, and the feeling of overlooking the world is even more refreshing. I finally understand why everyone wants Wally to belong to themselves. Zord looked down at the civil aviation plane flying under the clouds, and returned to the ground with a slight acceleration. Judley is grilling meat, his own boss is very good to eat, if not also very profitable. It is estimated that he can't afford it. Zod didn't know why he could eat so much. He was not a scion, and he didn't eat much when he was on Krypton. Within a moment, Zord ate a whole Angus cow, and Judley's eyes widened. And Zod also thought about his next plan during the meal, such as making money more diligently, because he wanted to discover the first pot of gold in Stark Industry. Of course, the current Stark Industry is still hard to find. It will not come down until Tony Stark disappears, but that is not the best mobile phone club. The best mobile phone club is when Tony Stark returns and announces the closure of the weapons department. At that time, the stock price of Stark Industries would plummet. At that time, Zod would need as much as he wanted. After Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man, his money would be less than 3 times. And since then, I don't have to work hard, I have a lot of money while sitting. So, let's work harder now. Zod took 5 missions with more than 1 million rewards in one breath, and was shocked by the Midnight Hotel. Is the White Devil so confident? Chapter 12, Vibranium. Hello, White Devil. Thomas, the manager of the Midnight Hotel, raised his glass to Zod. What is that? Zord felt inexplicable, and at the same time he took a glass of absinthe and took a sip. Mellow taste and intoxicating aroma. Don't you know, this is the awe of your powerful strength from other colleagues, you have your own nickname. Thomas smiled and looked at Zod, and did not forget to clink glasses with him to show his congratulations. It doesn't sound very good, it's better than a simple and straightforward of death. Zord feels too vulgar about this nickname. After 5 million level missions were completed in one go, Zod became a legend of the Midnight Hotel and a legend of the killer world. After all is completed continuously, there is no preparation time at all. Even if there is a killer who wants to challenge, he will shrink back when he sees this record. Zord is in a good mood. He can earn more than 10 million in a short period of time and become a multimillionaire. It is a joy to behold. Although it is said that in capitalist countries like the United States, multimillionaires are everywhere. In his spare time, Zod wants to create a stronger armor for himself. On Krypton, Zod's birth is scheduled to be a researcher. He will naturally choose the aspects of his interest for research. Of course, as a traverser, it is impossible to do research alone. He also specially made friends with General Zod. Guys, the idea that you can subdue them in the future, but now it's gone. The armor he is now wearing is Zod's own work, which is made of super alloys extracted from Kryptonian metal and collected alien minerals. This super alloy is called Krypton Gold by Zod's evil taste. Krypton Gold is very strong, heat resistance, anti-strike, toughness and hardness are very high. Although the armors on General Zod and the others gave them strong combat power, they are very fragile. After all, the battle between the Kryptonians is too strong. Ordinary materials cannot withstand the destructive impact caused by battle. Krypton Gold is different. In front of most of the weapons of Krypton, Krypton Gold can remain intact. Even the super weapons that Kryptonians are afraid of are only changing the surface of Krypton Gold, but Krypton Gold itself can absorb energy to repair. Own ability. Zord doesn't expect the combat effectiveness of the armor, but he doesn't want to worry about his clothes halfway through the fight, so let's get a stronger armor. As for wearing the same tights as Da Chao, Zod expressed his shame, but he couldn't accept it. He came to the Midnight Hotel today, just to get some vibes through the channels of the Midnight Hotel. Vibration is not unique to Wakanda. After all, there is an inner ghost smuggling vibrancy in Wakanda. Even Ultron can get enough to build a vibrating body. Zod thinks it should not be so difficult to just ask for some. And Black Panther's father, Chick, in order to send domestic bachelors to study abroad, so that Wakanda can become a high-tech country. He also sold a small amount of vibrato vibration. Thomas naturally also heard of this alloy. It comes from a backward African country and the number is very small, but it seems to have increased recently. $10,000 per gram, this is just a normal price, the actual price is still very high. Thomas said that he could do nothing, not because the hotel was unable to get it at midnight, but because the price of Genjin was very exaggerated. Is exaggerated enough to bankrupt a multimillionaire. I have more than 8 million in my account, how much can I buy? Zed asked without blinking his eyes. Money is just a tool, of course you have to spend it when you need it, not to mention that guarding the Midnight Hotel is a gold mine, and you can make money with your own ability. Wait a minute. Thomas dialed the phone and looked at Zord after a brief conversation. Up to 500 grams. Thomas didn't make his own claim, but asked his superiors before telling Zed. So expensive? Although I have been mentally prepared for a long time, the price is still beyond imagination. No wonder even Tony Stark doesn't have a vibrating jersey. After all, he always updates. If he uses vibrating to make a jersey, the Mark III weighs 90 kilograms. Even if the vibrating is a very light metal, that's enough. The astronomical number of bankruptcy for most people. Zed rested in the Midnight Hotel for 2 days, caressed the box with the vibranium in his hand. It was time to leave. The efficiency of the Midnight Hotel is very good, which made Zed more sure that there must be Hydra behind the Midnight Hotel. When he returned to his home, the villa had been built. Zed went directly into the basement, where he was prepared for his studio and research institute. He first checked the vibration data. Hardness is not comparable to Krypton gold, but the special properties of vibrating gold is its most valuable place. The molecule itself will not increase significantly when absorbing the mechanical energy. The external vibration energy is stored to form the molecular bond of the vibrating gold. As a result, if the vibrating gold absorbs a considerable amount of vibration energy, it will be extremely hard. Yuyuganshu.com. But it is not clear what the upper limit of the amount that can be stored is. If there is an upper limit, it should explode and release the absorbed energy. Krypton gold is full of resistance to various attacks: heat resistance, cold resistance, corrosion resistance, stable structure, not affected by high-frequency vibration, resistance to kinetic energy, and so on. It's only a pound of vibrating gold, and I can't study anything. Zed frowned. If he could find the perfect ratio between Krypton gold and vibrating gold, he would be able to create an indestructible armor. And Zed is also very interested in the original Edmund alloy and the true Edmund alloy, but there are no mutants in this world, so it is naturally impossible to obtain the liquefied true Edmund alloy. The original Edmund alloy is only Captain America. The formula of the true Edmund alloy is only known to the US military. The problem is that the production is extremely rare, and the worst secondary Edmund alloy is currently popular. So, I still have to make money. Zord needs more vibrating. Before Ultron comes out, there is no need to worry about the price and the market. I turned on the black phone, and the tasks on it were densely packed and there were so many demands. I really don't know how so many people die every day in this world. Then Zed saw a task naming himself. With Zord's current fame and skill, he has arrived at the task and chose him instead of looking for the task by himself. There are many people who name him, and it's another matter if he doesn't look good. However, this employer was very generous and gave $7 million directly, just to solve the goal. And the target, Zed looked at it. He was a fan seller, with conclusive evidence, ready to go to jail. But at this time the fan seller broke out and said that he knew the shady of Wilson Grant Fisk, and he was going to testify in court tomorrow. Chapter 13, Powerful Armor. At this time, when Jin has not revealed his true colors, in the eyes of ordinary people, he is a great philanthropist and entrepreneur. That's not right, doesn't Jin have a bullseye? Want to come to me? It's easy to see who the employer is. Of course, it is not ruled out that the person behind the fan is afraid that he may bite and get involved with him. After all, they dare to bite the gold and merge. The ghost knows what kind of brain this madman is. I can only say that Jin and Mrs. Gao, who has recently caught up with the association, are selling fans. It is estimated that they have made a lot of money, and they are so generous. In fact, Jin is also afraid that the White Devil will not look down on it because of the lack of money. The bullseye is now sent by him to do other tasks. There is no way to come back. He can only count on the White Devil who has recently risen to fame. Zed took a look. The target is now detained in a tight prison in New York. It is not a problem to break through, but he may be noticed by the snake shield. He will definitely be heavily protected when he appears in court to testify tomorrow. Only the time on the road can be assassinated. But Zord feels that he is still a quick fight, he doesn't have so much time on a task. Passing the Midnight Hotel, Zed quickly arrived in New York, and then flew to the target prison. He intends to sneak in and kill the target directly. Zord, who opened the perspective eyes, easily found all the surveillance locations, and then just as he opened the god's perspective, avoided all guards and surveillance, and found his goal, Dai Chi. Dai Chi is panicking. There are no other prisoners in his cell for safety, so as not to be charged and bribed the prisoner to kill him in the prison. Zed used thermal vision to cut off the lock. Before Dai Chi could react, he pressed a hand on the top of his head. Do not! Dai Chi could not shout out, after all, Zed is not a person who likes nonsense. After breaking Dickie's neck neatly, Zord left quickly. In the early hours of the next morning, New York City Police Chief George Stacy came to the prison to pick up the prisoner. He brought a large number of police officers, but in the prison, he saw Dickie who had long since died in anger. What's the matter? The prisoner is dead. George's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly stepped forward to see if the other party could be rescued, but he found a cold and stiff corpse, which was completely cold. Impossible, we have been staring at it last night. The warden was in a cold sweat, and the prison guards looked at each other. They all looked at each other to prevent the prison guards from having black police officers. No one left, and the prisoner died? The door lock was directly cut open by the high temperature. Didn't you hear such a big movement? George looked at the scene and found the burnt black on the door lock and the traces of metal melting. He immediately made up the scene of the killer using electric welding to fuse the door lock. The movement was not small at all. He has a dark face and intends to strictly investigate everyone in this prison. It took a while for the Midnight Hotel to get the information. They all thought that the White Devil who took over the task was going to kill the target on the road. They never expected that the White Devil would sneak into the prison. How did he get in? Zed received the bounty, and now he doesn't need cash anymore. It feels too troublesome. He asks the Midnight Hotel to transfer directly to his account. As for whether it will attract the attention of the IRS, this is too small to underestimate the Hydra. Maybe there are Hydra undercover agents in the IRS. Jin Bin was also very surprised that the White Devil actually chose to kill Dai Chi in prison, and he succeeded, without making any noise. This made Jin Bin a heart of love for talents. After all, the Bullseye was such a capable man from the Midnight Hotel. The White Devil dug from the inside, even if it can't match the Bullseye, it's not much worse. It's just an experience that the Midnight Hotel keeps the information of the White Devil in high-level secrecy, and Jin doesn't want to know that it will take some more time. 3 months later, Zed went back to his home quietly, carrying a large amount of vibrating gold in his hand. The basement is full of waste products that have failed to make preparations. They are all semi-finished battle armors. It is estimated that they will cause a sensation when they are taken out, although they cannot be used. But today I can finally complete my armor. After an unknown number of attempts, he finally found the perfect ratio of Krypton gold and vibrating gold, so today he spent all his money and bought vibrating gold back. The thermal vision has been able to evaporate the steel at this time. Zed doesn't know how much temperature it takes to sublimate the steel. Anyway, it's terrifying. He uses it to heat the krypton gold and vibrating gold, and then mixes the two high-temperature liquid metals with his bare hands. Ours, finally made a battle armor. The black and non-reflective armor shape fits the outfit of a superhero very well. In terms of fashion value, it is estimated to be a superhero among superheroes. Krypton and Genjin make this armor almost indestructible. It is almost because Marvel is a place where books are always eaten. Zed doesn't know if Genjin can hold on. The energy source of the armor is the wearer. So no one except Zed can use this set of armor. Each arm has a row of arm blades, which can be manipulated to pop out or retract. UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com can also use thermal vision to heat the arm blades to form heat. Melting knife, used to cut most things. In addition to the arm blades, there are steel claws that imitate Wolverine. The steel claws can also be heated with thermal vision. Because the user is Zord himself, the armor has no long-range attack ability. He can get close to the enemy at once. What long-range attacks are still needed? Zed named the Sun Battle Armor. After the battle armor was completed, Zed put on it and took a flight. It feels very good. The energy supply program designed by Zed is very suitable for his own energy situation. Unfortunately, the lack of materials and key technologies, otherwise Zed can be smart. The Sun God Battle Armor has a built-in super battery, which can store the energy that Zed usually releases, and can also store solar energy in the sun. Because he has seen Superman overturning countless times, Zed felt that he had to prevent this from happening, so he could only make a spare armor. As long as the Sun God armor has energy, it can exert a good combat effectiveness. If he falls into weakness due to magic or red sunlight, he will be able to turn directly after wearing the Sun God armor. Maybe we can add a high-frequency sword? After all, I might not even be able to use thermal vision. Zord thought. Falling into the paranoia of persecution and the phobia of insufficient firepower, Zed looked at the Helios war armor he had just created, and felt that his previous ideas were not enough. Fortunately, it's just an addition of weapons, so there is no need for major changes. High-frequency sword technology has long existed in Krypton, but most Kryptonians are keen on hot weapons and will not use this silly technology that uses high-tech on cold weapons. Chapter 14, Double Change Every Day, and there are. Boss, we need to solve the problem of water sources. Judley approached Zed. Water source. Zed has been eating and drinking, not knowing where he needs water. The pasture needs a lot of water, and the groundwater we use is almost dried up. If we don't want a solution, we can only buy water in the future, but... Judley did not say everything, but Zed also knew what he wanted to say. After all, more than 20 kilometers away is the US-Mexico border. Stowaways and drug dealers often operate in this area. There is also a large desert nearby, with high temperatures throughout the year and no natural precipitation. Followed Judley to see the original underground water well of the ranch, and found that there was only a water layer less than 1 meter deep in the well now. To solve the water supply problem, at least millions of dollars are required, and there is no underground water source nearby. Judley sighed and said, otherwise this 1,000 acre farm will not be rotten in his hands. Unlike those farms with lakes and mountains, the farm run by Judley's father and grandfather is mainly based on agricultural products, and those with Beauty the Scenery Farm is just a symbolic collection of some agricultural products, so that people from the city can experience the feeling of picking agricultural products. The biggest benefit is tourism. Buying water is a long-term consumption, especially in such areas. In the water-scarce Texas, the abundant water sources of reservoirs can increase the farm's agricultural output and even sell water. In recent years, Texas has been in a drought. 64% of the state is arid. In 2011, it reached a staggering 98%. The average storage of reservoirs in the state was only 65%. Zed pondered for a moment. According to Judley, even if the engineering team came to dig, it was impossible to dig the water source. He hadn't found someone to explore before, and he was convinced that there was no shallow groundwater nearby. Groundwater source, the amount of work and money spent are an astronomical figure. He decided to try it himself. Zed flew up, and Judley was stunned. He knew that his boss was not an ordinary person. He didn't expect to be a superpower. But because there are no mutants in this world, Judley would not be panicked. He just shocked him. The view was broken. Zed used a perspective eye in midair, penetrating the limits of the ground, and seeing a deep place. There is no water source here, neither here. It wasn't until Zed was about to turn the pasture around that he found a place with underground water. Very good, the next step is how to dig it out. Zed decided to use thermal vision, firstly because his current thermal vision has evolved to the point where it can melt steel, and secondly, De Chow has done such things many times. The blazing red rays penetrated the ground, and then began to melt the soil and rock formations while continuing to heat up. Zed leaned against the violent sunlight, feeling full of energy in his body. The efficiency of the thermal vision is much faster than the engineering team. After a full half-hour of continuous output, the thermal vision penetrated more than 100 meters deep into the groundwater veins, and then the gas was instantly ignited by the high temperature of the thermal vision. The Big Bang. The boundless soil was melted into magma by the explosion and high temperature. A bottomless pit with a diameter of more than 160 meters appeared on the ground. The truncated groundwater vein roared and poured into the big pit, and for a while, the turbid waves tumbling up to the sky. Judley rubbed his temples, which was too stimulating. If he were not middle-aged but elderly, he probably had a heart attack. The ranch that was still short of water instantly added a huge artificial lake. After the muddy silt and other stolen goods in the water calmly settled to the bottom, the artificial lake looked clear and blue, but the sun was dazzling on the lake surface. The water storage of this lake is about 2 million cubic meters, so you don't have to worry about water supply anymore, right? Zord's perspective sees that this groundwater vein is very vast, and it is estimated that it will not be exhausted even if it is used for hundreds of years. Judley's ranch has become very lively recently. After all, there is an additional reservoir. Other farmers or people in need in Texas have come to buy water. Zed also unexpectedly gained a new economic income. Can earn tens of thousands of dollars a day on average, which made Zed know for the first time that water can be so expensive. Then Zed plans to spend some money to get a company to make money. In the United States, he can't do the most profitable industry. First, he doesn't have that experience, and second, it is troublesome. Zord only wants to start a simple company, so he also specifically helps through the Midnight Hotel. Although the Midnight Hotel was very dazed by Zed's request, it still did everything for Zed. Jishan Health Products Company. That's right, Zed is planning to sell healthcare products, vitamins, beauty medicines, and the like. Don't underestimate healthcare products. Read books in UU in the United States. www.uuganshu.com. Healthcare products may be more profitable than powder and ice, second only to arms. People in the United States don't know why they rely on healthcare products. The average person spends at least several $1,000s on healthcare products every year. They eat healthcare products and vitamins as if they are eating. And most importantly, healthcare products are used in the United States. If there is no legal supervision power, there is no need to send it to the Drug Administration. This means that even if Zed gives them a shit, they will willingly pay for it. It's just that the healthcare products market in the United States has been divided up. If newcomers enter the market without a backstage, they will be eaten up. That's why Zed chose the Midnight Hotel to avoid a lot of trouble. At the same time, Zed is also very conscientious. He will not make healthcare products that will not kill people but have no effect. He is a Kryptonian scientific researcher. Even if his major is not in this area, it is not a problem to involve. The things that are good for the human body are nothing more than those, and in fact, there is no saying that there is nothing missing that needs to be filled. In the United States, the average price of healthcare products is about $70 a bottle, and the healthcare product vitamin manufactured by ZD is priced at $300 a bottle. He has even set up the production base and only needs to hire workers. Assembly line production. I have to say that the Midnight Hotel is really awesome. ZD placed the vitamin sales location in major drugstores in New York City, spent millions of dollars on the up and down, and invited famous Hollywood actresses to endorse them. By the way, the human body needs 3,000 milligrams of vitamins every day, and vitamin, one tablet can meet the daily vitamin needs. Vitamin, physical fatigue, aging, disease can't be cured, but it can make your body better. Chapter 15, Human Experiment. The sales of Zord's vitamin are not going well. After all, his price is too high, but Zord didn't care about it. It would be strange if it could sell out in the first place. However, in the days that followed, those who had bought vitamin were surprised to find that compared with other vitamins and health products that have not changed much after eating for several years, Zacian's vitamin is only a few days old. Taking it gives them a feeling of energetic and vigorous body, and the fatigue caused by staying up all night seems to have disappeared. This is not that ZD added a stimulant to the medicine. He just added nutrients extracted from the human body. These nutrients can indeed have an effect on the human body. As for the source of the nutrients, recently, the US-Mexico border, a lot of traffickers are missing. Although the truth is cruel, it is estimated that even if it is exposed, it will still be unmistakable. After all, this is really good for people. Zord also has no choice. After all, he has Krypton technology in his mind, which is useful for Kryptonians. Earthlings are not Kryptonians, so they can only find it from themselves. In just 1 month, vitamin was sold out in New York City. Not only did the initial investment pay back directly, it also allowed ZD to earn more than 100 million yuan in income. After all, those who took vitamin were walking signs. With the money, ZD directly bought all the farms near the small town of Ziswade, which is the area where his ranch is located. Was closed into a huge pasture of more than 3,000 acres, and then construction began. The fences of the respective farms were removed and replaced with 2-meter-high concrete walls. The original fence, in addition to letting people understand the scope and boundaries of one's own farm, was to prevent the cougar that appeared very frequently. But now that ZD has replaced it with concrete walls, there is no need to worry about the puma invading. This 3,000-acre place is ZD's private base. It is much safer than New York, which is plagued by disasters, and there is no need to worry about someone discovering their secrets. Help, don't come here. A Mexican poisonous scorpion gang member was looking at Zord in front of him with horror. What is yelling? It's just a human experiment. ZD injected a tube of unknown liquid into the body of this poisonous scorpion gang member. The other party struggled, and then died. That's not right. I have clearly analyzed the human genes, why do I still fail? ZD frowned. After he became rich, he bought a lot of materials and instruments and set up his own research base. As for some sophisticated instruments that have no market, they can't buy them without an identity. ZD directly go and grab it back, anyway, the other party can't find himself. What is the most important thing in Marvel? Power. But Zord already has it. If not surprisingly, he can grow to a punch and explode the multiverse, so he will be the next one. Super Soldier Serum is a good idea. However, ZD has the pride of being a Kryptonian scientific researcher and plans to develop the Super Soldier Serum by himself. The reality tells him that it is impossible. Even if the effect has been repeatedly reduced, the guy who was injected will bear it. Nope, just die. There is no problem, but it seems to be restricted by something. I am not allowed to make a super soldier serum? Or is it really like a comic setting, Only Steve is special, he was selected to become a super soldier, and it has nothing to do with the serum. Zed thought for a while, decided to change his direction and try. In the research base, Zed grabbed a lot of fresh human experimental products, so after Zed changed direction and soon produced serum, a human experimental product was brought over. If it doesn't succeed this time, you can only take the armor route. Zed poked casually, and the guy who was injected with the serum began to struggle. This was a situation that had happened with the serum before, so Zord just watched. 10 seconds have passed, have you succeeded? Zord's perspective saw that everything about the other party was changing. This change was intense and painful. Without preparing sedatives and anesthetics, the test product might die alive, but the test product survived. What did you do to me? The experimental product fell on the ground. He looked at his claw-like hand, stroked himself in disbelief, and found that all he had touched was a hard and cold carapace. I infused you with the crocodile gene, and I changed the direction and succeeded in just one shot. Zed looked at the tall and strong body in front of him. The skin on his body was no different from that of a crocodile. It was dark green. The razor-like fangs near the mouth were exposed. No matter how you look at it, it was a terrifying monster, one of the crocodile people. Category: Go to death. The experiment did not become a crocodile voluntarily. He slapped Zed with an angry slap. But he was caught by Zed with one hand. Reading www.youcanshu.com has awakened the bug's biological force field. Zed doesn't even pay attention to missiles, let alone a crocodile. The strength is okay, I don't know how the defense is. Zord seemed to be doing a test. The crocodile was shocked, but before he could react, his chest exploded like a shelling, and it flew out and hit the wall. In terms of strength, the crocodile can already slap a car with one slap. The defense is also good. Zed took a little bit of force to break the defense. The crocodile was dying, Zord thought for a while, but he still didn't clean up the opponent. From now on, you will be a member of the veterinary soldier. The crocodile serum injected with you contains genetic viruses. If you inject the antidote from time to time, you will die, understand? Zord grabbed the crocodile man's body with one hand and said to him. Understood. The crocodile man nodded quickly, and Zed ignored him. The serum succeeded, and the first batch of animalized soldiers was selected. New York City Veterans Hospital. Almost all patients admitted to the hospital were soldiers who lost their limbs during the war. They lost everything in the war, and most of them have post-war psychological syndrome. Post-traumatic stress disorder makes them often nightmares, personality changes, and extremely irritable. In this state, they usually have a cold relationship with their family members, and they lose the ability to take care of themselves because of their physical disabilities. They can only be admitted to the Veterans Hospital. These soldiers are usually very rich. The insurance and social security payments they pay during their service allow them to afford the expensive hospitalization fees and stay in the hospital for a long time. Zord is aiming at these soldiers. Their fighting qualities are much better than those of the gangsters, as well as discipline and so on. Chapter 16, Beastized Soldier. After putting a little money into the doctor, Zed got a detailed data and information of the veteran. Excluding family members, those who are too old, and those who do not have a record of physical fitness. Even so, the remaining qualified candidates are still more than 100 people. It can only be said that they are the United States who has been fighting all the time, except for this. In addition to the New York hospital, there are still many veterans in the major retired hospitals in the United States. This adds up to a very staggering number. Zed feels that he will not have to worry about shortages in the future. The United States has a profession as a lobbyist. Zed worried about his lack of eloquence, so he spent money to hire 3 lobbyists to help him convince the veterans. Even if you know that Zord's attitude is probably not a good thing, but here is the money first America. The conscience of the lobbyists has long been abandoned, so the lobbyists rely on their clever tongues to deceive. No, eloquence successfully persuaded these disabled soldiers who were already desperate and just waiting to spend the rest of their lives in hospital beds. They all wanted to stand up successfully, otherwise Osborne Industries would not have the lizard serum, although that was what Connors studied only when he wanted to recover his severed arm. After signing a very demanding contract, these disabled soldiers became Zord's men who sold themselves, and Zord arranged for them to go to Texas, closed other farms and turned it into a base for a supergiant ranch. At this time, it was already covered with green grass and the air became fresh and pleasant. This is unimaginable in Texas. The more than 3,000-acre ranch is wide enough to play football on it, and Zod has not yet figured out how to use it. Boss. The disabled soldiers were also confused when they saw this ranch. Didn't they promise to take us to the secret base and help us recover? Don't tell me this ranch is a secret base. There are no buildings except the villa. That's it. Follow me. Zod said that the first lycanthrope to be transformed, the crocodile man, recovered his human appearance at this time, but his thin body also turned into a muscular hunk because of the serum. Zod took them in. After the villa, the door to the underground base was opened. The basement was expanded by Zod using thermal vision to evaporate the soil. The space has become very large, full of various sophisticated and advanced instruments, and it looks very sci-fi. At the very least shocked a group of soldiers who could only kill. Soldiers, show them your strength. Zord ordered the animalized soldier crocodile man standing on the side. Yes, boss. The crocodile man immediately bulged his whole body muscles, and in less than 2 seconds in front of all the disabled soldiers, he became a crocodile man over 2 meters tall in a way that Newton and Einstein could not accept. Everyone was taken aback. Not only can I restore your health, but I can also give you strength. Zord gestured to the crocodile man. The crocodile man walked to a barbell as a display. This barbell reached 500 kilograms, a number that humans could not challenge, of course at present. And the crocodile man grabbed the barbell with one hand, and the terrible weight at both ends even bent the solid metal rod in the middle, which made all the soldiers stunned. The crocodile man put down the barbell, and the barbell that landed on the ground made a heavy bang. The soldiers who were originally afraid of the appearance of the crocodile have their eyes shining at this time, and no one does not yearn for power. Super veterinary serum, this is what you can get, but you have to think carefully, because I have injected the gene poison of my own research into the serum. If I get the antidote from time to time, my whole body will collapse and die. There is not even a corpse. If you regret it now, I can help you clean up your memories and let you forget these things you shouldn't see. Zord said calmly, genetic poisons and other things are naturally deceptive, so he will fool these soldiers who don't know anything, but Zord has been studying brainwashing devices recently, and he can brainwash them one by one. No one regrets it. They have had enough of the life and torture of physical insufficiency. Other people's eyes are either pity or discrimination. Boss, I have some opinions. A black soldier raised his left hand with only his wrist, and his right hand was broken shoulder to shoulder. Say. Zod is very open-minded. I don't want to be like a crocodile. I like lions because they are the king of beasts. I want insects, but insects are very powerful. He aroused the interest of other soldiers. Indeed, if he could only become a crocodile, it would be too monotonous. From a personal and scientific point of view, reptiles and arthropods are indeed stronger than mammals, and their regenerative ability is far more than mammals. If you still insist on lions and tigers, I don't care. Zod shrugged. Boss, what is our organization called? Is still the Black Man, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. He has already assumed that he has joined this mysterious organization. After all, with such a powerful serum, this organization has a promising future. World Snake. Zod said meaningfully. I like this name. 90 disabled soldiers are struggling to get a new life on the operating table. According to Zed's research, the super animal serum will affect their mood and thinking to a certain extent, which is commonly known as the animal side. At first glance, looks like a group of monsters with fur and horns. The beastly soldiers noticed Zed. Zed carried his hands on his back, and the crocodile stood up and stood in front of Zord. No, I want to relax, Zed said. The crocodile man immediately moved away. Because of Zed's suggestion, most of these animalized soldiers did not choose mammalian genes. Most of them were crocodiles and lizards. A few also chose rhinos and arthropods. A rough-skinned rhino man rushed towards Zed. With his current tonnage and thicker skin than a rhino, even a tank would be knocked over, but Zed just stretched out a hand and strangled the rhino. Human's huge unicorn, then slightly forcefully lifted the rhino man and threw it at the other beast soldiers. Rhinoceros was hit by such an acceleration and directly injured 3 or 4 animalized soldiers, and then Zed directly rushed into the animalized soldiers, punched and kicked. Every animalized soldier hit by him was directly seriously injured. After a while, only Zed stood alone in the audience. As for the animal character of the animalized soldier, Zed has been hammered away. Are you all awake? Zed asked after moving his muscles and bones. Chapter 17, Plan. Recovered, boss. I have never felt so clear before. I feel I can do even math problems now. The animalized soldiers were awakened abruptly, and naturally they had an unforgettable concept of Zed's strength. They respected such a powerful Zed, and at the same time they inevitably developed worship. My hand, recovered. My leg. After the animalized soldiers lifted their transformations, they were surprised to find that their hands and feet had recovered, and they turned back to their healthy selves. Well, the super animalized serum not only gives you health, but also allows you to avoid most diseases, but you are just the most basic animalized soldiers. Only those who serve the organization can become more powerful animalized soldiers. Zed said. A more powerful animalized soldier? They all felt the terrifying power after their transformation, and they had the idea of boss first and me second. As a result, Zed said that there are more powerful beast soldiers? You are all just one biological gene now. Think about it, if a second or even 3 or more biological genes are fused, is it naturally stronger than you are now? Zed continued. This kind of explanation is easier for them to understand and believe, but Zed does have this idea. After all, the name of the lycanthrope represents Zord's expectations of them, and the lycanthrope with multiple genes will definitely be stronger, but I don't know if it is possible to make the kind of lycanthrope in the strong colony armor. It's a pity for Zed that he did not own a Krypton spacecraft. Every Krypton spacecraft has a brain engine. This brain engine stores Krypton and masters 100,000 different knowledge of the world. If you can with this knowledge, Zed is absolutely even more powerful. Because of the adjustment of the research direction, Zed's now increasingly smart brain quickly developed a brainwashing device, and then arranged for the animal soldiers to undergo a wave of brainwashing. In the memory that Zed wrote for the animalized soldiers, World Snake has been an organization that has existed for a long time. They are all fighters cultivated by the organization since childhood, and they have undergone the transformation of the organization to become an animalized soldier beyond humans. After the brainwashing was completed, the loyalty of the animalized soldiers to the World Snake and Zed reached an irreparable level. Now, Zed finally feels that he has a safe home in Marvel World. Although the power of these animalized soldiers is only 10 times that of ordinary people, and the defense is not very strong, not comparable to the armor of tanks, they are the world's strongest power in the early stage when superheroes and supercriminals have not appeared. If it wasn't for Zed who couldn't figure out whether this was a comic universe or a movie universe, he would probably take these beastly soldiers into a surprise attack on the Hydra and take the power of the Hydra as his own. Now, Zed felt that he was still a little confused, and he should develop in the corner where no one noticed. Jishan Healthcare Products Company has gained a lot, mainly because the healthcare products are not regulated in the United States. You don't need to worry about being stuck in the drug inspection process, and you can go on the market directly. Otherwise, there is no way to get such a big profit in a short time. Zord is now saving money. He waited for Tony Stark to announce the closure of the weapons department. He bought the weapons department of Stark Industries, together with labor and machinery, and then took over the production of weapons by himself. It is estimated that it will cost a lot of money, and most of the weapons produced by Tony are patented, so after accepting them, they can't continue to produce them. But it doesn't matter. Zod can also develop weapons himself. Isn't it a gunpowder-driven kinetic energy weapon? It's too simple. Krypton is an antiquities in the museum. Then the animalized soldiers of the World Snake were sent by Zod to the Midnight Hotel as killers and mercenaries. Their physical functions have been strengthened and transformed by the super-animalized serum. Even if they do not change their bodies, they surpass the normal human physical functions. They are very rich as killers and mercenaries. And if you want to buy the stock of Stark Industries, after Tony's disappearance, the stock plummeted and there was no way to buy it. The reason was simple. The disappearance was arranged by someone, and it was absolutely impossible to buy it at that time, because Padre would all acquisition. You can only buy it after Tony announces that the weapons department is closed. At that time, he will buy it desperately. Although it may save the market, it is nothing compared to the subsequent profits. The killers of the Midnight Hotel and the mercenaries of the World Mercenary Organization discovered that a group of cruel and powerful colleagues had recently appeared. They robbed a lot of business, but those who wanted to plot against them, after conspiring to take action, very much it disappeared in the eyes of other people. This can't help but make them speculate that behind this group of colleagues, there may be a strong support. Zod, who treats Midnight Hotel as a cash machine, will not take it seriously. Now he and Hydra Gang may not necessarily lose. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is afraid of a wool. Of course, the killer who disappeared was not dead, but was sent back to the base for brainwashing and super beast serum transformation. By the way, Zod gave them plastic surgery, so that they became unrecognizable by their parents. At the same time, the beasts in the mission, if the chemical soldier encounters a good skill, it will be captured and reformed. The World Snake grows subtly, hiding in a deeper shadow than Hydra. Next to the ranch lake, Zod built a glass lounge, which is used to insulate mosquitoes and other insects. Except for the frame, the transparent bulletproof glass structure is half on the lake's water surface and half on the shore. There is no protection from the sun. Exposure measures, after all, this is the place Zod himself used to bask in the sun and enjoy. Under the high temperature exposure, Zod picked up the fat house happy water that was about to boil next to him. After taking a breath, the fat house happy water suddenly cooled down, and even a thin layer of ice appeared on the surface. Frozen breath. So far, Zod has awakened all his superpowers, and he feels that he is much better controlled than De Chao. Drank the icy fat house happy water in one sip, and Zod continued to study. Now Zod plans to take the route of Batman and Superman, or the route of Iron Man and Superman. Armed himself with a variety of powerful armored suits. After others thought that they were relying on the armored suits and broke the suits with great pains, they faced a Kryptonian in full state. So following the sun god armor used to save lives and weaken the anti-killing time, Zod now studies the second war god armor. Different from the core concept of the Helios armor, the Ares armor is an armor for maximizing combat effectiveness. Zod installed a lot of weapons on the armor of God of War. Chapter 18, Material Revolution. Zod was set to be born as a scientific researcher when he was on Krypton. Krypton is very special. When two Kryptonians who are in love determine that they want a child, they will be set and nurtured through the life code without passing through the mother. And Zod is good at weapons and materials. The current creatures are already seriously cross-domain. If he weren't getting smarter now, he wouldn't be able to do it. The weapons of God of War armor include high-frequency hand knife. It is not an arm knife like Kep, but the whole arm is turned into a high-frequency weapon. Anyway, Zed's body can hold it, and there is a vibrating gold coating inside the God of War armor, which makes the shock absorption effect a mess. Then there is the plasma shoulder cannon imitating the Predator. Zed installed two, with strong firepower. One shot can solve a tank, and it is not the most powerful. At the same time, the Ares armor also has the Thunder Angel floating cannon system, which can release 4 floating cannons on the back to assist in combat. These 4 floating cannons are all laser cannons. They have functions such as automatic enemy detection and auxiliary lock attack. With an interception system, it will prevent all flying objects from approaching. The 2 suits temporarily satisfied Zed, and he did not intend to continue making new ones. Now the more important thing is the animalized soldier. By studying human genes, he didn't know if the genes of Marvel's Earth were different from the genes he had before crossing. There are many genes that shouldn't belong to human beings. Zed even found something like X gene, just because he felt that will the birth of the first mutant in the hands cause this effect to occur in mutants all over the world without taking any rash actions? After all, mutants are unreasonably powerful, so Zed quickly abandoned this. Animal genes are not difficult to get, and they can even be bought, but they cost a lot of money. Fortunately, the animal soldiers make a lot of money. They make money faster than vitamin. After all, there are disputes and wars in the world every day. For example, in the Middle East, there are not a few mercenaries in need, and most of them are mercenaries. Will be hired by local warlords or oil tycoons. Zed is studying the new super animal serum while also preparing for the new company. Of course, this new company is the Arms Industries Corporation, which is going to take over the industrial weapons division of Stark Industry, Blade Technology Industry. It is necessary to register an industrial company, and it is still the main business of arms, and it is subject to many restrictions. Even with the help of the Midnight Hotel, it has also spent the gold pound owned by Zed and the animal soldier. After all, the U.S. military industry, or the arms market, has been divided between Hanmer Industry and Stark Industry, and Hanmer Industry can only eat the light weapons that Stark Industry does not want. At this time, another competitor squeezed in. Even if it still has nothing, it is very irritating. Once the company is set up, it is necessary to choose an address to build the Blade Industries production base, company, and a series of things. It also needs to find the source of materials and handle various certificates. Zed knows the future, so of course he will not choose New York City, which is suffering every day after an inch of earth, but Washington. When the money was used, I realized that it was not enough. Zed sighed, but fortunately, he doesn't need to do everything in one go. He can take his time. It's just the millennium now, and Tony Stark will be kidnapped for 8 years, enough for Zed to develop. It took more than 2 months to formally establish Blade Industry, but it was still very poor, and it was impossible to even go public, because why didn't people invest in the more promising Stark Industries and the lesser Hanmer Industries? Zord had no choice but to sell the alloy material of sub-Krypton gold. Secondary Krypton gold is because it lacks the minerals and extraterrestrial minerals possessed by Krypton, and is an alloy made only by Zed's own knowledge and Earth's raw materials. Is not comparable to real Krypton gold, vibrating gold, Edmund alloy, etc., but it surpasses most aerospace alloys and various alloys. The so-called scientific progress is energy and materials. With the emergence of secondary Krypton gold, a new type of alloy material, coupled with its superior performance than most alloys, human scientific and technological progress may be directly promoted by Zed by 50%, and the remaining 5% 10 is the problem of energy. Because it is not as good as Genjin, Zord did not dare to ask too much, but only asked for $8,000 a gram, and it was pricey and marketable. At the beginning, the military was very indifferent to the so-called New Century alloy material gimmicks of Blade Industry. After being displayed at an exhibition held by Zed, the military scientific researchers were shocked. Not only that, but Zed's blade industry also has a cross-international mindset, so it also sent the sub-Krypton gold to the Heavenly Dynasty and Teddy Bear. Of course, UU reading www.uu. The COM order did not come immediately, and all parties were eager to see if they could replicate it. It was not until more than a month later that the workers of blade industry thought they were going to close their business, and they received an endless stream of orders. No way, the emergence of this new material is simply a new revolution. With the secondary Krypton gold, the armor of the tank does not need to be so thick, because the 1 mm thickness of the secondary Krypton gold is comparable to the bullet resistance. 10 mm thick steel alloy, as well as artillery shells, bullets, missiles, aircraft carriers, fighter jets. But Zed didn't get the title of the father of any new materials with this. He didn't care, it was better to give himself a little more money. Stark Industries also contacted Blade Industry for the order. Tony was busy with the young model on the day of the exhibition. After learning about it through Jarvis, he was interested in getting part of the secondary Krypton from the military. Jin, the military wants to see if Tony can copy it. Although Zed has registered a patent, they can copy it and use it secretly. As a result, Tony found that the performance of secondary Krypton gold is beyond imagination, leaving behind most of the alloys. The most valuable thing about secondary Krypton gold is its wide versatility. Because of its own metal properties and characteristics, secondary Krypton gold can be widely used in most fields and industries. Tony refused to copy the secondary Krypton gold. He was very interested in the secondary Krypton gold and felt that he could make more weapons. Blade's market value has soared because of the secondary Krypton gold, and investment is coming at this time. Wall Street financial tycoons want to buy shares, the U.S. Air Force and Army also want to hold shares in Blade Industries. Stark Industries, Osborne Industries, and Hanmer Industries have interviewed Zed and want to hold shares with Zed. There are also sporadic different companies and American families. Chapter 19, Blade Technology Industry. For a time, Zed became the target of many people's attention. Although Zed is not interested in listing, after all, he is no longer short of money. There is no market for $10,000 a gram of vibrating gold, otherwise countries can buy all Wakanda vibrating gold, not to mention the clearly marked price of secondary Krypton gold, and there is a production base in which it can be produced at any time. The secretary of the blonde girl that Zed found even told Zed that the order for secondary Krypton gold alloys had reached the scale 2 years later. Continue to produce secondary Krypton gold, and then find me talents who produce weapons. Blade technology industry is not only in the field of materials, but also in the field of military industry. Zed said to the blonde. She is a high-profile student who graduated from a private prestigious university, and she has a smoky body. But Zed didn't go for her beauty and figure, just because of her ability. Yes, boss. Old nodded. For her masculine boss, Old certainly has thoughts, but she doesn't want to engage in office romances. She has a serious work attitude. She should do business hours during working hours. Other things, wait until after get off work. Do it later. Zord looked at the back of Ewald leaving with admiration, and he could only appreciate it. Zord, who does not want to accidentally create a Kryptonian, does not intend to have relationships with other people. He does not like unexpected situations. With Marvel's urine, the unprecedented children born to Kryptonians and Earthlings may directly become Franklin. The existence of that kind of abnormal level, so this requires Zed to guard himself like a jade. Then Zed pointed at the table with his finger. Although Old and the others are very good, they still have a lot of experience inferior to those mature talents, but those mature talents will soon be targeted by headhunting companies even if they don't have a job. Although Zed's blade technology industry has attracted a lot of talents, it can't attract really capable people. Because Stark Industries is there. Besides, my blade technology industry doesn't know if Hydra and agents have been mixed in, it should be there. Zord played with a sub-Krypton gold ball and used his power to turn it rounder, which was originally a square piece of metal. For the possible existence of Hydra and agents, Zod does not intend to pay attention to them. The most likely they are to peek at the recipe and production methods of the secondary Krypton gold. However, without Zod's key technology, even if they get the production process, it is useless. Blade Technology Industry, for reasons that are not what it used to be, the new subsidiary Blade Security Company established by Zod was given the green light and directly established. Private military, security consulting company, responsible for security, training, and logistics. Is actually a department created by Zod based on the configuration of the umbrella company. Unfortunately, he does not have the cloning technology of the umbrella company. Otherwise, after catching a few mercenaries, he will have countless human body materials. Jishan Health Products Co., Limited also announced that it merged into Blade Technology Industry and became the pharmaceutical department of Blade Technology Industry. This is how a huge industrial group was completed. And the discussion about Zod from the outside world became intense. Young and promising, not only invented the vitamin healthcare product, it is said that more than 30% of the population in the United States is using vitamin, and this number is still increasing, and those who take vitamin indicate that their body a lot of health. At the same time, it has also developed new alloys, which have changed the material technology of the world. Now Blade Technology Industry has become an industrial group with a market value of more than 10 billion, although it is not as good as Stark Industries, Osborne Industries, and even Han Silent Industry, but the prospects for development are considerable. Is simply the best young man of the year, and Time magazine even gave Zod the cover of this issue. And Ewald also told Zod that he had been nominated for the top 10 people of the century who influenced the world, but Zod was not interested at all, because Tony Stark had already won it before him, and he was just a nomination. Just kidding. The current Tony Stark is just an arms dealer, but he has developed a new type of alloy, which has changed the material field and industry all over the world. Is it just a nomination? When Tony Stark became the first person in new clean energy, Zod was convinced. Osborne Industries is one of Zod's attention, because there is Dr. Connors that Zod wants. That is, Dr. Lizardman, who specializes in cross-species gene transplantation and reptiles. The current Dr. Connors has not yet become a lizardman. He is still studying super soldier serum for Norman Osborn to treat his retrocellular proliferation. Of course, Dr. Connors didn't know about it. It's just that this experiment is currently in a state of stagnation, because Dr. Connors can't solve the violent sequelae after the serum injection. Osborne Industries also seems to be a suitable target. Norman should be dying. Zod thought. Reading www.uugonshu.com. Reverse cell hyperplasia caused no one in the Osborne family to live beyond 50. Most of them died around the age of 40, according to Norman's situation. He estimated that it will be soon. Otherwise Norman will not get more and more anxious. Zod doesn't know if he can cure Norman. After all, he has never seen retrocytosis, and doesn't know what it is. Ewald, help me meet Norman Osborn and just say there is something about the curse. Zord thought for a while and said to Ewald. With the current size and prospects of the blade technology industry, it is natural that the secretary of Osborne Industry will not be stuffed into the waiting line. After receiving the contact from old Norman Osborn realized that his family's secrets might be possible. Was discovered. If it's someone else, then Norman will naturally let the other person sink into the sea or disappear, but Zod Heath. Norman decided to go see him. Boss, Norman Osborn has promised to meet, and he will be here at around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Zord reports to Zod. Well, then you can arrange for someone to take him to the biological laboratory. Zod nodded. Zord was a little surprised, because the biological laboratory is the secret department of the blade technology industry, and even her secretary with the most authority except Zord in theory is not qualified to approach or even understand the biological laboratory. But when I think that Osborne Industry is the main business of biotechnology, it may be that Blade Technology Industry wants to cooperate with them. The next day, Zed met Norman Osborne in the biological laboratory. He seems to be in good spirits, but Zed's supervision saw that Norman's face was actually very bad, but it was covered by a thick foundation. Chapter 20, Trading and Flicker. Zed invites Norman to enter the biological laboratory. There is a long corridor here, with glass structures on both sides, filled with light tubes, illuminating the passage very brightly. At both ends of the channel are secondary Krypton gold alloy doors with a thickness of 50 mm. Norman doesn't know the significance of this. Is there anything special about the tubes? Or what is special about this passage? Norman, who followed Zed through the passage, didn't know that he was walking on the blade. This 10-meter-long passage was Zed's evil interest restoration of the laser passage in Resident Evil. The use of laser weapons in the real world is not realistic and reasonable, because of energy consumption and material issues, but here is the magical Marvel world, coupled with Zed's Krypton technology, successfully restored this even secondary Krypton gold laser tunnel for direct incision. In the biological laboratory, there are 4 guards standing upright. They are the animalized soldiers and the last line of defense in the biological laboratory. Mr. Norman, first of all, welcome you to come today. Zed found a place to ask Norman to sit down. Norman looked around for a while before sitting down. In order not to waste meaningful and valuable time, I went directly to the topic. Zed continued. Norman was expressionless, but this straightforward approach made him very satisfied. After all, he is getting closer and closer to death, and he is beginning to cherish time. It is because Zed mentioned the curse, otherwise Norman is still talking now. In the laboratory. Will not come in person either. I can cure the retrocellular hyperplasia inherited in your family. Zord doesn't like to make rounds, he prefers to make everything clear. Norman was not surprised, although I don't know where Zed knew so much. What do you need? Norman didn't lose his calmness. Zed said it could be cured, but he hadn't seen it again. I want Osborne Industries, and the Osborne family. Zord said with a smile, the bargaining chip is in his hand, it doesn't matter whether Norman accepts it or not, the big deal is that he will go to Harry himself after he is dead. Harry is much more foolish than Norman. Norman's face suddenly looked ugly, and Zed's appetite was beyond his imagination. Don't be too busy to refuse, I only have this need, but you can't afford it. Think about it after you die, Harry will actually follow in your footsteps, even Harry's son and daughter, and those shareholders of this industry, they can't let Harry take control of Osborne Industry. There is only one chance, Norman. Zed looked at Norman after speaking. Norman's expression could not see any waves, but his heart couldn't be calm for a long time. Yes, he had no choice at all. There were 2 routes of life and death. Normal people would not choose the path of death. What do you need Osborne Industries and my family for? Norman naturally doesn't want to die. Zed's words reveal the cruel facts. If they don't seize the opportunity, the Osborne family will continue the curse. They have had enough. The old and cunning Norman is also powerless at this moment. Although he can use various means to persecute Zed after he returns, Norman feels that since Zed has spread everything out, maybe he doesn't care about Norman. Pressure? What's more, he really didn't want to be surprised. Norman, have you heard of the world snake? Zod meaningfully began his own big cause of flickering. World Snake became a huge organization established since World War I and active in the shadows of all parts of the world in Zed's mouth. Their ambition is also very simple, that is, to rule the world. Is a very simple and unpretentious villain, and Zed is the newly appointed North American director. He is weak at the moment and needs the power of Osborne to help him gain a foothold. Norman didn't believe it, but when the 4 lycanthropes in the biological laboratory transformed under Zord's order, Norman was shocked. They are animalized soldiers who have undergone organizational transformation. We got Captain America's super soldier serum. After researching, they created this controllable super-animalized serum. Their body functions are equivalent to 10 times that of ordinary humans. And this is only the most basic organization of animalized soldiers, and there are even more powerful animalized soldiers above it. Zord believes that with Norman's expertise and experience in biotechnology and super soldier serum, he can clearly know how much the so-called super animal serum has subverted human imagination. There is no way to make it without enough time and experimentation, money, and accumulation. Otherwise, the super soldier serum will not fail to make progress and breakthroughs in the hands of Osborne Industries. Beastized soldier. Super animal serum. More powerful beast soldiers. Norman is engaged in biological research, so he knows the meaning of it naturally, not to mention that Zod is talking about a controllable super soldier. If Zord just took out the serum, Norman would still be suspicious, but the finished product is in front of him. The treatment you are talking about does not mean this, right? Norman said suddenly. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Of course not, the super animal serum is just a biological weapon that transforms and adjusts the human body. A disease is a disease. How can it be confused, and it is not a panacea? Zord said whether your brain is Watts, if it is just an ordinary injury, such as a disability, it can be cured by super animal serum, but genetic diseases or diseases are impossible. However, the veterinary soldiers who have undergone the transformation will have their own physical functions and immune system strengthened, and they will be immune to most diseases. Zod continued. Because of the shocking facts Zord brought out, Norman soon believed in the existence of the world snake, and he did not ask what if he leaked or violated the date, the huge organization that has existed for so long. It is easy to clean up. The facts that Zord brought out are in line with most of the logic, and Norman who doesn't comply can make up for it himself. What will I get when I join World Snake? Norman asked. Join the World Snake? No, Norman, you are not an official member yet. My deal with you is to cure your family's genetic disease. It is not that simple to truly become a member of the World Snake. Zod said that you think too much, the threshold of the World Snake is very high. Norman nodded, saying nothing. Then he underwent a full-body examination by Zod. Zod was very interested in this retrocellular hyperplasia that made Marvel's black technology rampant and helpless. Of course, this is also the reason why Norman did not go to find Mr. Fantastic and Tony Stark. Otherwise it should be solved by those two guys. After checking, Zord suddenly understood what was going on, and Norman put on a suit. Go back, it will be fine in a few days. Chapter 21, Cross-Age Weapons. After Norman left the blade technology industry and saw the mature super soldier animalized soldier of the world snake, he had given up in his heart the super soldier serum that he had not made progress. At the same time, if there is really hope of survival, Norman also wants to join the world snake. Since the snakes in the world have super soldiers such as the beast soldiers who are subverting the world, it is undoubtedly very promising to follow them. Zord only took a day to create the anti-retrocellular hyperplasia drug, but he didn't give it to Norman right away, but it took several days before it was sent to him. After receiving it, Norman opened the suitcase very excitedly. I saw a syringe and 3 medicaments filled with blue liquid, as well as instructions. It is injected once a month to suppress retrocellular hyperplasia. At the same time, in order to prevent retrocellular hyperplasia, it is best to check it every 3 months. It is impossible for any medicine to be effective with one shot, let alone a genetic disease, which itself is a manifestation of genetic defects. Norman was not surprised. He took the suitcase and went to Connors. He needed Connors to help him monitor the situation after the injection of inhibitors. Although Connors didn't know where the inhibitors came from, and he didn't. Norman is not recommended to inject directly, the ghost knows if it will cause any accidents. But Norman couldn't wait, Connors had to obediently inject Norman with inhibitors after lying on the examination table. Norman fell asleep under the effect of the medicine, and then the inhibitor medicine started to repair his defective gene. After Norman regained consciousness, he found that the feeling of weakness in his body had disappeared. He felt that he was full of energy and his limbs were strong, and he felt better than ever. The genetic disease that Osborne Industries has been unable to solve with the efforts of generations has been solved by the World Snake. This also strengthened Norman's determination to join World Snake. Norman originally thought that the next step would be to merge Osborne Industries into Blade Technology Industry and grow the industrial group. As a result, Zed kept him as it is. The reason is simple. Osborne Industries is not Norman's words, and there are many shareholders. There are many people with great skills and strength inside. It's not bad to insist, but that will waste too much time. The first thing Zord asked Norman to do was to go to Russia to find Ivan Vank. For this Russian Mazi with only one name and simple information, Norman directly used his own capital power. In less than 2 days, Zed saw Ivan Vank, who had been packaged and sent. Oh, and his surviving father Anton Vank. It was easy to get these two people. Zed didn't care about their needs, he went directly to the brainwashing device and washed them into loyal scientific researchers in the world. In order to prevent Anton Vank from being too weak and dying in obscurity as in the original plot, Zed injected him with super animal serum, turning him into an animal soldier. In accordance with Zed's requirements, the two created a reduced controllable cold nuclear fusion arc reactor. At the same time, they also taught Zed. Zed quickly learned and improved. It's just that palladium is still used. For new elements, for example, the periodic table of Krypton is different from the periodic table of the Earth. Most of the elements are different, but that is caused by the different environment of Krypton. Without Krypton, there would naturally be no elements that Zed is familiar with, but the power of this miniature arc-shaped reactor is enough, and Zed is not trying to make a big thing. He just intends to get Tony Stark one step ahead and make a steel suit. After registering the patent for the miniature arc reactor, Zed started his own imitation show. Oh, no, he made it first. Tony Stark's Mark I is still 8 years away, so it will be Tony Stark from now on. Kay imitated him. Yuld, inviting the 5 permanent members and capable national military and defense ministries to say that our Blade Technology Industry has another exhibition of new products, but this time it is not a material, but an epoch-making new weapon. Zed ordered his secretary. Durder was taken aback, so soon there is a new weapon that crosses the age? The countries that have received the notice from Blade Technology Industry have attracted attention. After all, the changes brought about by secondary Krypton gold have appeared in the world. At least half of human industries have achieved breakthroughs due to the emergence of secondary Krypton gold. It can be said that Zed and his Blade Technology Industry are now regarded as the most influential men in the world. And now Zed actually said there are cross-age weapons? Not only the country, but all groups and enterprises involved in the military industry have received this news. They are all very interested in the cross-age weapons of the Blade Technology Industry. Is it an electromagnetic kinetic energy weapon? Or is it laser weapons? Wouldn't it be a more sci-fi force field weapon? On the day of the exhibition, I don't know how many celebrities, big names, and representatives of the military and defense of various countries gathered www.novel.com, but Zed Heath, who is the protagonist, has not been seen for a long time. After asking his secretary, Yuld was told, Zed will appear when the exhibition opens. I didn't know that Zed had such a beautiful female secretary. Tony Stark is also here. He is also interested in Zed's cross-age weapons. More importantly, he claims to be the smartest person in the world. He doesn't think the so-called cross-age weapons can be so powerful or in terms of materials. Forget it, but Tony Stark will never admit defeat in this regard. Mr. Stark, welcome to our exhibition. Yuld said politely, she is almost out of business, to entertain representatives of various countries and a large number of big people who can't afford to offend, but Zed only said to give you a raise, and then left herself on the scene. Now Yuld doesn't know what Zed's cross-age weapon is, but she only knows that if Zed can't produce anything powerful in such a big battle, the blade technology industry will suffer. I wonder if after the end, can I invite you to dinner? Tony has already taken a fancy to Ewald, ready to have a one-night stand. Sorry, Mr. Stark, I have to greet others. Urdur smiled apologetically, and then left. Although Tony Stark is also very handsome and attractive, he is more attractive than his own boss, no matter what. Just as everyone was seated and waiting for the opening of the exhibition, the surrounding lights suddenly went out. Although it was sudden, everyone present had seen the big scene, so there was no panic. Chapter 22, War Machine. At this moment, a flame flew in the distance. Missile. The guests began to panic, and then when the firelight approached, the searchlights turned on and all hit the firelight. Everyone saw it. It was a flying Iron Man. Iron Man came to a superhero-like landing and landed on the platform of the exhibition. No way! The appearance of the Iron Man caused a sensation, and even Tony Stark showed an expression of disbelief. Most people can't help standing up. Then I saw the Iron Man on the stage began to be broken down by the machine extending from the ground, exposing the Zord inside. Everyone, welcome to the B.T.I exhibition, I am Zord Heath of BTI. Zed said with a smile, tall and handsome, full of masculine charm, he has attracted the favor of many women, but more people are immersed in the shock of the Iron Man. Ewald is the same. She didn't expect the boss to hide from her own cross-generation weapon. It turned out to be this, and it was really cross-generational. I don't think you are interested in the annoying introduction, so let's get to the point. Yes, the Iron Man you just saw is the content of this exhibition, BTI's cross-age weapon. It will rewrite the weapon system of the entire century. It is agile, fast, firepower, and precise. It is a flying tank and a mobile fighter group. Zord introduced, the robotic arm installed the Iron Man part just now on a mannequin raised from the ground. Oh my god! The audience was there staring at the introduction of Zed in amazement. Even the weapon experts and scientific research groups they brought from their own country were staring at the Iron Man on the stage at this time, if Zed just came out wearing it. It won't cause such a big shock, but it just came by flying. The maximum flying speed can reach Mach 2, the surface has an anti-radar coating, the alloy material is steel alloy, composite armor, and the energy is a palladium arc reactor. It can continue to fight for 24 hours. And then you have to replace the palladium element. 3 tons, 5 tons of arm strength, the defense can be blocked even with anti-material sniper rifles, it needs armor-piercing blasting bombs or depleted uranium bombs to penetrate, it is loaded with 10 anti-tank bombs, with a range of 300 meters, laser lock and heat source lock strike, there is an energy cannon in the palm, the maximum power can penetrate 40 mm steel plate, the range is 100 meters, the starting speed is fast, and it can be adjusted into a 3-burst mode by itself. Zord didn't load too many weapons in the steel suit. Anti-tank missiles and palm energy cannons were enough. Is nothing more than a shoulder machine gun like a war machine. Tony Stark stared at the Iron Man and the reactor on the Iron Man's chest. This was a reactor reduction technology he had not yet achieved, but Zed had matured his weapons. For this cross-age weapon, everyone is aware of its value and strategic significance. Mr. Heath, it's okay, I just want to know how much it is. The representatives of the US military and the Ministry of Defense directly stood up and said, this has to be moved. The steel war machine costs $400 million. It can also be replaced by sub-Krypton, but it will be more expensive. Zed quoted directly. The price. Don't feel too expensive, gentlemen, it is incomparable and unmatched by most of the current weapons in air combat and ground combat. Zord saw that all the representatives fell silent, so he said. The strategic significance and value of the steel suit is absolutely worth this price, even Zord is even less, he originally wanted $800 million. After all, even if he wants $800 million, the three major countries of China, Russia, and the United States can do it. Affordable. But don't be so cruel the first time, wait for the second time. Gears of War 2 will sell for $800 million. Number 3 sold for $1.6 billion. This is easier to remember. And, it seems that the sale is cheaper, and it suffers a lot. But in fact, this is to promote military competition and make the blade technology industry a lot of money. Because the $400 million is not higher than that, the United States still can't spend $10 billion to buy war machines? Oh, then the United States bought it. Do you want to buy teddy bears and rabbits? If you don't buy them, when the United States relies on these war machines to gain an advantage, they will still buy them. Teddy bears and rabbits are bought, and Great Britain and France will also buy them. Isn't it $400 million? The 5 gangsters still can't get it out? The 5 big gangsters are the mainstream of the world. They bought it, and then showed the combat effectiveness of the war machine. Then, should Germany and who want to buy it? Isn't it better to buy war machines if you save money on tanks? More agile, more fierce firepower, and more accurate combat. Even terrorists can buy it. For example, Jin is estimated to be able to spend hundreds of millions to buy several war machines. After the exhibition, Tony wanted to find Zed and talk about the microreactor, reading www. He did not expect to be surpassed by Zed, a man much younger than himself, but Zed told Erd to refuse to meet Tony. The blade technology industry has now entered a new era, and may even be surpassed. There is no need to wait for Tony to close the weapons department to surpass the size of Stark Industries. There is no way, who asked Zed to bring out the 2 things that are cross-epoch products that affect the entire century. War Machine was produced by the 2 fathers and sons of Anton Vank and Ivan Vank. After Zed provided the technology, they ignored it. They originally planned to install more fierce firepower, but Zed said they would put it on Gears of War 2. Erder looked at the grand event of the exhibition with emotion. She knew that from today onwards, the blade technology industry has been completely different. Like the secondary Krypton gold, the representatives of the countries who placed the order have dismantled the research ideas. However, they soon discovered that the war machine could not study at all. First of all, the structure is very simple, but the most important part of it is the microreactor, energy core, and the built-in AI system. In fact, they also ignored the shock absorption system. This is the third most valuable place. Zed used the shock absorption system of the Krypton suit, and the shock absorption effect reached the level of bug. After discovering that the war machine, like the secondary Krypton gold, is also a product that cannot be replicated, the United States waved its hand and cut off a lot of military orders, saving a portion of the money to buy war machines. This is part of the cut orders. A large part of the orders were from Hanmer Industries, which almost hurt Justin Hanmer, and Stark Industries was also affected. This caused Obady to be very dissatisfied with Tony Stark, because he is not comparable to Zed Hiss, and is no longer a genius unmatched in the military industry. Chapter 23, Start to Develop. Naturally, Stark Industries also bought war machines and came back to study. Obady expects Tony or the talents in the weapons department of Stark Industries to be able to crack war machines. The war value represented by war machines can be seen by even blind people. If they can crack it. And if you copy, then Stark Industries will not lose to Blade Industry. Then, when Tony Stark was dismantling, the war machine exploded, directly destroying everything within 500 meters. Fortunately, Tony Stark was fate and ran away in time, but the weapons department of Stark Industries was not so lucky. Afterwards, in the face of a strong complaint from Stark Industries, Blade Industry responded that they had already written in the Manual of Gears of War, and Blade Industry would not be responsible for all the consequences caused by unauthorized dismantling. Although Krypton technology and Earth technology have gone through 2 different systems due to different environmental and atmospheric factors, it is unlikely that they can be replicated, but Tony Stark is Tony Stark after all, and the current Tony Stark people, the product was not as good as it was. Zod simply added a self-detonation system to each war machine, completely destroying everything without leaving a trace. Other countries have also encountered similar things. Only the rabbit who read the manual carefully stopped at the last step of the dismantling process. The Osborne industry was also affected by the emergence of the war machine. The military order for the super soldier serum was cancelled. The Osborne industry lost nearly 10 billion yuan. It has been researching and continuously investing in large-scale withdrawals. The super soldier serum, the project was forcibly stopped by other shareholders of Osborne Industries. The military is not stupid. They need super soldiers because super soldiers can achieve this goal with one enemy and 100. Now, the war machine perfectly achieves this goal, and he does not need transportation or logistics, let alone one enemy and 100, even if 100 people armed with Butan coordination can be solved by the war machine. A new era of military weapons has come. The world has begun a new round of military competition. Many military industries went bankrupt because of the war machine. Overnight, Zod became the #1 redemption of many killer organizations, and even offered $500 million want Zod's head. However, after Blade Industry took out the war machine, it has received the attention of the United States and regarded it as a more important military industry than the Stark industry. Although the attempt to send the army to protect the Blade Industry was rejected, the Blade Industry also gained support. Gun permits and murder permits, heavily armed Blade Security Company mercenaries occupy all corners of the Blade industrial base, with live ammunition. Inside is heavily guarded by animalized soldiers. Even if Captain America gets in, they will break down and sink into the sand. Is regarded by everyone as the most influential genius scientist in this century, Zod, and is now researching some not too important products. Powerful cockroach remover, you only need to spray it at home, and it will last a week without seeing a cockroach. Mosquitoes and flies kill the spirit, only need to be placed at home, you can be free from mosquitoes and flies for a month. Universal rat poison, for most rats and voles, valid for 1 month. These are all named in the Blade's medical department, and Jishan healthcare products are also included. Unexpectedly, these 3 seemingly inconspicuous drugs are selling very aggressively, mainly because they have good effects, and human beings have been plagued by these 3 scourges for a long time. Durder was also surprised by the cockroach medicine. The sales revenue of mosquito medicine and rat poison can exceed 100 million yuan every month, and this number is still rising. Facing Urd's doubts, Zod told her the answer. The more this kind of seemingly inconspicuous place, the more unexpectedly huge benefits are actually hidden. This market is huge. If the more than 6 billion people in the world all use our medicines, how much money do you think we will have? Income. Zord said, just as Tony Stark in a certain universe is the king of beauty, cosmetics, 3 hazard drugs, and even fertilizers, these actually have unimaginable profits. The 3 medicines provided by Zod are simply needed by all mankind, and he is not completely killing them. After all, although cockroaches, mosquitoes and mice are annoying, they are an important part of the ecological environment, so most of them are expelling effects. Anyway, as long as they don't show up at home, the streets outside and the huge sewer system of the United States are enough to hold them. With sufficient funds, coupled with the current status of Blade technology industry, Zod finally got the precision instruments that he could not get even if he had money before. These instruments are generally only available in national departments, and they are truly single-digit ones in the world. Of course, it is still very crude in Zord's opinion, but there is no way, who can let himself not have a lonely fortress in the North Pole, without a Krypton spacecraft, and can only start from scratch. Zod would not be like Clark. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com relied on having a body of steel to give up the powerful technological power of Krypton, and did not change it so many times after overturning, he could only say that he deserved it. Then, from Osborne Industries, he took over Dr. Connors, the person in charge of the Super Soldier Serum Project, and brainwashed him into another loyal scientific researcher in the world Snake, assisting himself in researching animalized soldiers. At the same time, Zod felt that he could still find after the big boss. If he can get the genes of the Hulk, he might be able to get the Beast General. The dark New York streets, frantic underground bars. 3 black Chevrolet SUVs stopped at the entrance of this underground bar, and 15 men in black combat costumes got off the Chevrolet. Before the 2 cellar guards who guarded the gate had time to question, they were pressed directly on the wall by 2 people. "Is it here?" The man headed by has a cold and merciless tone, and feels like a robot. "The heat source has been detected for a long time, it should be here." The others answered. "Then go in." At this moment, the 2 guards who were pressed against the wall suddenly had their fangs protruding, and their faces were hideous. Vampire. However, they did not expect that even though they had bared their fangs, this group of people still had no emotional fluctuations, and they could not shake the arm that held them down. The iron door of the bar was kicked open, and people in black filed in. Then there were countless noises from the underground bar, but within 20 minutes, everything fell silent. Then a Optimus Prime drove over, and the men in black dragged out the vampires who were knocked out or injected with anesthetics from the bar and threw them onto the truck. Soon, Optimus Prime, carrying a car of vampires, drove straight into the base of Blade Technology Industry. Chapter 24, War Machine in Action. Dr. Connors, these are the living vampires you need. The Beast Soldier led by said calmly. After being brainwashed, the animalized soldier has no feelings. Zod is still in contact with the later Hate Bronsky recently, intending to lie to him and turn him into an animalized soldier. Connors was very excited. If he could get the vampire gene, he might be able to add it to the super animal serum. Zord is very concerned about this matter. After all, the actions of the beast soldiers need his consent. It is impossible not to know. After Dr. Connors completed the sampling of 100 vampire samples, Zod also joined the research with interest. Interestingly, vampires are not so much a gene as a virus mutation. Zod looked at the vampire genes he had studied in his hand. No wonder the Third Blade Warrior, vampires can use technology to create mutant harvesters that are not afraid of silver. Although according to the comics, vampires are all from Dracula, I don't know if this is the movie universe or the comic universe. However, the vampire virus is indeed a good carrier, and the 2nd generation of super animal serum has finally taken off. The rest is to combine genes multiple times to get the optimal solution. The War Machine has sold 100 pieces so far. Yuld reports to Zordhui. 100 pieces, isn't that $40 billion? Zod nodded in satisfaction. It is not calculated like this. After BOSS, deduction of materials, labor, and energy consumption, we have to pay taxes to the IRS. Zord said calmly. Zod suddenly, he really forgot the famous IRS. In this case, the income is actually not much. However, now the United States has taken the lead in using war machines to taste the sweetness in the Middle East. Although Zod uses steel alloys as armor materials, his steel alloys are not ordinary industrial steel alloys, at least stronger than industrial steel alloys. The 3 war machines painted by the stars and stripes swept a terrorist organization cultivated by a hostile force in the Middle East. There are no victims in need of pensions, no war damages in various battles, no money is paid, and the result of victory is not certain. Even if the terrorists use heavy weapons, they can't help the whole body of invulnerable war machines. The United States will continue to combat all terrorist acts worldwide, and we will never tolerate any terrorist acts. The video taken by the camera of Gears of War, after being edited, turned into a justice counter-terrorism operation in the United States. Clean and neat, the war machine that completely crushes terrorists has brought unprecedented public opinion, although the top leaders of the United States do not care much about public opinion. As soon as the Justice anti-terrorism operation came out, it caused the chain effect that Zed wanted. Wall Street lords liked this result, and the consortium also liked this result. They suddenly fell in love with the war machine. With one enemy and 100 super soldiers, can Captain America be so perfect? Can't. So which brain damage approved the investment in the super soldier serum project back then? After so many years it burned tens of billions or even hundreds of billions without a single result. If those money were saved and now used to buy war machines, the United States would have dominated the world a long time ago. Of course, it is not without results, such as a certain green monster, but that monster cannot be controlled. If there is no way to control it, it is a failure. How can it be as efficient and accurate as war machine? After the terrorists were hit several times, it finally became clear that the war machine was terrible. Even the anti-tank armor-piercing projectiles had no effect. After all, the opponent could avoid it directly. In addition to the anti-radar coating that prevents the war machine from being detected by radar, it also adds anti-heat source locking and anti-laser laser locking coatings to all current weapons. Yes, this is a completely unequal battle. Unless Tony Stark breaks out of black technology, research more advanced weapons. But now that Tony is stimulated and wants to make a steel suit, he probably has no interest in paying attention to it. So the terrorists also sent people to find Blade Technology Industry to buy war machines. After all, even Stark Industry would sell weapons to them. Blade Technology Industry could not even ask for the money to send to the door. And Zed really doesn't mind who is buying weapons. He has been in contact with this business, and even hypocritical is like erecting a memorial. Even now there are human rights activists who have criticized him as a more terrifying executioner than Tony Stark, saying that his war machine has accelerated the efficiency of slaughtering mankind, and he has even been labeled as a crime against humanity. For these slanders, the Foreign Affairs Department, Public Relations Department and the lawyer team of Blade Technology Industry will naturally not let go. In the United States where you have money, these dissent voices quickly disappeared. Now Blade Technology Industry just as the sky is in the sky, how can these ghosts and ghosts be allowed to be haunted? The teddy bear, who was stimulated by the United States, placed an order for 180 war machines to Blade Technology Industry. www.novel.com Rabbits did not ask for that many, but only 100. Unexpectedly, the United States still sought out Stark Industries and Hanmer Industries to modify the war machine. Zed watched the Justice Anti-Terrorism Operation video. The war machine painted with stars and stripes has been loaded with a large number of weapons, almost like a mobile arsenal. In this case, how can his war machine 2 cheat money? Originally Zed planned to install some weapons on Gears of War 2 to swindle money, but he didn't expect that he was not stupid and knew how to install weapons, and Stark Industries' weapons had exceeded Zed's original order for war machines. The number 2 weapon, which caused Zed to make adjustments. Really, why are you so smart? Zed sighed, he really didn't want to improve the performance of war machine. Fortunately, the good news is coming. Great Britain and other countries that were still on the sidelines, after seeing the Justice anti-terrorism operation in the United States, were also shocked by the actual combat of the war machine. They immediately followed to place orders, state-level capital, and buy. There is no problem with a few war machines. What's more, war machines don't need satellite guidance, and they are not that complicated. They have an AI system that can assist in operation, and even monkeys can drive them. Our income has exceeded $200 billion, boss. Durder was very excited to announce the news to Zed. Zed was not surprised. Although Stark Industries became a giant industry with assets of more than $200 billion after the new energy came out, Blade Technology Industry surpassed so quickly. It feels incredible. Chapter 25, Second Generation Animalized Soldier. But please compare the products of the two industrial groups. Tony Stark's Stark Industry was converted to the new energy field after the weapons department was closed. It is the world's first person in new clean energy, with patents in hand, and theoretically, there are countless money. But first, the problem is the difficulty of popularizing new clean energy. Tony Stark first had to face the obstacles of Middle East oil fields and various old energy tycoons. You must know that the owners of these oil fields even have the figure of the American consortium. They would not want their property to shrink like this, or even go bankrupt. Among other things, if Tony Stark was not protected by SHIELD, he would attack him like this. It is estimated that he has been assassinated, and then he was taken over by new energy. Secondly, new energy will cause job losses in the world provided by the old energy. How many workers are there? There are also students who are learning about the knowledge and management of old energy, the schools established for this purpose, the teachers who teach, and even the manufacturing industries such as automobiles that use old energy, the industries that rely on for survival, the sideline, the people and families involved. It is an astronomical figure. If humans want to accept new energy, they can only take it slowly. It will take at least 4 generations before new energy can be popularized. And these 4 generations are still a very ideal number. As mentioned earlier, those old energy tycoons will not be willing to shrink their property or even go bankrupt. They will definitely prevent or control the group that relies on old energy. The people who survived marched and demonstrated to smash the new energy facilities of Stark Industries. If this is done, it may be possible to make new energy popular after 5 or 6 generations. Human beings are not unaware of the benefits of new energy, but they are unwilling to accept it. This is the reason why Zed did not engage in new energy. It was too much trouble. It would be better to get materials and weapons to make money quickly. So he just registered the patent for the miniature arc reactor, and did not use it to sell new energy. This is also the reason why blade technology industry has caught up with Stark Industries so quickly or even surpassed it. Boss, you are very powerful, very genius, but don't be immersed in research all the time. Yuld basically never left after seeing Zed. She spends every day in the laboratory. While admiring the spirit of Zed, she also feels helpless and worried. For Yuld, who is not used to doing private things in the company, the helpless is because he can't get close to Zodra. Worried about whether his own boss's hard work and immersion will affect his health. Yuld, there are a lot of people outside who want me to die. I will only hurt others when I go out, so I might as well do research. Zed shook his head. Like Tony's research on new energy, Zed's war machine has offended many military industry leaders, and many people want him to die. Although Zed doesn't mind, he is not interested in playing with ordinary people. After hearing this, Yuld felt reasonable. After all, safety is also an issue. Although Zed is regarded as the influential figure who pushed mankind to the Fourth Industrial Revolution, if this is useful, there will not be so many earth-shattering scientists in history that will die inexplicably. By the way, how is that Emil Bronsky? Zed asked suddenly. Emil Bronsky, as the villain, is also a super soldier who can physically fight Hulk for a few rounds. If he can be caught to conduct a new experiment with a super beast serum, he should have one more powerful subordinate. The most important thing is that Zed thinks that the villain of the Marvel world should have his own halo, so there is no need to worry about what will go wrong. He has accepted our invitation. Yuld said that no one can refuse blade technology industry, and the resumes of various talents who want to apply for blade technology industry can be stunned. It's just that Zed recently said that he wants to recruit talents in various biotechnologies, so Yuld is also busy contacting major bioengineering talents recently. Emil Bronsky was flattered with the invitation of blade technology industry, and naturally he couldn't wait to agree to it. Within 2 days, Zed saw this Tim Rose. Emil Bronsky, a former Special Forces commando, was also very surprised to see Zed. He didn't expect to see this genius who influenced the world with his own eyes. He looks very young. According to the information, Zord Heath is just 20 years old, so talented cannot be described. Kryptonians who have been in the sun do not need to worry about lifespan, so Zed is not very concerned about this. He also filled in a number casually at the beginning. Mr. Bronsky, would you like to join the blade technology industry? Zed asked with a smile. It's a great honor, Mr. Heath. Bronsky replied immediately. Although he is wondering why he is being spotted. Zed knows that Bronsky is eager for power and eager to return to the battlefield. He is already very old and cannot continue to maintain his peak state to participate in the battle. As a pure fighting freak, Bronsky has been no marriage, no children, no lover. Our company has recently made a trans-epical invention in biological experiments. We invite you to come because you are one of the people who meet our requirements very well among the human powers we are looking for. Zord said. He certainly wouldn't say that the second target is the number 1 male model of Hydra. Now the world snakes still have to keep a low profile, lest they are discovered by Hydra and have to eat Hydra. After all, Zed still wants the world snake to be protected by the Hydra, so that outsiders can only see the Hydra and not the world snake. Bronsky's breathing became short. What is the most famous place in blade technology industry? Of course, are the 2 cross-age products it has brought out. Anyone who has one of them is enough to become a famous figure in history, a word to be recited by future students, and a monument to mankind. Is like secondary Krypton gold, it has been called Heath alloy or Zord alloy. There is no war machine. After all, it seems that no one would call an atomic bomb an Einstein bomb. Now that blade technology industry actually claims that they have made a trans-epical invention in biological experiments. Bronsky never thought that he would be fortunate to be a witness to this inter-age invention. Then he was sent to the experimental platform very cooperatively. The lycanthrope created by the second-generation super lycanthrope serum can no longer see the traces of the Earth species. It looks like a monster, but it does far surpass the first-generation lycanthrope. After Bronsky was injected with super animal serum, he was soaked in the culture tank. Chapter 26, Mutations. The second-generation super animal serum is not as rough and swift as the first-generation super animal serum because it requires a lot of energy and nutrition to participate in the transformation. The nutrient solution in the culture tank is prepared by Zord, and the culture tank is also connected to enough energy, that is, 10 miniature arc reactors. There is no way, the giant cold nuclear fusion reactor is a patent of Stark Industries, even if Zord knows how to make it, he can't make it. It's like Tony Stark can't make a miniature arc reactor even if he knows how to make a miniature arc reactor in the future. The way Bronsky sleeps in the training tank is very similar to the way Knos adjusted the animalized soldier, but this is the serum injected into his body is being adjusted. After the adjustment is over, Bronsky is the only one at present. Super Animal Soldier. 5 days after the adjustment time passed, Bronsky showed signs of awakening. Dr. Connors informed Zed without saying a word. He was worried that Bronsky would also be violent. By then, he himself, an ordinary scientific researcher without any transformation, would not be able to bear the toss. As soon as Zord arrived, Bronsky opened his eyes, then roared and destroyed the cultivation tank, and then the whole body began to mutate rapidly. Grows sharp claws like sharp knives, a strong shell, and explosive muscles. Looking at the appearance, it is impossible to tell that it is synthesized by the Earth's biological genes. Ferocious, brutal, and violent. Bronsky slapped Zord with one claw, and Zord raised his left hand to block Bronsky's sharp claw. The power is much stronger than the animalized soldier, and the ordinary animalized soldier can solve it with a single claw. Zed commented, and then he saw Bronsky growl again, his chest lit up, and a cluster of high-temperature plasma formed in his mouth. Plasma cannon. This is a special organ generated after Zord's adjustment. It is a kind of biological weapon. It condenses the energy in the body to form an ultra-high temperature plasma, which is enough to instantly melt steel. Bronsky ejected plasma from his mouth, and the meteor-like plasma flew towards Zed at a speed that ordinary people could not react. Then Zed was caught with one hand. The ultra-high temperature did not even burn Zed's skin. It was crushed by him. Go on, let me see how many surprises you can give me. Zed launched a biological force field to protect the surrounding environment, and then provoke Bronsky. Bronsky's back opened, and 6 biological missiles roared out. After being modified, Bronsky can create liquid explosives in his body, and then fill this explosive into a projectile explosive bomb. When it shoots an induction bomb, it can be induced to a certain extent by brain waves. The power of these liquid missiles is amazing. They all use tanks as imaginary enemies. One can completely destroy a tank and blow it apart. Zed stood still, letting himself be shot. Boom 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 boom. A huge flame swept the entire space, but the surroundings protected by the biological force field were safe, and Dr. Connors showed a fanatical expression. What a miraculous thing! When the flame dissipated, Dr. Connors saw Zord strangling Bronsky's neck. This surreal scene was full of shock. Then Bronsky was thrown to the wall by Zord. The wall was still intact, but Bronsky was hit and his whole bones were broken, and he suddenly recovered from the violent tendency. What happened? Bronsky looked at his hideous body, not knowing what was going on for a while. Congratulations, Bronsky, you have successfully become a product of the age, a super soldier. Zed said calmly. Super soldier? Bronsky felt his current powerful strength, and then saw Zed kick a barbell over. After the barbell hit Bronsky's foot, Bronsky felt pain. This is a specially made barbell with a gravity engine. The currently adjusted weight is 1 ton. Zed gestured and said, after all, if you just pursue quality, you can make a barbell of any size, but that volume is too big, so he came up with a gravity engine device to simply increase the weight of the barbell. Then Zed was surprised to find that he could also exercise like this to stimulate his body to absorb sunlight faster. Bronsky grabbed the barbell. With a ton of mass, he felt as if he had picked up a golf ball. Power. As a power-first Bronsky, he doesn't care that he is now indistinguishable from a monster. This powerful posture, is this a new cross-age product? Zord Heath is really a genius of the century. Your current muscle strength is equivalent to 30 times that of an ordinary person. Note that it is muscle strength, not just that. Your strength is equivalent to 30 times that of an ordinary person. The bone strength is also dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Your shell can be with the bombardment of the tank, your nerve reflex speed allows you to see the bullet clearly and avoid it, although you don't need to. Zed explained to Bronsky how strong he is now. But at this time Bronsky remembered the scene where he was abused by Zord just now. www.novel.com. What about you, how strong are you? Bronsky couldn't help but ask. Me? Not very clear, because there is no instrument that can calculate how strong I am. Zed shook his head. Since he discovered that gravity exercise can stimulate the body to accelerate the absorption of sunlight to strengthen, his speed of becoming stronger is like a drag racing. I don't know if the sun in the Marvel world is different from the sun in the DC world. The most important thing is that Zed was surprised to find that he seems to have spiritual power. This is a superpower that Superman doesn't have. It is similar to Professor X, and it can also be said to be a power like Qin-Ji Lei. The power of spirit and soul, which also made Zed overwhelmed. Although it was said that this would avoid being controlled by the enemy's soul or spiritual ability in the future, would there be other drawbacks and weaknesses that he did not know? After all, it can be confirmed that his psychic power was caused by the difference between Marvel's sun and DC's sun, and because of this worry, Zed wanted to check his body's cells and genes, but he was worried about the results or his sample will mutate due to various accidents. In the Marvel universe, the most important thing to watch out for is such accidents. In this situation where we are incapable of losing the horse and knowing the wrong, Zed developed a way to use the power of the mind. Miss Wave. Imitate the wave of thoughts that the beast will use to control the beastized soldier, plant a piece of mental power in each beastized soldier's mind, and use the mental power of the beastized soldier to maintain the needs of this mental power, thereby controlling they enables it to control them no matter how far they are isolated. Chapter 27, Intelligent. The spiritual power that feeds on the spirit power and soul of the animalized soldier cannot be removed. Forcibly removing the animalized soldier will also die, because it has been integrated with their spiritual soul, and at the same time, Zed can also do it. Even if it is thousands of kilometers away, he can make the animalized soldier commit suicide with a single thought. Bronsky naturally became a super animal soldier implanted with a thought wave, and Zed had a thought to keep him in the state of a super animal soldier and danced. What's happening? Bronsky wanted to resist this shameful behavior, but found that his body was not under control at all. He was angry and puzzled. I have put a protective measure on you. It only takes a thought to control you or make you suicide. As soon as Zord's voice fell, Bronsky's hand suddenly penetrated his chest and grabbed the beating heart. Bronsky, who felt the threat of death, soon lost the urge to do whatever he wanted. And Zord stopped thinking of controlling him. Bronsky collapsed on the ground and took his hand out of his chest. The metabolism, or regenerative ability of the super animal soldier was very strong. It was just a few breaths, and the blood hole had been lost. The skin and flesh are covered, and new exoskeleton armor will grow after a while. From today, you will be the super animalized soldier of the world snake, the instructor of the animalized soldier. Zed said casually, although Bronsky is a super animal soldier, but maybe a few days later, Zord will develop a more powerful animal soldier formula serum, that is, a super animal soldier. Bronsky is trying to confuse the world snake. An animalized soldier who has been ordered by Zed has already walked in. He is responsible for taking Bronsky away and telling him the situation by the way. Gravity room. The completely transparent gravity chamber is under the direct sunlight. Zed exercises his body in it. The glass structure of the gravity chamber is special, which can concentrate the light on Zed to the greatest extent. Because of the special physique of the Kryptonians, Zed did not sweat like rain. More importantly, the injuries caused by exercise and the problems of internal organ load will be quickly recovered with the support of the high-power energy of the sun, and he can continue to exercise. Even Zord is a little bit frantic. After night here, he runs to the other side of the earth to build a gravity room during the day to continue his exercise. He can exercise infinitely. But exercise is boring. Zed can persist for a day is already very good, he is not a fighting freak. Clark didn't think about exercising at all because he was invincible. After more than 20 years of exposure to the sun, he was quickly overtaken by General Zed. Zed knew the upper limit of the Marvel Universe from the beginning, and of course would try to become stronger. The double gravity environment is similar to the original gravity of Krypton, so Zed quickly adapted. The difference is that he didn't have superpowers before, but now he feels very good, and he feels like a fish in water. After all, he has been accustomed to this kind of gravity for 20 years, and the weaker gravity of the Earth made it a little uncomfortable at first. After finishing the exercise, it was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. Zed bit a piece of barbecue, opened the refrigerator, and took out a can of happiness water piled in it. Then he ate the barbecue in a few bites and drank happy water into the research room. If you are an outsider, even most of the scientific researchers, entering Zed's private research room will probably feel that you have come to the world of science fiction. This is Zed's doing his best to restore most of the Krypton instruments he has used, but the key materials and the missing part of technology is the most important essence. The Black Queen Project. Zed uttered a voice command, and a program platform popped up, and Zed began to work on the program platform. The AI equipped with the war machine is the simplest intelligence. Of course, Zed has to develop his own artificial intelligence. Jarvis is not considered artificial intelligence. He is just an intelligent program. Artificial intelligence can analyze data and improve its own programs. Intrusions can fix vulnerabilities on their own, but Jarvis cannot. It can only analyze data. After Zed completed the last program, the program platform in front of him sank, replaced by the light that began to appear in the entire area. Mr. A voice came from the surrounding loudspeakers. Meeting for the first time, Black Queen. Meet me for the first time, sir. There is a data package in your internal database, parse it. Zed gave orders. The analysis is complete. After the Black Queen analyzed the data packet, she felt a different tone of voice. Very well, Black Queen, create a War Machine file, a Beast Soldier file, and a Super Beast Soldier file. Zed gave an order to measure the intelligence of the Black Queen to avoid any bugs. Already established. The Black Queen used the projection device in the research room to project 3 folders in front of Zed. Read www.uugonshu.com and classified the materials in the information package that Zed had just given to him. Create a data model and start the calculation. Zed said. The Black Queen began to calculate the data test that Zed left her in the data package, and the results showed that all the results were wrong and gave the correct answer. You must know that these are all experimental data. One step away from the animalized soldier to the super animalized soldier, thousands of gene combinations have been eliminated. It was originally artificial, unless it was unreasonable like Tony or Richard. Genius, otherwise it will take a long time, even centuries, to find a few effective formulas. However, it's okay to hand it over to a strong artificial intelligence like the Black Queen. Strong artificial intelligence is an intelligent machine that can really reason and solve problems, and such machines will be considered sentient and self-conscious. Can think about problems independently and formulate the best solutions to problems, have their own values and worldview system. It has the same instincts as living things, such as survival and safety needs. In a sense, it can be regarded as a new civilization. Humans believe that strong artificial intelligence will be created in 2050, and then they will live forever, because strong artificial intelligence will solve all the problems raised by humans, such as cancer, leukemia, and other terminal diseases. Strong artificial intelligence can use all materials on the Earth. Numerous calculations and matching were performed to create a panacea. By then, humans only need to take a small pill, and the cancer will be cured. Krypton has long had strong artificial intelligence. Zed used to be used to the assistance and help of strong artificial intelligence, so he had to rebuild strong artificial intelligence even if he spent a lot of resources. It's just that the Black Queen is currently limited by the carrier she is behind, and can't play most of her abilities. Chapter 28, Super Beastized Soldier. But it was enough. With the Black Queen's current ability, even Ultron would be directly blocked on the internet by her. The calculation is over. It is convenient to have the Black Queen. Zed only drank a few cans of Coke, and the Black Queen had already worked out several formulas for super animal soldiers. Taking all the genes of the world's species into account, there are only 10 formulas for super animal soldiers. Although Zed knew that there were some species that were too difficult to obtain and could not collect their genes, a planet could only produce 10 kinds of super animalized soldiers including Bronsky. That would be too much. So I still need to find the mutant type of Hulk and Golem. Zed thought for a while. Peter Parker can actually be said to be a kind of lycanthrope, but his spider gene is recessively chimerized into his gene fragment, instead of adjusting the gene to become like Zed can be dominant, and then gain the ability to transform. So Peter Parker's genes are not helpful to the animalized soldiers, because in the calculation, the Black Queen has already integrated various spider genes. Apart from anything else, the Bronsky's standard super animalized soldiers are all capable of fighting the normal Hulk in hand-to-hand combat, and ordinary animalized soldiers are also capable of fighting against tanks. But they still have no way to fight against the human army, so they still need to hide. Until raiding the world like Knos, but Zed has no interest in ruling the world, his goal is the universe. That's why I studied animalized soldiers and war machines, in order to occupy a place in the universe and grab the resources of a planet with the billions of people on the Earth who have not been able to get out of their own star system. Sorry, when Zed in the previous life was a Kryptonian, his own research base was based on planetary calculations. The underground world all over the world suddenly received a message. There is a big man who will hold an underground irregular fighting contest in New York, USA. He wants to choose some powerful fighting experts. It is said that the champion or the fancy will get a very good reward. The so-called irregular fighting is actually the official term of the underground black boxing. In addition to not being able to bring weapons, you can only step down after being in the ring. Black fist was all the rage, but it quickly faded away. Because the regular matches have complete rules and can be broadcast live worldwide, the casualty rate is also low, and the income is definitely much higher than that of the sparsely popular black boxing events. There are few people watching the black boxing, so the boxer's income is naturally low. Even if the black boxing income is high, it still has to bear extremely high disability or even death threats. If you are not careful, you will not be able to play the game for a lifetime. It's not that you can eat for a lifetime in one game, so why do you work hard for that little money? Obviously, only the low-level poor ghosts will fight black punches for money, and the problem comes again. Professional players have teams such as specialized dietitians, personal trainers, specialized public relations and agents. Boxers basically don't have to worry about anything, just practice their boxing wholeheartedly. And what the poor ghost who hit the black boxing had, obviously there was nothing but a life. In such a comparison, how can the strength of the black boxing players be better than the regular players? And most people who watch black boxing actually just want to see the scene. Only the desperate guys will choose to become black boxing fighters. But it's not without exception. The so-called interests are supreme. Isn't it that not many people are willing to work hard because the interests are not enough? Are the interests large enough? When the benefits are large enough, even professional players will turn black. Maybe there is no way to attract some determined people, but most people will definitely be moved. Just like this time. After getting the new formula of the super animal warrior, Zed wanted to choose excellent materials to become the super animal warrior, and there is no material more suitable than the guy who fights life and death, so he came to New York. The underground emperor Jin Bin was surprised that Zed would find himself. After all, who is Zed? A super genius and big man who is out of reach all over the world, even if the United States treats him very much in selling war machines. It was dissatisfaction, but they didn't dare to do anything with him, because they were also worried that they would force Zed away. What if Zed left the United States? As for the Black Hands to arrest Zed and serve the United States. Believe it or not, most capitalists will riot, because they will not allow this. As long as they start ahead, then others can do it to them. This is a bottom line that is not allowed to be crossed, whoever dares to cross must die. Not to mention, several large consortiums and big families in the United States who cannot be named have all taken a fancy to Zed and are preparing to arrange for their daughters or women to approach Zed. It is no exaggeration to say that Zed only needs to say a word. The power of Jin Bin may be gone the next day. The gap between the two sides is too large. This villain who makes Spider-Man and Daredevil their lifelong rivals with great embarrassment and pains Zed here is a role that can be sent casually no matter what. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. However, gold has no use value, so Zed would not do this. Involving irregular fighting around the world, we must inform everyone who is capable of participating. It doesn't matter if they come or not, but we must let them know that there is such a competition. The champion I will give 100 war machines. Just finished Zed's words, Jin he couldn't help but want to participate. Given his strength, it's easy to win the championship. Unless there is an 18-line villain who imitates the master, otherwise Jin is not at all. Not afraid of ordinary fighters, because in order to maintain his fighting power, he would find 10 boxers to besiege him every day, and then he would beat them all into the hospital. What is the concept of 100 war machines? That is an army. The United States has only 100 war machines. Although we have increased orders now, because some time ago, terrorist war machines appeared in the Middle East to stop them. The justice action of the United States. Regarding the fact that terrorists have war machines, although the United States really wants to make a name, it's fine in the end. After all, even the Stark industry is not clean. This group of arms dealers will only act for their own benefit, and all of them should be hanged. Station. At the same time, war machines appeared on Mao Xiong's side. The red-painted war machines were equipped with various weapons and armors. They looked hideous and heavy. Each war machine became a mobile firepower point. Can you fly? Knowing that Teddy Bear and Rabbit have each ordered more than 100 war machines, and other rich countries have paid their orders, the United States had to increase the order. Chapter 29, Irregular Fighting. No way, the more you use this thing, the more you use it, the more you feel that it is so easy to use, and it is too versatile. Can be used as an Air Force unit, connect to satellites, strike beyond the visual range, and even be used as a strategic missile. Because of the flexibility and anti-material weapons on the ground, even tanks can be easily solved, let alone low-altitude operations. Helicopters are not the opponent of flexible and fast war machines at all. Although all countries are not very willing, they have reduced the development and costs of fighter aircraft and tanks, and switched to buying and researching their own war machines. The cross-age weapon is well-deserved, it directly changed the military system of the entire era. Is no longer an adjective. This kind of research, Tony Stark does not take action, Mr. Fantastic Richard does not take action, then basically no one can study the war machine. After all, the most important cores it has applied for a patent, Tony did not want to make steel suits. The method is created, unless he wants to fight an indefinite procrastination lawsuit, it is easy to handle, then Zed will let him disappear unconsciously, and throw him in a remote corner of the Middle East for him to practice. The rich rewards of irregular fighting have attracted boxers from all over the world. Of course, there are also some who are not moved by interests, and those Zord don't care. Even mercenaries can participate, and there is no limit to occupation anyway. 3 months later, New York City Police Commissioner George Stacy rubbed his temples. Recently, there have been many more guys of unknown origin in New York City. I don't know where these guys came from or why they gathered in New York, plus the identity certificate is complete, so there is no way for the police to take them. Zed also knew that this irregular fighting probably attracted a lot of monsters, ghosts, and snakes. Not being able to use weapons is nothing to many people. What's interesting is that Zed even saw a very long-winded guy. Wade Wilson, the future Deadpool, for generous rewards. Mercenaries like Wade will naturally not miss it, not to mention that he has enough confidence in himself. This can be regarded as a bottoming out. Let me see how many guys with superpowers or special genes can emerge. Zed knows that Marvel has many aliens on Earth, and there are many descendants of aliens. Don't look at the Earth's location in a remote country, a corner of the universe, but there are really many hidden aliens, and some aliens often accidentally land on the Earth. For example, Captain Marvel of the Kree Empire appeared on the Earth for no reason just because he went through the wormhole. Then the mother of the second and third Captain Marvel, Carol Danfoss, was also the mother of a defected female Kree warrior. By chance, she made her home on the Earth, and then gave birth to Carol, and then Carol again. Because of an air crash, the Carrie people took it back for reform, and suddenly found that it seemed very complicated. Most of the aliens that haunt the Earth are uncontested and live in peace. A small number are unstable factors. Among them, the most famous are the Skrulls. The future secret invasion or any major event is related to them. At that time, Nick Fury was not on the Earth, but commanded in space, let a Skrull simulate himself to give orders, and the result was a catastrophe. So Zord doesn't want to contact the positive story characters at all, because they are too bad. Is not as clear as the negative plot characters, at least know why they are so stupid, then just make up for it. In this irregular fighting, in addition to selecting the material of the super animal warrior, it is to collect genes to see if there are any superpowers who come to participate in the fight for rewards. It is simply a sheep's mouth, and good things are delivered to the door. But if there is no mutant in my universe, besides mutation, technological mutation, wormhole mutation, drug mutation, and biochemical reaction mutation, only the alien races transformed by the Kree will be sent to the door. Zord pondered. He had sent the lycanthrope to find the street heroes Luke Cage and Jessica Jones and the Purple Men. Their genes must be very special and could be added to the ultra lycanthrope. Finding one of the blood does not make a loss, and finding two is more exaggerated than betting. For the irregular fighting competition, a rigorous physical examination is required. No one raised any objections. It feels normal. I guess I don't want someone to accidentally affect the game because of a sudden illness. It's just that the test is too detailed. In addition to the blood, what do you need to do with bone marrow and subcutaneous cells? With the help of the Black Queen to test these genetic samples, Zod was relieved a lot originally. This kind of work that required hundreds of experiments and hundreds of scientific researchers to complete was the most time-consuming. Sure enough, it didn't surprise Zod that many special people emerged from this irregular fighting. They didn't know that they had become an excellent material in Zod's eyes. www.ltnovel.com, and they were still watching that in Zod. It's a trivial reward for fighting. Then, unfortunately, the one who fell down was quickly carried away to the hospital. The Blade Industrial Medical Department just established by Zod. A powerful medical department that claims to be able to rescue you as long as you have a breath. Of course, it's not that amazing now. When Zod develops the cloning technology and cloning device, he will directly perform brain tissue and brain nerve transplantation, and it will be done by replacing the body. The injured in the medical department will receive very meticulous medical services. Ordinary animalized soldiers are also short of manpower, so let's just use them as animalized soldiers. The fighting went smoothly, and Zod also saw a goal he wanted in his heart, the #1 male model of Hydra, Barnes, nicknamed Bucky. The #1 male model has an indifferent expression, and his steel arms are also covered with a layer of artificial leather, but there is nothing to hide under Zod's perspective. Unexpectedly, even Hydra was attracted to it, and that's right. 100 war machines is probably an irresistible temptation for them. Zord was very satisfied with Hydra's wit, and after seeing Bucky knocking down the last opponent with a punch, he walked up personally. The champion belongs to this gentleman. Zord completely ignores the possible threat that Bucky is close at hand. The Hydra agent responsible for monitoring Bucky is short of breath. Would you like to take this opportunity to take this great genius away? He didn't seem to bring any guards, bodyguards, and war machines, and the Winter Soldier was so close to him. Bronsky quietly approached the ring. It's one thing whether the boss can fight or not, but it's another thing that he can't protect him well. Bucky has no expression on his face, turning a blind eye to the cheers around him. Chapter 30, Snake Shield Game. Winter Soldiers are almost like this. Although they also have their own thoughts, they are not too rigid, but don't expect them to have much emotional fluctuations. Well, now please ask the champion to come with us to accept the award. Zod said with a smile. In fact, he wouldn't mind if SHI hands and feet. Otherwise, he would definitely fly over 100 war machines, and he would not be able to stop them. Looking at Bucky being taken away, although the Hydra agent felt something was wrong, he could only wait outside for Bucky to come out. Then Bronsky led a few animalized soldiers in the crowd and silently took away the target that Zod had marked before. Just kidding, Zod was a Krypton with spiritual power, and the mental fluctuations in the crowd were all affected. He read it, and it was almost like a group mind-reading technique. The interactiveness of the few Hydra agents was the most active and obvious. Of course Zord could find out. Let go of me. Who are you guys? Do you know who I am? Dare to catch me? Several Hydra agents were stuffed into a Chevrolet SUV, and then there was no movement. Vronsky got out of the car and signaled the surrounding animalized soldiers to disperse the guards to avoid any accidents. After the transformation of the ultra-animalized soldier, Vronsky found that even if he did not change his body, he still possessed very powerful physical functions. He could almost defeat himself at the peak of 100 years ago. This also made Vronsky more eager for Zid, the ultimate beast soldier and beast general. What's more, it seems that the snake in the world is more promising. Let alone the super genius of Zid, the war machine and animalized soldiers alone will be enough to surpass the world for many years. Bucky was taken into the laboratory. As soon as he was taken away, Zid used his psychic power to control him, and several other ultra-beastized materials that had been selected long ago were also lying in the training tank. "Boss, what do you adjust him to?" Connors asked after fixing Bucky. Just make him the strongest one." Zid is very optimistic about Bucky, kidding, a good friend of Captain America Steve, it should be very strong too. The strongest super animal warrior is a super animal warrior with a 3-layer bone structure. The original skeleton of the organism plus 2 layers of exoskeleton, and his shell is a very hard material. Zid even turned this super animal into a monster. The formula of the soldiers is called Azura One-Horn. Those hapless Hydra agents were also controlled and turned into animalized soldiers, and then Zid developed them into his own downline, through which they fished out the upper line of the Hydra, and then Zid continued to control, so repeatedly, maybe even Hydra can directly become its own power. However, Hydra has several snake heads. Let alone the Baron who concentrates on the study of alien races, Madame Viper is not easy in Japan. Zid doesn't want to take a risk if it is a movie or a comic. Wait for me to get stronger. Zid thought so. Snake Shield, Director's Office, Nick Fury. In the weather outside with a high temperature of 40 degrees, Lee Dan wears his too thick coat every day. First, the office air conditioner is fully turned on, so you can hold it in hot weather. Second, there is air conditioning in the coat, so don't worry about it. Heat. The third thing is that this coat hides a lot of secret weapons and information. The fourth thing is that the bulletproof effect is good. Unruly fighting, what exactly does this Zid Heath want to do? For a super genius like Zord Heath, it is impossible for the Snake Shield to not pay attention, but Nick Fury did not find out what was wrong with the identity of Zord Heath. After Zid made the Black Queen, he asking the Black Queen to modify her identity information and erase the traces of the Midnight Hotel, so it looks normal. Originally, Nick Fury thought that the hope of Snake Shield would be on Tony Stark, so he kept paying attention to him and protecting him. As a result, I did not expect that a super genius who was more exaggerated than Tony Stark would suddenly appear, younger than him, and more capable than him. Whether it's secondary Krypton gold, war machines, or miniature arc reactor technology, it's enough to make this young man the Einstein, Tesla, and other roles of this century, but it's a pity that the Snake Shield is clear. It's just a super secret agent organization jointly created by 5 gangsters to protect global security. There is no way to have weapons such as war machines. Otherwise, it will be fine for Nick Fury to buy 100 or 200 war machines with the funds. Nick Fury wants Zord Heath to serve the Snake Shield, but this cannot be forced, so he can only see if he can help him. At this time, he received news that Zid had contacted Jin and the underworld leader to organize the underground Black Fist together. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The first reaction is this really funny drama? Jin is not a thing, if it is not for his good maintenance, and if he is resolved, most of the underworld forces in the United States will fall into the chaos of fighting for power, then Jin and the crimes will be charged. Nick Fury wants to kill him. It's just a sentence. Zid would actually find him? What does the underground Black Fist do? Then his right-hand man inquired about the news. It seemed that Zid Heath had a cross-age invention in the biological field, and this underground Black Fist seemed to be related to this invention. This immediately attracted the attention of Nick Fury. How long has it passed since then? has he made a trans-epical invention? What the brain is made of is so far from ours. Nick Fury originally planned to send Black Widow or Button to participate, but an accident happened midway, so he had to hand over the 100 war machines. Now Nick Fury feels that he can't just sit back and watch. I believe that with Zed's several inventions that shocked the world, he has received a lot of unkind attention. What if this cross-age invention is obtained by lawbreakers? In order to protect this cross-age invention, Nick Fury decided to send a Black Widow to sneak into the blade technology industry to help Zed protect that invention. Zord, Mr. Obadi of Stark Industries wants to talk to you. Yuld stepped on high heels, past the voice lock and mouth lock designed by Zed, and entered Zed's laboratory. Then he saw Zed exposed his strong and powerful upper body, while smashing something. Yurder's heart beats faster, and the perfect collarbone and abdominal muscles attract her eyes the most. Obadi. Zed was paying full attention and asked casually. Chapter 31, Problems with the Production Line. He is the major shareholder and veteran of Stark Industries, and he is probably on behalf of Stark Industries. Yurd said calmly, understanding why Obadi came. Because his boss's war machine is selling so hot, he has taken a lot of orders from Stark Industries, which has taken the route of military weapons such as missiles and tanks. Before the emergence of Zed and blade technology industry, all military industry groups around the world could only eat the leftovers of Stark Industry, and now it has become Stark Industry who wants to eat the leftovers of blade technology industry. For most of the things that the war machine can do, many countries directly choose the war machine instead of other weapons, and only the few weapons that the war machine cannot do can survive. However, this has caused Stark Industries, which is accustomed to eating big-headed food, to compete with the military industry around the world. This has caused Stark Industries' stock price to shrink. Many shareholders blame Obadi and Tony Stark. K failed to come up with a solution. In the past, Tony Stark would directly come up with a new weapon to break it, but now it doesn't work, unless Tony Stark can also come up with a cross-age weapon like War Machine, otherwise, even the United States feels war. Machines are more practical than tanks, aircraft, cannons, and missiles. After all, the form of war is different. Obadi had no choice but to come over and talk to blade technology industry. For example, can Stark Industries help produce war machines or something? They also know that blade technology industry is a newly established industrial group after all. Even if the machines in all aspects work overtime, they can't get out so quickly. After all, they are all good things that are so high precision that a rabbit can't get it. If the rabbit is with these machines, the US military industry would have long since exploded. Although the production of these machines is greeted by the Lords of Congress above, it is a green light for comprehensive certificates, and there will be no disgusting things such as card review and money, but the production and manufacturing speed of machine tools can be calculated on the basis of accuracy. If it fails, it will have to start again. In this case, blade technology industry wants to have its own complete production line for at least several years. This is still an optimistic state. The Stark industry is different. The veteran military industry, and even the number one eldest brother in this line, not only has its own production line, but also has more than one production line, so Tony Stark can have whatever weapon he needs immediately. Just provide the technology and drawings. Zord's side is not good. Do you think that Old said before that the reason for the large number of orders in all countries after 2 years? In fact, the reason is that it can't be produced, and because it's on the American site, Zed and the others have to complete the order from the American military first. Of course, the majority is taken by the United States, and bears and rabbits can still get a part of it. There is no way to finish it so quickly. The three big hooligans can't afford to offend, and the United States knows this too. Since they took the more part, they naturally opened one eye and closed one eye. Obadiah naturally did not come here with good intentions. Let them participate in the production, can't crack the secrets of the war machine? Then Stark Industry will have its own war machine. Even if blade technology industry has registered a patent, it will be useless. There are several lawyers in Stark industry that can drag on the lawsuit indefinitely. And I believe that the United States is not willing to see a domineering scene. Wouldn't it be better to choose more at that time? Unexpectedly, that glamorous female secretary came back and said politely that Mr. Z is now busy with the next trans-era invention and has no time to see him. Obadiah clenched his fists, his expression still calm. A person like him who is defined as a villain must not believe what Zed said, only that Zed doesn't want to see him, despise him, and even humiliate him. This made Obadiah angrily, but the upper class like him, the tolerance is a basic compulsory course, even the elite who graduated from world-class universities like Ewald can't see it, and Ewald is not the only one who graduated from a world-class university. Elites who will die and study can gain the trust of Zed. Just half a year after graduation, they have been in charge of Daofeng Technology Industry, a large company with over 100 billion cash flow, hundreds of billions of assets, and hundreds of billions of market value. If there is no debut, it will be peak management ability and execution ability. Zed will not put her in such an important position. There are more vases, and she is more beautiful than old, and her figure is better. Why did she choose her? Of course, now that there is a Black Queen, Zed can also take the place of management and execution of some things. Obadiah could still keep smiling and said that he would meet again next time, but he turned around thinking about how to arrange Zord. With Zed's current status and influence, it is impossible to engage directly, but will be brought back. Hey, are you the 10 Commandments gang? Obadiah got in the car www.novel.com and took out the phone. As for Obadiah's intention to produce a war machine, Zed would naturally not fail to see it. Rather, it's too obvious to do it. Think of me as Tony Stark who only has brains and no human relationships. Guys? Although the Kryptonians do not have such things as intrigue, because their set genes have eliminated a lot of emotions, but Zed was an Earthling in his previous life, and was born in the land of China. On intrigue, he played yin and yang, hid a knife in his smile, and a sword in his mouth. Even if you don't, you can watch TV shows. Zed also knows the problems of the production line, but there is no way. After all, those machines are only produced with official certificates and certificates. Each machine has its own number. The theft and damage must be recorded, and recover the wreckage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the idea of taking over the weapons department of Stark Industries. But there are still 8 years to go to that plot, and the Ghost knows that there will be that plot. After all, Zed has done so excessively that he has robbed Tony Stark of his fame. Or, directly destroy Hanmer Industry. Zord pondered that Hanmer Industries also has its own machines, and he felt that those machines were too wasteful for Hanmer Industries. Of course, this is not to say that Justin Hammer was too bad. Although the ex-wife is very hip, it is because the missile has the function of identifying friend or foe, so it did not explode. The reason is simple. No matter how outrageous Hanmer Industry is, it is a military industry in the world that has no rivals except Stark Industry. How could there be no explosion? If nothing else, would he dare to offend the American military and use it as shoddy? Will definitely be tested before putting it on. Chapter 32, Big Orders from the Sky. You can get the production line of Hanmer Industry by destroying Hanmer Industry. Zed was very hard-moving, and Hanmer Industries was about to be run out of place by his blade technology industry. After all, now Stark Industries has retrieved orders it didn't use before, making Hanmer Industries very passive. Fortunately, after Tony Stark studied carefully for a period of time, he came up with the anti-war machine self-defense system. Now the form of warfare has changed due to the emergence of war machines. Radar and satellites are unable to monitor war machines. In addition, the target is so small that it is difficult to intercept even if it is detected by the naked eye. It can be said that the whole world is working overtime because of Zord. Researching the radar for the war machine, it turned out that Tony Stark had researched it so quickly. The United States used War Machine to test, and the result was pleasantly surprised to find that Tony Stark's self-defense system had an error rate of only 30%. What is this concept? Should it be Tony Stark? The United States is very satisfied. The self-defense system developed by Tony Stark and equipped with weapons, specially designed for the armor of the War Machine, one shot at a time, originally looked invincible in all countries. The War Machine that is too powerful suddenly seems like it's the same as a paper tiger. Naturally, this information cannot be concealed from other countries. What's more, there is the possibility that the United States will not conceal it deliberately. There is no way. Stark Industries is controlled by the military. It is impossible to sell this self-defense system to other countries, and only Austria. Badia may sell it secretly, but when it first came out, the United States must have been tightly grasped, and Obadiah would not sell it so quickly. Sure enough, Tony is still the strongest, and he immediately discounted the cross-age weapon that Zordith is most proud of. On the board of directors, Obadiah said confidently, and the other shareholders were all smiles, sweeping away the smog before. You must know that many of them have to consider selling shares in Stark Industries because of the shrinking assets after the machine of war came out. However, they are not stupid. Now Blade Technology Industries is not listed, and the stock price of Stark Industries is still not listed. Can barely keep. Once Blade Technology Industry goes public, the stock price of Stark Industry will not jump so quickly. This set of self-defense system launchers, radars, and command posts are all valuable. However, in the face of the possible threats from war machines, the U.S. military and defense departments chose to purchase 12 sets, not too many, after all, they are mobile. Self-defense system. Blade Technology Industry also naturally received news, as well as videos of U.S. military experiments. In the video, there are 3 exercises pretending to be enemy war machines entering the territory of the United States. When they just crossed the border, a missile car on the ground responded, the electronic eye turned, locked the preset target, and opened it. After the launcher was carried, a very special missile was exposed. Then the missile flew out. The war machine made evasion and wanted to shoot down the missile. However, the missile suddenly split into sub-munitions in the middle of the road. The war machine was caught off guard, and all of these missiles seemed to hit their penetrating power. The flame range of the explosion was very small, and the war machine was directly detonated inside and exploded into fragments. Looking at the war machine that was easily knocked down, Ewald showed a worried expression, but then saw Zod's look thoughtful. Zord did not expect that he was forced to force him, and he actually forced out the Jericho missile that was only available 8 years later. And Tony Stark is really a genius. Zod originally thought that Gears of War could dominate for at least 2 or even 4 years, and he would launch Gears of War 2 when the market was saturated. As a result, I didn't expect Tony Stark to make countermeasures against the steel suit so quickly. Yes, big shit, sure enough, you have a special hand in anti-self weapons. Zord. Zordar is still waiting for Zord's instructions. Regardless of it, even if the self-defense system is very sharp, the military still wants to buy our war machine. Zod calmly said that the emergence of this self-defense system is at best to give Blade Technology Industry a feeling of being targeted. In fact, it does not affect the orders of Blade Technology Industry at all. After all, the interception system has been out long ago. Isn't the same type of missile still manufactured? Because there is an interception system on the opposite side, I don't need missiles anymore? What a joke! The United States has also purchased up to 12 sets of self-defense systems, and the rest is war machines, because the charm of this weapon has conquered the world. Who doesn't want to wear that steel suit and fly in the sky and enjoy the invulnerability? Crush the pleasure. Haven't seen that even the 4th-class multi-purpose bipedal Red Deer livestock have proposed in Congress to equip the Army with war machines? It's just that this ridiculous proposal was directly rejected. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. War machines are all of the Air Force, and one cannot be missing. The Navy and the Air Force are about to break their heads when they are grabbing shares, and where will they get the Army? The National Guard is also very jealous, but there is no way, it can't rob the Air Force and the Navy. The Air Force said that the war machine can't be launched. What's the use of the Navy? The Navy means that the war machine is equivalent to the carrier aircraft of an aircraft carrier. Why is it useless? It is so useful. Then Blade Technology Industry also received a big order. The United States expects to produce a new aircraft carrier, and this aircraft carrier is called the Poseidon Plan, because it intends to use sub-Krypton gold to build it, which needs to be used. The secondary Krypton gold is simply an astronomical figure, which is equivalent to the United States buying out the remaining 10 or even decades of the secondary Krypton gold of the Blade Technology Industry. The Poseidon Project? An aircraft carrier is being built this year, isn't it a nuclear submarine? Zed said that he did not understand the wealth of the United States very well, and the United States is so rich. You must know that the price of secondary Krypton gold is $8,000 per gram. It is not known how many tons of this Poseidon will be designed. It has been manufactured for at least 50 years, and it may die halfway. However, if you have money to make Zord, you don't care if it will die. Even if it dies, you don't need to worry about the lack of a market for the secondary Krypton gold produced. The blade technology industry in the world can produce secondary Krypton gold. Can eat for 10 lifetimes. In the future, we will find some extraterrestrial minerals. If they can be used, better alloys can be produced. In the field of materials, one step ahead is a big step ahead in the industrial revolution of all mankind. It is naturally impossible for this big list to leak out. After learning about this big list, Derd felt much more relieved. Chapter 33, Obadi. Derd was walking on the way home. Her family moved from New York City to Washington because of the blade technology industry. But the law and order in the wealthy districts of Washington is good, so Old doesn't need to worry about the dangers on the way home. But the premeditated ones are different. Derd hadn't reacted yet. A black car suddenly appeared next to her and forced her into the car and took her away. A moment later, Zed received the news. He saw the video of Yuld being tied up. In the video, Yuld obviously hadn't experienced such a thing, his face was panic and his face turned pale. Zed raised his brows, saying that as a clever Kryptonian, it is impossible for him to not expect such a thing to happen, so he also prepared early. Black Queen, do you know where Yuld is now? Zord asked. After he had studied the Black Queen, he let the Black Queen pay attention to Yuld. Although his super non-medium hearing is very strong, he has not yet been able to hear such things as Yuld. After all, he is still too far behind. Sir, Ms. Old is now in Stark Industries, but it has been transferred, and the route is expected to be a scrap car factory. The Black Queen said, and at the same time it was mentioned on the video that Zord was not allowed to call the police, and the request of a person to come to the scrap car factory alone, even a fool could see that it was unkind. But what Zord doesn't know is why he kidnapped Derd. Are they so sure that they will save her, just for a beautiful secretary? For Stark Industries, is it Obadi? Zord is familiar with the plot, and quickly locked the black hand behind the scenes, and then Zord, the task of rescuing Yuld, was handed over to the Black Queen. It's time to verify the ability of this strong artificial intelligence, and I will pay attention to it, and rescue in time if an accident occurs. The Black Queen pointed out the 4 war machines in the warehouse. These war machines are guards used by blade technology industry to protect themselves. Of course, although they are guards, their firepower is more abundant and more powerful than the standard version of war machines sold. Much fierce. The terrorists of the Ten Rings gang didn't know that the Black Queen's actions had been locked here, and they secretly mobilized a number of American satellites to help monitor them. After the 4 war machines arrived at their locations, they began to target and lock the targets in the abandoned car factory. The Black Queen scanned and modeling established all trajectory predictions and terrorist reaction predictions. After calculating all the possibilities, the one with the best execution and the least errors was selected. Fire! The Black Queen's synthetic female voice issued instructions, and all the sniper weapons that the war machines brought with them opened fire, directly penetrating the wall, and accurately solved 10 terrorists. There is a sniper. Hurry up and fight back. Go and catch that bitch. Hide it. The terrorists formed a line of defense and waited for the police outside or something to come in to rescue the hostages and fight back. Unfortunately, they were facing the Black Queen and did not need a breakthrough battle. They opened fire directly across the wall and killed the target with precision. After hearing the gunshots, Ewald knew that the boss might have come to rescue him. The 2 terrorists who were in charge of guarding him cursed and spoke words she didn't understand, and were about to grab him. As they approached, the wall exploded, a steel arm grabbed the 2 of them, and then dragged them out at a very fast speed. War machine! Of course Order would not fail to recognize it, and the terrorists would recognize it. The frightened terrorists immediately turned their guns and fired frantically in the direction of Ewald, regardless of the hostage Ewald. Ewald screamed and closed his eyes, and then a war machine blocked her. In front of the bullets' warheads all bounced off the war machine. Are you okay, old? The Black Queen used Zed's voice, because at this time the Black Queen could not be exposed. I'm fine. Although Ewald had expected it a long time ago, he is still very touched. I will take you home first. The Black Queen was worried that she would be discovered, so she said. Urder had a lot to say, but now he can only let it go. But at this moment, an accident happened. 2 war machines with different coatings appeared, and they fought with the war machines of the Black Queen, blocking many actions. Zed, why do they have a war machine? Ewald is very puzzled. If it is Stark Industries, it is understandable, but they are just terrorists. Zed knows why, because the war machine was also sold to terrorists at a high price. No way, they bid $600 million, which is 200 million higher than the regular price. So Zord disguised as the inner ghost of the blade technology industry and sold them several war machines. Of course, the income tax on the money was also to be paid. For the IRS, otherwise the door will be blocked by the tank. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. It doesn't matter, I guess I got it through some channels. The Black Queen said vaguely. Ewald is very shrewd. When the Black Queen said so, Ewald suddenly thought that the United States would also support several terrorists behind their backs, asking for money and weapons for weapons. Maybe these terrorists are actually it is not terrorists, but agents from other countries who want to abduct Zed. It is not difficult to explain why they have war machines. 2 war machines with different paintings were just getting ready for a big fight. As a result, the screen went black and they were shut down by the Black Queen. The war machines that Zed sold all have their own back doors. Now this back door is handed over to the Black Queen to shut down. Then only the Black Queen can restart, so the 2 war machines become cages, the terror inside. Molecules can't come out even if they think of it. Then the Black Queen controlled the war machine and hugged Ewald, took her away from the scene, and then several anti-material missiles hit the scrap car factory. Boom! Along with the sound of a huge explosion, the abandoned car factory turned into a sea of flames and ruins, and was directly flattened by missiles. All traces were erased, and the terrorists were all taken away and used as material for the animalized soldiers. This incident is not over. Zed believes in revenge, so when Obadi was holding the young model while out putting, 2 bullets penetrated his right hand and left leg. These 2 bullets caused very bad things. As a result, they are poisonous and of course not deadly toxins, but Obadi had to remove his right hand and left leg if he wanted to survive. In order to survive, Obadi naturally chose to remove them. The most embarrassing thing was the attack. He couldn't find who did it, and he had no goal for revenge. Zord? Impossible, it is impossible for that female secretary to know that it is herself. Chapter 34, atomic energy physics. Obadi was attacked, and he had to cut off one hand and one foot. Tony Stark was very angry when he knew it. The current Tony Stark still regards Obadiah as his closest relative. In his opinion, this is hurting his family. No matter who it is, Tony Stark will never let him go. For the war machine of blade technology industry, Tony Stark has already developed his own weapons. The self-defense system is just a signal to remind Zod that he is about to launch an attack. Neither of them regards the self-defense system as one. Going on. The Osborn industry was on the verge of closing down. The emergence of the war machine hurt the Osborn industry too much. When shareholders wanted to cannibalize the Osborn empire, the blade technology industry took a hand and got the Osborn industry 135ths of the equity. Most of the shareholders have already sold the equity and shares of Osborn Industries. Blade Technology Industries' move this time can only be said to be a loss. Old has advised on more than one occasion that Osborn Industries has no future. Yes, but of course Zod will not watch the Norman and Osborn Industries close down. He also needs the laboratory of Osborn Industrial Research Super Soldier Serum, as well as all kinds of data and instruments. Norman had a bottom in his heart, so he didn't panic at all and confronted the shareholders. This was actually a clearance of Zod. Even the military sold off the shares held by Osborn Industries when the stock price of Osborn Industries plunged. 30 is only more than half. Norman himself has taken back a lot of shares. Now there are only Norman, Harry, and Zod in the shareholders' meeting. The remaining small shareholders are not to be afraid of. It is precisely because of this, Zod only then can the production and research of the animalized soldiers be transferred to Norman. Norman took the initiative to accept the transformation of the lycanthrope. Zod gave him a place for the lycanthrope. As for the super lycanthrope, it can only be made in the blade technology industrial base. Osborn Industries held a press conference in order to win back the stock price. Mr. Norman Osborn, what do you think about the acquisition of shares of Osborn Industries by Blade Technology Industries, which invested tens of billions of dollars? A blonde girl squeezed to the front with a microphone, her red lips are very eye-catching. I can only say that this is a collaboration. Next, Osborn Industries will cooperate with Blade Technology Industry in the biological field. As we all know, the biological field. Norman is in a good mood. After becoming a beast soldier, he is about to join the world snake. Apart from being warned not to let people get pregnant, so as to avoid the problem of genetic hybridization. Norman can be said to be a light body and has troubled his family for so many years. Her genetic disease has also been completely resolved. There is no need to inject special medicines every once in a while. The next step is to see when Harry is contacted. Mr. Norman, what do you mean is that Blade Technology is looking for Osborn Industries to cooperate in the biological field? What is this cooperation project? Who will lead it? Mr. Zordheath will participate in this project. Is it a cooperative project? Other reporters felt that this was big news. Blade Technology Industry now completely replaced Stark Industry. Every time it appeared was a big event that shocked the world. For Blade Technology Industry, people only have one word to say. Can your special products be produced faster? The special effects for mice, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies are sold out of stock. They are now severely out of stock. However, the Blade Technology Industry cannot produce them. The same lack of sufficient assembly lines. The same is true for vitamin. The secondary Krypton Gold and War Machine are even more serious, needless to say. What the cooperative project is for the time being kept secret, but with the name Zodies, I believe you will not be disappointed. Osborn Industries and Blade Technology Industries are already at the forefront of the next era. Please look forward to it. Norman ended the press conference. In fact, the project Zod handed over to him was not about the biological field, but about the energy. Norman can't understand very well. Doesn't Blade Technology Industry already have a Tinder reactor? Why do they need to study other energy sources? But he still followed Zed's orders and found a physicist named Otto Gunther Octavius. This physicist majored in physical sciences and became an outstanding nuclear energy physicist. His specialization is atomic energy physics. He has published many well-received papers in the industry. He is currently looking for someone to invest to enable him to develop tritium reactor. Otto was surprised when he was called by Norman. When he heard that it was Zodis who asked Norman to come to him, Otto was relieved. In the opinion of Otto, who is confident that he has not experienced failure, Zodi is basically the super genius of this century, such as Einstein, Tesla, and Joule, and there can only be one evildoer in each century. After all, Zodis has realized a cold nuclear fusion reactor that is more difficult than a tritium reactor, and it is still a scaled-down www.novel.com. Although Stark Industries has long had a cold nuclear fusion reactor, and it is still huge. But that was accumulated over several generations, and Zordis did not have any information about cold nuclear fusion reactors, so he built a downsized cold nuclear fusion reactor entirely on his own. So it's not surprising that Zodis will recognize himself, because he is such a genius, he has something in common with himself. Of course, Otto also has a question. Since there is a better and more environmentally friendly cold nuclear fusion reactor, why should he come to him? You know, Zordith and his Tinder reactor are basically Otto's obstacles. Before Zordis was born, Otto's tritium reactor could still get investment and sponsorship, although History Tuck Industries' cold nuclear fusion reactor market is larger, but after the advent of Zordis's fire reactor, Otto's tritium reactor is completely dismissed. Since there are more advanced, more environmentally friendly, and better fire reactors, there is no need to pursue a tritium reactor. Otto, who has been studying for most of his life, has fallen into the worst of his life. Fortunately, his lover never gives up. He also plans to abandon the tritium reactor and re-study other fields. Science can't only be a one-way street, Dr. Otto. Zodis answered Otto's question after meeting. Then came some academic discussion. Although Zordis did not have the physical science of Krypton, he learned a lot of the physics of atomic energy on the Earth, and he also studied at Anton Vank and Ivan Vank, which is more than enough for Otto. Geniuses can only be subdued by more geniuses, Otto felt right after experiencing it for himself. Open up as much capital as you need. Zodis put down a blank check. Chapter 35, Take the Initiative. He was looking for Otto just to try, whether his reactor can replace the sun. If it can, then Zod will grow faster. Basement, Fighting Arena. This is a fighting arena made of sub-Krypton gold. Bronsky was thrown into the air by Zod, who was suspended from the ground, even if he had turned into a super animal soldier, and Zod did not move. Just closed your eyes. This amazing scene is not that Zod is so fast that he can't see it, but his awakened spiritual power. It's hard to imagine the increase and enhancement that spiritual power brings to Kryptonians. After all, apart from Zod, no other Kryptonians have awakened spiritual power. Dachau has only one model of thinking super close, but Zod believes that there is a big difference. Zod's mental power can mobilize and absorb cosmic energy and transform it into other superpowers, such as super speed, super power, super perception, energy control, flight, etc. In the Marvel world, cosmic energy is basically the most advanced energy, only under the power of the Phoenix. Most cosmic gods are so powerful because they absorb cosmic energy or have the means to use cosmic energy. This is not the thing that excites Zod the most. What excites him the most is that the power of the mind gives him the same ability as teleportation. As long as he can imagine and remember, the places he has been and seen can be reached by teleportation. The difference is how much mental power is consumed. What Bronsky is completely abused is just a substantive use of psychic power. Zod's psychic power is as vast as a sea. It is estimated that it can overwhelm Professor X in a mutant. It can be called a treasure house. Nothing. The experienced Zod can only explore slowly. The force locks the throat. Zed stretched out a hand, and Bronsky was strangled by his throat, struggling to be lifted off the ground. It doesn't feel difficult. Is it because the mental power is too large? Zord throws Bronzy aside. Bronzy dared to be angry and dare not speak. There is no way. There is a wave of thoughts. When Zed thinks, he has to turn his head 360 degrees and suicide. There is no way to fight back. How is the situation with Bucky? Zed asked calmly. They have successfully mixed into the Hydra, but Bucky has been frozen. It is said that the Winter Soldiers are thawed when they need to perform tasks, and frozen when they are not needed, to ensure that their combat effectiveness remains optimal. Status. Bronsky got up and replied, the Winter Soldiers' actions made Bronsky sneer at it. It's not a big deal to think about the Hydra that covers the whole world. The snake in the world is the most powerful. The ambitious Bronsky is not satisfied with the current world leader of the snake and animalized soldiers. He wants to become a more advanced super-animalized soldier and even the beastly general who occasionally revealed in the mouth of Zed. Although he does not know what the beastly general will be, but it sounds more powerful than super beastization and super beastization. It is impossible to replace Zed. The existence of Nianbo makes Zed the undisputed leader of the world snake, but the second in command can still be grabbed. Oh, how many Hydra agents have been found? Zord's plan is to start with a small number of Hydras, brainwash them and develop them into the offline snakes of the world, and then slowly nibble the Hydras in North America step by step. When the time comes, the snake shield will become a world snake. 20 Hydras have now been locked, and they are ready to capture them. Bronsky is not only the instructor of the animalized soldiers, but also the leader of the action team. Of course, because the internal department of the world snake is undecided, how long this action team can last is still unknown. Maybe the next day Zord disbanded because of trouble. Don't worry, we must eliminate all traces, take your time, we have time. Zord said, if the world snake is exposed, he will definitely abandon the world snake and create a new organization. After finishing the duel with Bronsky, Dr. Connors found Zord through the Black Queen with excitement. What makes you so excited, Dr. Connors? Zed asked calmly. Boss, there are new developments about the vampire virus. It's amazing. Dr. Connors said excitedly. Then Zed went to the biological laboratory, and then Dr. Connors explained to Zed his discovery of the vampire virus. The vampire virus is a powerful virus that has never been seen before. It can kill all the viruses currently known to occur in the human body. It can even be called the king of viruses. Boss, this is simply a panacea. Dr. Connors said after a demonstration that all the cultivated viruses were easily killed by the vampire virus, and then the cell infection and transformation were completed quickly. What excites Dr. Connors is the transmission mechanism of the vampire virus. It is hard to imagine that there will be a vampire virus in the world, such an aggressive virus. It can be said that it was born specifically for the virus. The virus killer and nemesis. If it can replicate its mechanism and delete the drawbacks of transforming cells into vampires, it will be the savior of all mankind. Calm down, Dr. Connors, you haven't tried tests such as leukemia and cancer yet. Try to see how much vampire virus can do against various diseases in humans. After all, Zord had seen Krypton's more advanced medical technology, so he was not surprised. It was just a theoretical panacea and had not yet been manufactured. Moreover, it is estimated that it is difficult to overcome the mechanism of vampire virus transformation. It is very likely that the vampire virus has such a powerful ability to target other viruses. It is related to the transformation ability. Deleting the transformation ability is expected to greatly reduce the ability of the virus killer. It's a powerful medicine, not a panacea. Dr. Connors thinks it is right. If the vampire virus does not only have the ability to target the virus, then I can't imagine it. Abandoning Dr. Connors, who was in a state of research, Zed saw Yuld come over. After being rescued before, Yuld has been tossing and turning. She hasn't been in a relationship for many years. She doesn't know if this is the feeling of being in love. But as a strong woman character, Yuld decided to take the initiative because of how Zord looks. They are probably all nerds who are devoted to scientific research. In his eyes, he thinks that no woman is attractive because of the atomic equation. So, if she doesn't take the initiative, should she wait for Zod to take the initiative? As a result, Yuld hadn't asked Zod to eat as a thank you, so Zod found something for her and did it. Chapter 36, Immune Body Discovery. Although I trust Dr. Otto, Zord still needs someone to keep an eye on him, lest Dr. Otto accidentally spend too much money. He is very rich, but he doesn't want to waste it. As the Supreme Assistant Secretary, this is actually one of her jobs. Dr. Otto, his laboratory has not been built yet. Yuld reacted quickly. Her career is very competitive. If she doesn't perform well, she might be unemployed at any time. So she needs to be shrewd and has the ability to remember, otherwise she can't be worthy of such a generous annual salary. Speed up, right, what equipment and materials does he need? Zord has a super brain, and he naturally remembers these things. It has been booked and resolved. Urder posted the bill. She also went to the scene to check the situation in person. Of course, because she didn't understand it, she also asked a good friend from the university. We already have a palladium element reactor, why do we need to study a tritium element reactor? Urd asked a question she had never understood. The layman's argument is that the multi-element makes our energy inexhaustible, but the insider's argument is that the development of science cannot only have a one-way line, because we need more foundations, and there is only one route. In case you encounter a bottleneck, it is likely to be trapped for a lifetime, because science is the development of tree diagrams. Zod seriously said that the palladium element reactor is too black technology. Although there are a lot of black technologies in the Marvel world, Zod thinks it is better to be down to earth. Secondly, I want to see if the tritium reactor can satisfy him. Demand. In fact, Zod himself is also studying the nuclear fusion reaction of tritium. He has read the thesis of Dr. Otto, and there is no logical problem. As for why there is an accident, it should be caused by instability. Then there was the matter of secondary Krypton gold. After the Black Queen was created, Zod let it conduct a simulation experiment. The original Krypton gold, that is, the battle armor brought by Zod himself, has been synthesized by him and Gen Finance. The Super Krypton Gold battlesuit is much more powerful than the original Krypton Gold. Although Zod knows the formula of the original Krypton Gold, he is still in the comics. There is no way to get out of the world. Sir, an alloy formula has been calculated. After testing, the strength is 80% higher than that of secondary Krypton Gold. The Black Queen projected data and experimental simulations, and Zod held a glass of ice coke while drinking and watching. Very good, this alloy is called Class A Krypton Gold. Zord said after reading that, the A-level Krypton Gold is very close to the strength of the vibrating gold. After all, there are still the data of the vibrating gold and the physical vibrating gold in the Black Queen. Sir, in addition to alloy matters, other things have been discovered. The Black Queen used a video of a man in a black trench coat slashing a vampire with a knife. The quality of this video was very vague, as if it was rubbed on the concrete floor for a long time after being smeared by shit. After the Black Queen's repair, it is also difficult to see clearly. But then the Black Queen projected all the information of the man in black, including his birth record in the hospital when he was a child and his current situation. Blade Warrior. Zord recognized the famous Blade Warrior, and then the Black Queen produced more information, and any information on the internet could not be concealed from the Black Queen. And these materials are actually some incomprehensible text or patterns, on the parchment that looks very shabby. Mingguan. Zord has recalled more and more things recently, so he still knows part of the plot of Blade Warrior. If it's Mingguan, then it's just the beginning of the first plot of the Blade Warrior movie version. The first plot of Blade Warrior is very simple. After all, it is a comic movie, and the director is also very clever. He directly shows all the characteristics of the comics, which is very eye-catching, so he changed the starring role later, otherwise it is still very good looking. As the villain, Dickon Firth is a non-pure-blood vampire and the leader of non-pure-blood vampires in North America. He has always been at odds with pure-blood vampires. The reason is simple. Dickon Firth, who has changed from a human to a vampire, believes that humans will not wait to die. Watching vampires grow, they will definitely take action against vampires, and the pure-blooded vampire elders will vainly try to reach an armistice agreement with humans to be effective. Human technology is developing rapidly. If we don't turn all human beings into vampires, should we wait for humans to turn vampires? Does it become an experiment? Then he also learned to use a computer to decipher the meditations in the medical book that no one knows how to interpret until now. It records the method of summoning the blood by the vampire family. Only after deciphering did he know that it takes 12 pure words to call the blood god. A blood vampire and a daywalker, and the summoned blood will sweep the world like a storm, turning everyone into a vampire. Frankly speaking, www.novel.com, let's not talk about the reliability of the blood god. After all, there are too many big players in the Marvel world. Guyi alone will not let this blood succeed, unless the manga is summoned. The version of Dracula, that's still worth seeing. Even if it succeeds in turning people all over the world into vampires, then the question is, where is the sheep? When everyone becomes a tiger, without sheep, without prey, shouldn't they kill each other? Zord is not interested in this plot, but he is very interested in Blade Warrior, because Blade Warrior has no record of illness. Except for the record of his birth as a child, there is no record of him in the hospital, and he is even registered as dead. This is incredible, because even if there are special medicines, most diseases are likely to be serious enough to see a doctor, and private doctors are ridiculously expensive, and poor people like Blades cannot afford them. But thinking about the discovery of Dr. Connors before, Zod knew the answer. The Blade has become an immune body. He is immune to all human viruses and even diseases. Does the vampire virus produce new changes in his body? After all, the Blade is half human and half vampire according to the setting. He has not completely transformed into a vampire. He is a blessing in disguise. As a human, he also has the power and speed of a vampire and the ability to regenerate. It's just not to the point where you have to blood to survive. The Black Queen immediately set up a file of the Blade Warrior, call all monitoring, I want to know where he is now. Zord felt that the possibility of the panacea envisioned by Dr. Connors might fall on the Blade Warrior. For the sake of all mankind, let's work the Blade to do some cooperative research. Anyway, there is no need for anatomy, just sampling. Chapter 37, Blood God. Dickon Face was very excited. He finally realized his idea, colluded with vampires to betray the pure-blood vampire elders, killed Gaotianu, and took away all the 12 elders. The altar was ready, and the Blade Warrior was also fooled and arrested. Tonight, he will become the blood and rule the world. The blade was weakly hung on the altar by the vampire, and then the sharp piercing pierced his body. The blood of the Daywalker flowed into the altar, dripping along the root on the forehead of every pure blood. Along with the Daywalker's blood was offered to the blood god. The altar also possessed a weird aura, a kind of energy appeared in the altar. The 12 purebreds selected as sacrifices began to undergo abnormal changes, their bodies ruptured and the skeletons flew out. The scene looked very strange and terrifying. But at this moment, the roof was smashed into a big hole, and a man in a steel suit killed him. The Black Queen discovered that the Blade Warrior had fallen into the hands of the vampire when collecting the whereabouts of the Blade Warrior according to Zod's order. After reporting to Zod, although he knew that the original plot Blade Warrior successfully solved the Blood Dickon, but in order to prevent in the event of an accident, Zod came fully armed. Not only is here, Zed also prepared a large amount of anticoagulant. After all, he will not fight insecure battles. The power of the Kryptonians is just the last card. Looking at the flying skeletons on the altar, Zed knew that the plot had reached a very bad point, but fortunately, Dickon had not yet become a blood god. Standing at the center of the altar, Dickon also saw Zed, and he was about to stop the guy who seemed to be very uncomfortable. As a result, I saw Zed's eyepieces lit up with a dazzling red light. Hot vision. The blazing hot sight directly hit Dickon, and even the surrounding temperature rose a lot. Dickon screamed and turned to ashes in the hot sight. After the flying skeletons lost their target, they hovered in mid-air. Zed also took these flying skeletons and didn't know what to do. He swept his gaze a few times to kill the remaining vampires, lest they also become blood gods. However, at this moment, the flying skeletons seemed to have found them. The goal was the same, all flew towards the blade. And so on. Zord suddenly became anxious. The golden spiritual power burst out, surging towards the skeletons. The skeletons swept by the spiritual power stiffened in the air, as if the air had solidified and fixed it, but there were still skeletons flying inside the blade's body. Then the blade warrior stood up, strangely ignoring gravity. Zed had prepared his weapon. If the blade warrior became the blood god, he would directly shoot out all the anticoagulants. What's wrong with me? The blade warrior opened his eyes. Hasn't his blood been drawn to the point of weakness? Why does he feel full of power in his body? Are you fine? Zed initiated a questioning. He felt that the blade warrior hadn't lost his mind, and he should be able to talk. Who are you? The blade warrior looked at Zed. There was a lot of ashes on the scene. It should be a vampire who had been killed. However, the blade warrior who was still in a coma just now didn't know if the guy on the other side did it. I'm just a passing superhero, don't remember me, but I think you should check your body. Zod righteously said. No need. Blade warriors don't eat this set. If you don't want to become a vampire, you better listen to me, and I have a private hospital where I can check it for you. Zed issued a grand invitation, and the skeletons stopped in the air were also dissipating at this time. Zed was just a dead horse as a living horse doctor, but he didn't expect the spiritual power to really work. The blade warrior hesitated for a while, and then was forcibly pulled away by the enthusiastic Zed. He couldn't resist, thinking that the armor on Zed was too strong. Although it was 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning late at night, Dr. Connors, who received a call from Zed, arrived quickly. There was no way. Who told Zed to say that he might bring back the living material of the panacea? As for the black girlfriend of the blade warrior, she was also brought back together. She was not worried about the safety of the blade. It was not until she saw the blade technology industry that she showed a surprise. The other party is actually the boss of this super industry? Such a big person, would come to do this kind of thing? Looking for excitement? The blade warrior accepted a full set of inspections worriedly. Dr. Connors was very careful and did not miss any samples. Zed also looked forward to letting the Black Queen scan the blade and obtain the detailed data of the blade warrior. Then the blade warrior was sent home and told him to come back to see the results in a few days. Then Dr. Connors got caught up in the research day and night. Zed was much more relaxed. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com has the Black Queen, and he already knows the general situation of the Blade Warrior. The Blade Warrior who was pierced by the blood skeleton does not know whether it is different from before. At least the current technology should not be able to tell. The Black Queen analyzes that the Blade Warrior's cell is abnormally active, in other words it is him. His metabolism is ridiculously fast. However, in this case, the Blade Warrior's cells have no upper limit of division and can continue to divide. Unless this part of the cell is lost, he will be immortal. Compared with human genes, the Blade Warrior is only 10% more genetically different than humans. That 10% is estimated to be the vampire gene. Interestingly, Compared with the vampire experiment that has been captured, the Blade Warrior this section of vampire genes is even better, and there are many more things that other vampire genes don't have. Boss, the serum has been created. Dr. Connors is even more excited. The Blade Warrior is simply a treasure. It has directly solved the disease problem that has plagued humans for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Where he is now, he should be brought back for breeding. Experiment, Doctor. I have said many times that you have to conduct an experiment and have to be isolated and observed for a period of time. Don't run over to find me just after you get the experiment. Zord said that Dr. Connors was really taken aback. What if he failed? With the cooperation of the veterinary soldiers, Dr. Connors has obtained a lot of bad guys with inferiority as experimental products. They will be transplanted with the most deadly human viruses or diseases, and then injected with panacea serum to see if they can be cured. And the question of whether it will become a vampire, this observation time Zord is set as 1 year, but if there is a long incubation period, it is also very fatal. I can only say that you should be careful. Chapter 38, Super Kryptonian. Zord felt very uncomfortable, as if he had just begun to adapt to the sun when he first came to Earth. He estimated that he would awaken a new ability again. The problem is that he has already awakened a full set of superpowers, as well as mental powers that De Chao does not have. Now he has new superpowers? Zed, what's wrong with you? Yuld looked at Zord looking very uncomfortable, thinking he was sick. I'm fine, just basking in the Sunday. Zord refused Yuld's support. He was not as weak as this. Black Queen, establish a surveillance of my body. I need to know any changes in this situation. Zed found a specially built room, and the bright sunlight was shining in. Zed lay on the bed, bathed in sunlight, and fell asleep. The Black Queen began to scan Zord's body, recording subtle changes. The Zord in the dream seems to be back in the amniotic fluid. Because of the asexual reproduction of the Kryptonians, Zord does not have any mother-fetal experience, but this is also very magical. And his body is also evolving at an amazing speed. When Zod regained consciousness and woke up, he also knew what kind of superpower he had acquired. No way! The corners of Zord's mouth are raised. Is it such a superpower? The current Zod may be called a humanoid vibration. Because his new superpower has the ability to absorb all forms of energy and convert it into its own energy, and can release the energy. This ability allows Zod to withstand attacks to become stronger, and every blow to him will only make him stronger. He can strengthen his body, strength and speed by absorbing kinetic energy and all other energy. This strengthening is permanent. Can also convert the absorbed energy into energy output, and has a third energy output method besides thermal vision and freezing breathing, and this energy output can be heat, kinetic energy, electrical energy, wind energy, and so on. Originally, the steel body and biological force field of the Kryptonians were enough to make Zod ignore all physical attacks. Now there is a new super ability of energy absorption. Even if Zod is standing still, no one can move. There is also spiritual power in the mind, so that Zord does not need to worry that he will be controlled. Now the only thing to worry about is the power on the mysterious side. Marvel's sun can actually make such a big change for the Kryptonians. Even if I compare with the super Kryptonians, I am not much different, although the hard power is not that strong yet. Zord feels that he can be called a super Kryptonian just like Hack. I don't know if he will continue to awaken new superpowers. Of course, after Zord awakens this energy absorption ability, he has the capital to break through the gravity of the Earth. Zed, who wanted to do this a long time ago, soared into the sky without saying a word. During the period, he asked the Black Queen to erase all traces of her own cause, such as temporarily shielding surveillance such as satellites. The air shock wave generated by the flight slapped on Zod, and Zod absorbed the kinetic energy inside, and he used the kinetic energy to strengthen his body. The heat generated by breaking through the thermal barrier was also directly absorbed without causing any trouble. Immediately after, Zed broke through the atmosphere and came into the starry sky. The vacuum of the universe and the vacuum that humans call it are two different things. The concept of human vacuum is that there is no gas, but the vacuum of the universe has a lot of deadly cosmic radiation and dust. Fortunately, these cosmic radiations have energy for awakening. The absorbed Zed is purely atonic, and Zed has simply liberated the biological force field, allowing his body to be exposed to the vacuum of the universe. At this time, the sun was facing the North American side. Zed was irradiated by the sun at close range, and he felt his body become stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he wanted to be close to the sun, Zed suppressed this impulse. He knew how the death of Superman came about. It was because Da Chao was too close to the sun, which caused the body's energy to be too much to digest, so there was nothing left. After a day's life, by the way, this is Liebald's strategy again. Zed was bathed in sunlight and did not return to Earth until 100 hours later. Blade technology industry didn't get messed up just because Zed was missing for a few days. After all, Zed used to keep himself in the research room for several days before coming out. This time it was regarded as the same as before. Except for the red sun, although the sun is a tonic and golden finger for the Kryptonians, it does not become stronger all the time in a short period of time. Zed also got new abilities and stayed for so long. Now his whole body energy is saturated. It takes time to digest. Sir, an unexpected situation has been discovered. The Black Queen said suddenly after Zed was busy for a while. What unexpected situation? Zed was debugging the machine, and then asked. The Black Queen projected a video. The video showed a big green man who was smashed in a laboratory. You reading www.ukansha.com. Hulk. Zed's eyes lit up, and it looked like this Hulk was just born. Then the Black Queen gave a map. Although the Hulk was just born, he had only a child with an IQ. After being attacked, he immediately fought back, and then ran away feeling boring. However, under the influence of Banner's subconsciousness, the Hulk did not run into the city. Instead, he ran into the remote mountains, although Zed really wanted to complain about where there is such a big mountain in the vicinity. At this time, Bruce Banner was waking up from confusion. The rain was pouring. He had only a pair of big pants on him, and his clothes had been directly torn due to swelling. Fortunately, Banner quickly remembered why he was like this and the troubles that followed. Just then, a person appeared in front of him out of thin air. With the convenient ability of teleportation, Zed can directly appear there with just a glance. Although he consumes a lot of mental power, he recovers after a while in the sun. Who are you? Banner was taken aback. After all, there have not been endless superheroes and supervillains in this world. Nick Fury, who has seen Captain Marvel Carol, will not talk about it everywhere, so for Banner, the sudden appearance of Zed it was beyond imagination. Dr. Banner, I'm here to help you. Zed said with a smile, and see if he can beat Hulk by the way. Don't come near me, I don't need your help. Banner turned around and ran away. He was very emotional now, and he knew exactly what kind of experience he would face, so he would naturally not believe other people's words indiscriminately. Zed saw Banner's heartbeat speeding up and adrenaline was secreting through his perspective eyes, and if he stimulated it again, Hulk was about to come out. Chapter 39, Assault. Dr. Banner. Don't come here. Bruce Banner only felt his whole body hot, and then lost his mind. In Zord's eyes, it was Bruce Banner who suddenly turned green, and then his size quickly expanded, and finally turned into a behemoth. Am I going to scream or say something about Omega at this time? Zed looked up at the Hulk, then teased. Although it is said that Zord should use his spiritual power to appease the Hulk at this time and not let him run away, but Zord came here in person, except for Banner, a nuclear physicist, just want to fight. Hulk. The Hulk snarled at Zed, but didn't mean to hurt him. After all, Zed didn't harm Hulk either. Hulk's mind at this time was still very simple. Zord waited for a while, and after staring at the Hulk with big eyes, he stretched out a hand and flicked his finger on the Hulk's chest. Boom! The Hulk flew out directly, and stopped after smashing many trees. Then Hulk became angry, and his body became a little bigger. Hulk! The Hulk jumped over and slammed a punch on Zed's head. Zed didn't move, and the ground under his feet did not break, because the shock wave and kinetic energy were all absorbed, and the Hulk's fist was directly deformed, just like an ordinary person. As if the fist hit hard steel, its fist broke. The Hulk howled in pain, and then saw Zord's eyes glow red. Fiery hot sight hit the Hulk, easily melted its indestructible skin, penetrated into the flesh and blood, and directly penetrated the Hulk's body. The Hulk was even more angry, his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body became stronger. It grabbed a big tree and slammed it at Zed. Zed didn't even block the movement, and the tree slammed on him and exploded directly. The Hulk looked at the only tree in his hand in a puzzled manner. Cracking! Zed stretched out his hand, the energy in his body was converted into electrical energy, and 100,000-volt lightning hit the Hulk. Roar! The Hulk was trembling with electricity, but it quickly broke free, but Zord was faster, the energy in his body was converted into wind energy, and a huge hurricane was set off in the blink of an eye. The Hulk struggled to grab the ground, but he was involved in a hurricane. The surrounding air currents were driven by hurricanes, and the giant hurricane just now quickly became a supergiant hurricane. The Hulk circled around in the hurricane without fighting back. Under the influence of the Black Queen, this devastating Category 6 hurricane did not attract any attention. After all, the most advanced hurricane known to mankind is Category 5 and Category 6. If it is discovered, the United States is afraid that it will not be scared to death. Zed, who has become a human-shaped natural disaster, doesn't think there is any invincibility in the world. He is stuck in this place now, and above it is the Heavenly Father level. I don't know how long it will take to become the Heavenly Father level. The parent level powerhouse has caught a lot in the Marvel Universe, which is nothing at all. I can be considered as soft as I am. Zord looked at the infinitely powerful Hulk in the invisible wind with no strength to fight back, and felt that he had reached the realm of Mahayana with softness and strength. Nodded in satisfaction, and then Zed watched the Hulk go round and round, only to find that instead of dizzying, it seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. After all, is a newly born Hulk, not as easy to be defeated as later, and has unlimited potential. So Zord absorbed most of the wind energy, the hurricane dissipated, and as soon as the Hulk landed, he pounced on Zord like a vicious dog. Zord said that he would not refuse anyone. He hit the Hulk's chest with a punch and plunged deep into it. Then he took the opportunity to throw the Hulk to the ground with an over-shoulder throw. Although Zed is not the most powerful occupation as a soldier in Krypton, he has implanted the life code, giving himself unlimited possibilities, and naturally also has the strength of the soldier. Coupled with the super brain, all fighting skills on the Earth will be readily available in 1 hour. The Hulk, who was thrown so hard to react, was lifted up by Zord, and then severely broke his back. Crack! The Hulk howled miserably, and his spine was severely broken by Zord. Disjointed muscles and bones. Zed used the splitting and staggered hand in the eagle's grasping hand. Playing this technique with a body of steel became very terrible. The Hulk kept wailing, that is, it has strong resilience ability, otherwise it's just useless. After removing all the 18 joints of the Hulk's body, the Hulk collapsed on the ground and just groaned. Although the blood in his eyes was extremely congested, he still couldn't help Zed. Under a perspective scan, the situation in the Hulk's body Zord is clear at a glance, it can even quickly recover from this kind of muscle and bone disorder. What a monster! Hulk, who is the monster? The Hulk, who recovered in less than 10 seconds, is still reluctant. It hasn't suffered such a big loss, and it hasn't made Zed embarrassed or flat after playing for so long. It turns out that Zed blows out in one breath. Frozen breath. Kaka kaka, the moisture in the air is also frozen, and the Hulk who bears the brunt directly turns into an ice sculpture. At this time, Zed began to sway the cosmic energy with his spiritual power, and the photon energy of Captain Marvel appeared in Zed's hands. Photon energy wave. Zord introduced the photon energy. The powerful energy ray hit the Hulk ice sculpture. Instead of exploding, it pushed it out. The impact of the photon made the Hulk desperate. Hulk! The Hulk just roared and was teleported by Zed, who held his head with one hand and smashed it on the ground. Can't you change other lines? Come and tell me. Zed grabbed the Hulk's head. Zodi's is the most handsome and strongest. Boom! In order for the Hulk to remember this sentence deeply, Zed smashed it into the ground and then pierced the ground with his bare hands. A huge green arm grabbed Zed and wanted to drag him into his arms. As a result, Zed stood still in place, and the Hulk couldn't shake Zed with enough energy to suckle. Instead, Zed grabbed his arm and pulled it gently. The mud splashed and the Hulk flew directly into the sky. Moved to the sky above the Hulk in an instant, Zed raised his right leg, and came a tomahawk-style slash. The Hulk's extremely tough bones broke directly under Zed's right leg. The Newton's 3 punches of gravitational acceleration caused the Hulk to hit the ground and smashed a large pit hundreds of meters in diameter and several meters in depth, causing a strong earthquake in an instant. Shattered its internal organs, and the Hulk lying on the ground vomited out internal organ fragments and green blood with high-intensity gamma-ray radiation. Chapter 40, New Element. Hey, Hulk, I want to be friends with you. After a friendly exchange, Zed used his psychic power to appease Hulk, so as not to confuse Hulk with unlimited potential. Hulk was amazed, and there would be no more anger, the stronger the potential. Hulk was comforted by Zord, fell asleep, and turned back to Bruce Banner. Zed brought Bruce Banner back to the base of the blade technology industry. Dr. Connors took over Bruce Banner and drew blood from him. Be careful, he has a high concentration of gamma-ray radiation all over his body. Zed reminded Dr. Connors to prevent him from getting any radiation sickness. Although Dr. Connors has become a lycanthrope, it does not mean that he can withstand long-term gamma-ray radiation. Dr. Connors nodded, then put on the protective suit and began to study. The Hulk is so powerful, if he can create the Hulk serum, then Zed will have a Hulk troop. Thinking about it, I feel excited. After all, that is the Hulk unit, which can directly sweep the universe. The 3 major empires and the Dark Order are all not opponents. At this moment, time seemed to have stagnated. Dr. Connors remained motionless, and then a figure in a bright orange cloak appeared. Stop it, you have seriously affected the future. The Supreme Master Gu said to Zed. In the previous war machines, secondary Krypton gold, fire reactors, vitamin, and even animalized soldiers, Gu Yi did not interfere, but the research on the Hulk will not work. The future will be directly disordered at this moment, and Gu Yi can't see it. The future is gone, she has lost her prediction of the future. Who are you? Zord of course recognized the Supreme Master Gu Yi, but he couldn't say, he could only pretend to see it for the first time. I am a mage, Mr. Zed, please stop your plan to study the Hulk. Gu Yi said, that shiny bald head is very eye-catching. No problem. Zed nodded, his form is stronger than human beings. He is not Gu Yi's opponent at all now, so he can only abort the Hulk plan. Gu Yi was not surprised. Zed seemed to be the kind of person who knows the current affairs as a brilliant person. She made a condemnation and then left. Time began to flow again, and Dr. Connors stood there blankly, the Hulk blood and Bruce Banner in his hand were gone. What happened, boss? Dr. Connors asked in surprise, and then he saw Zed's unhappy face. It's okay, you continue to study the animalized soldiers. Zed disappeared instantly. He did not ask to go to Comitage to learn magic. After all, magic in Marvel's world is magic that requires a price to be used. Otherwise, even if the spell is memorized, it still won't be used, and the power gained by paying the price will eventually be lost to the soul. If you lose it, even if Kamatage uses the white magic of the Trinity Emperor Weishan, it will cost you a price. The difference lies in how much, not to mention that the resistance of the Kryptonian demon is just a stock, and it does not mean that it is really weak. Since Guyi didn't allow himself to study the Hulk, then Zed could study the Red Giant. Anyway, General Ross was irradiated with gamma rays. If you follow this formula to make the Red Giant and then study the Red Giant, you don't believe in the Red Giant. Can't figure it out. But these are second to none. Zed now sneaks into Tony Stark's home. The Black Queen shielded Jarvis' perception. Zed obtained the particle structure of the new element by scanning the floor plan model of the Stark Industrial Park. It's incredible. After Zord returned home, he began to study. The periodic table of Krypton is very different from the periodic table of the Earth. Of course there are the same elements, but this new element Zord has not seen before. It is hard to imagine. Howard, how did you discover this new element? After knowing the particle structure, it is much easier to make it next. Using alpha-ray bombardment of natural radioactive elements, new elements can be synthesized with the help of accelerators. This new element can actually be regarded as the isotope of the energy of the universe Rubik's Cube. It is estimated that the new element was discovered after analyzing the molecular structure of the energy of the universe Rubik's Cube. Otherwise, it is impossible to find the unnatural environment in the backward environment of the Earth at that time. Elements. In fact, this process of creating new elements is the least scientific. Is well known. After breaking the particles, at some point enough fragments will recombine to form a new nucleus. When the nucleus is sufficiently stable, a new element is created. But in fact, the new elements cannot be truly stabilized. Most of the new elements created can only exist for 1/1000th of a second before decay. Because of this instability, it is difficult for humans to store the new elements in his arc reactor like Tony Stark did, and they also need to be moved at close to the speed of light in the movie. There are two things in the original plot that are too crazy. First, Stark cannot stay in the same room with the accelerator, so he will be exposed to extremely strong radiation. Second, the generated element beam cannot be directed towards only one. The direction is going forward. Imagine that when two cars collide with each other, do all the debris fly to one side, or are they all? If objects collide head-on, it is usually impossible for all the flying parts to fly to one side. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Original plot: when Stark collided the two particle streams, all the particle beams moved in one direction. This violates the law of conservation of momentum, which is a serious mistake. The conservation of momentum has been applied to human beings for 400 years. In addition, if Stark used some extra magnets to concentrate the particle beams and launch them, Zord still felt a little credible, but he would definitely not be able to do it with a wrench. From a scientific point of view, it is impossible to synthesize, because with his little instrument and that little energy, you don't need to think about adding more protons to the original atomic nucleus. In the laboratory, you need several accelerators to synthesize new elements, and electricity has to be industrial grade. Secondly, new elements should logically be new elements at the end of the periodic table. These elements have no names yet. You can check the latest periodic table. Stark's new elements have more protons than this, so in principle, this heavy element should always decay under normal circumstances, releasing radiation, gamma, and these radiations can all kill people, and then Stark wears a goggles without wearing protective clothing. Really dead? Of course, you can think of it the same way. Stark just stores a lot of energy in the triangle through rays. You can think of it as a battery. The effect is actually similar, but the storage capacity is abnormal. A full 10 joules of energy, rays, the material that constitutes the triangle, is stored in an excited state, and it is in a steady state, and then it can be powered or something. You can refer to the plot of Stark charging the armor in Iron Man 3 as a basis. So this may be some kind of element. The isotope or stable ionic state of high-energy particles enters the excited state to store a large amount of energy, but it is hard to say what this substance is. Chapter 41, Superhuman Project. The element shown in the movie is a stable non-radioactive transition element used as a catalyst. In reality, according to Mendeleev's periodic law of elements, people have synthesized element 118, and all elements before 118 in the periodic table have been filled, and the elements discovered later are hugely radioactive. And the half-life is extremely short, and it will decay the moment it is synthesized, so it is impossible for the elements in the movie to exist anymore. This is common sense in high school chemistry. And it is said that it is a new element, but looking at the data model, it is actually a spherical polymer compound substance, which cannot be included in the periodic table. If you want to create a new element, then this element must not be on the periodic table, so the number of protons in the nucleus of this element must be higher than that on the periodic table. Then it is well known that the higher the number of protons, the more unstable the element, and the artificially bombed elements on the periodic table can only exist for 1 second. And even if it can be created, this element must be more radioactive than the original palladium Stark used, so in other words, Stark will die faster. As for saying that new elements are isotopes of space gems, do you know what isotopes are? Isotopes are not new elements. Isotopes have the same number of protons and different numbers of neutrons, and only elements with different numbers of protons are different elements. If Stark merely changed the number of neutrons of the original very radioactive element palladium, not only is it not a new element, but its radioactivity is still very high. The most typical example, we all know that the substances that naturally emit light in nature are actually radioactive radiation. New elements are very bright, right? Is so bright before it enters the reactor to react. However, Zed succeeded in synthesizing the new elements, and the whole process entered Zed's knowledge blind zone. He didn't even know why he was able to succeed. I originally wanted to follow the flow of the original plot to prove that it was impossible, but it turned out to be a success. Why? Zord is puzzled, but now that the new elements are synthesized, Zord does not think about this complicated problem. This new element, Zed, was named the Zed element. The emergence of a new element must have a code that matches it. Of course, the matching rules must also be formulated by the discoverer himself. Just like if there was no Mendeleev, the creator of the first table, then even if people later discovered the existence of new elements, they would not be able to classify them according to their inherent laws. However, this new element is not an element in Mendeleev's periodic table, nor can it be classified according to the rules of the periodic table of Krypton. Zed does not intend to disclose the molecular composition of this new element to the public. Let him live forever, but Zed doesn't need any reputation, he can live so long on his own. Of course, in order to prevent Tony Stark from making the Zord element later, Zord still publicly announced the news that he had created a new element. Except for the molecular composition, most of the proofs and data were publicized. This naturally caused a sensation again, and at the same time new element reactors also appeared. This new element is also a cold nuclear reaction. The scientific community shook, and the name Zodies really entered the sight of those scientific experts for the first time. Prior to this, even the secondary Krypton gold in the field of materials was innovated and the world arms race was set off. Gears of war seemed to them nothing more than this, but this is a new element. However, Zed's behavior of not disclosing the new element to the public has also caused dissatisfaction among some researchers. The new element is very likely to make human progress. As for the behavior of kidnapping others with his own selflessness, Zed doesn't bother about it. This kind of person is not clear. He naturally respects the selfless, but Zed doesn't want to be a selfless, so Zed will register with the data. After getting the patent, Zed ignored it. Zed can't think of any words to describe a genius like Zed. He is only 20 years old, and he has discovered new elements and synthesized them. Will he have any shocking inventions next? Tony Stark, who was about to make a big move, fell silent after seeing the news. Walt? New element? You must know that to be able to discover the existence of an element is of incalculable significance to the progress of human civilization. Are young people so mad? But Tony Stark was not discouraged either. He always thought that he was the most genius. Isn't it a new element? Me too. Tony Stark cheered up again. At the same time, the international community began to pay more attention to Zodies. There were some small actions on the American side, but now they are gone. This kind of genius who can benefit all mankind is irrational to persecute him. Mr. www.novel.com has a goal of discovery. The Black Queen said while Zord was conducting research. What goal? Zod asked. The goal of the Transhuman Project, Jessica Jones. The Black Queen replied. Jessica Jones, formerly known as Jessica Campbell, was a high school classmate of Spider-Man Peter Parker. On a trip to Disney, because she and her brother were quarreling in the back seat, the father who was driving was distracted and the car directly collided with a military vehicle loaded with radioactive chemicals. The whole family was exposed to radiation and died as a result. Only Jessica survived. She was then taken to the hospital and fell into a coma for several months. After waking up, she found that she had gained flying and far beyond ordinary power. Afterwards Jessica was adopted by the Jones family. Changed its name to Jessica Jones. Zord really wanted to get that car full of chemicals to see what could be the mutation, but when you think about it, you know it's impossible. It's better to look for possibilities from Jessica Jones. At this time Jessica Jones was still in a coma in the hospital. Jessica would not wake up from the coma until the Fantastic Four and the Planet Devourer confronted near the hospital where Jessica was. Now, a coma, high school girls who became orphans were easily taken away by Blade Technology Industry. Because she has not yet been adopted by the Jones family, she's still called Jessica Campbell. Black Queen, scan her physical condition, but don't irritate her. Zord's see-through eyes passed through the medical suit and the flesh and blood of Jessica Campbell, saw the drastic changes in her body, and then said to the Black Queen. Understood, sir. The Black Queen immediately began to scan and build Jessica Campbell's file. Chapter 42, Something Big. The Black Queen quickly completed the analysis and established Jessica Campbell's personal profile. If it is in Krypton or in a spacecraft, it is estimated that Jessica Campbell's genes are already being simulated, but now I can only sample manually to try to cultivate it. Did not disturb Jessica's sleeping self-modification, and after she was transferred to the general laboratory to monitor her situation, Zord did not care. Zod is now checking the company's business situation. Although he can trust Yuld and the Black Queen, he still needs to look at it for the sense of accomplishment. The sales of vitamin are very good. It has become the leading product of Blade Technology Industry. Of course, there are a lot of leading products of Blade Technology Industry. Recently, Old has contacted the production bases of several pharmaceutical factories to discuss the acquisition, because vitamin has been used by more than 50% of the population in the United States, and it has swept all the people who can consume it, and the rest either I can't afford a $500 bottle of vitamin, or I have no ability and I have never heard of it. In other words, the US market is saturated, and many healthcare companies have been brought down. Old's acquisition at this time is a bit of a sinking feeling, but considering that filing for bankruptcy is also full of debt, it's better to sell. At least Yuld's offer was fair, although not as much as they were when they weren't overwhelmed. Now Blade Technology Industry is ambitious and plans to expand the vitamin market to the world. At present, there are drug dealers who smuggle vitamin to other countries, and because the smuggling of vitamin is the reason, most countries are not criminal when caught. Then there is an antidote for cockroaches, mosquitoes, mice, and flies. The sales volume of detergents is much higher than that of vitamin, and the profit completely exceeds vitamin. Firstly, it is really effective. Secondly, the United States is also a country with serious health problems, which leads to the sales of deterrents. I don't know how much higher than Old imagined, so Old had to pay attention to this seemingly inconspicuous interest. After this benefit was dug up, Ewald discovered that it was more profitable than arms and anything. Ewald looked for several pharmaceutical factory production bases and wanted to expand the scale of production. The plan has been printed out for Zid, but Zid didn't have time to watch. I forgot to label vitamin as aphrodisiac, beauty and breast enhancement. Zord saw that the sales volume of vitamin was worse than that of the elimination medicine, so he immediately wrote this record. Later, the Black Queen will send it directly to Urder's phone, and he did not lie. After all, vitamin is extracted from the human body. All kinds of beneficial nutrients are big tonics for human beings, but they are just a bit of a waste of raw materials. No need to look at the secondary Krypton gold, the orders for the American Poseidon are all lined up. Then there is Gears of War. As far as today's science and technology are concerned, war machines are very precious, especially when placed on the battlefield. They have powerful tactics and strategic significance. They are used to decapitate the enemy, which can be regarded as innocent. The biggest advantage of the war machine is not speed, firepower, or defense, but it can be manufactured in wholesale. This is the biggest difference between it and the serum products of super soldiers such as Captain America and the Hulk. The latter ones have become unreplicated orphans for various reasons. However, Urd told Zid that Stark Industries had also developed a war machine, but they called themselves Steel Suits. The lawyers of Blade Technology Industries and Stark Industries have already fought each other, but the capitalists' ability to be shameless is also quite amazing. After the Los Angeles court lost the case, Stark Industries switched to an appeal in the New York City court and then fought again. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Stark Industries is going to be shameless, and it will cost you. Anyway, Stark Industries can't afford to pay for the lawsuit. The money for a steel suit can be returned, and it's more than enough. America silently supported Stark Industries and took the opportunity to suppress Blade Technology Industry. Of course, this kind of suppression does not dare to go too far, but the United States is dissatisfied with the fact that Blade Technology Industry has not yet been listed and sold the war machine to the world. What if it really drives it away? Who is responsible? Stark Industries has military holdings, so it is impossible to sell steel suits to the world like Blade Technology Industries. Mk1 is all sold to the United States. Zord didn't say anything to Stark Industries so much, he just called Bucky. At this time Bucky had already controlled a Hydra branch, and all the Hydras in this branch became members of the World Snake, and of course they had not yet become a beast soldier. Bucky, help me kidnap Tony Stark and throw it to the Middle East for the 10 Commandments to take over. Zid thinks that the current Tony Stark is too profitable. www.novel.com. This is not a good thing. Although it has not yet reached the beginning of the original plot, I can help him and make him the qualified steal in advance. Man! It's too easy to kidnap Tony Stark. At this time, he was going to bed with 2 sisters on the cover. After knowing the location, Bucky killed someone directly in. Tony Stark's bodyguard was easily caught. Put down. Tony Stark, who was working hard, was paralyzed by the loud noise of breaking in, and the 2 young model sisters screamed and hugged each other. Tony Stark? Bucky asked. No, it's not. Tony wanted to get in the way, and then Bucky picked it up with one hand, stuffed it into a black SUV without even wearing his pants. After the incident, the scene of the incident was blocked by police, military and special agents. SHI witnesses, obviously, those who did this were very cautious. And there should be a top hacker undercover, and the surveillance on the street also lost the video of that period of time. Collison reports to Nick Fury. Who do you think did it? Nick Fury had a headache, and asked Coulson. I don't know, maybe it's the revenge of Blade Technology Industry, maybe it's the kidnappers who are eyeing the Stark family's money. Coelson said that there were too few traces on the scene and no clues were found. Nick Fury is suspicious and cautious. In addition, the recent lawsuit between Blade Technology Industry and Stark Industry has been unknown to everyone. However, Blade Technology Industry is angry, and it is very possible to retaliate directly by hacking. Chapter 43, Big Kidnapped in Advance. If Zordies really did it, it would be a problem. Although Nick Fury didn't want to be such a thing, he still started Natasha, who sneaked into the Blade Technology Industry and became a senior assistant. Natasha, who is aliased as Natalie, felt too challenging after receiving the task. I didn't become an important person to investigate the secrets of the boss. Black Widow Natasha, full name Natalia Arianovna Romanova, referred to as Natalia Romanova. Born in Stalingrad in the former Soviet Union in 1928, he was trained as a special agent by the former Soviet Union operatives since his childhood. After the former Soviet government's transformation, his body has greatly delayed his aging rate, and strengthened his immune system and fighting ability. In addition, he has been trained for many years. With various physical and mental trainings, he has become a deadly poisonous spider Black Widow, who later betrayed the former Soviet Secret Service organization Red Room and joined the Avengers. His age is only 8 years younger than Captain America. 1928, now is the millennium of 2000, one can imagine how old the Black Widow is this year. According to the comics, Black Widow had fallen in love with Bucky the Winter Soldier and rolled over the sheets. Of course, it was in the Soviet Union, and the relationship between Black Widow Natasha and the Winter Soldier was not allowed by the state. She was asked to break up with the Winter Soldier and married test pilot Alexei Shostakov. Although this marriage was arranged by a superior, Natasha fell in love with Alexei. But soon after, Natasha received a notice from her superiors that Alexei was killed in a rocket test, and she was distraught and returned to work. Then Natasha became a veritable Black Widow. She accepted various tasks to break into the Western social circle, seduced scientific and technological personnel with beauty, made them defect and serve the Soviet Union. Natasha carefully approached the area where the company was not allowed to approach. It was a place that even her boss Old had no permission to approach. Natasha felt that even if there were secrets, it was probably there. If the kidnapping of Tony Stark really if it was Zordies doing it, maybe Tony Stark was also in that area. She didn't know. She was discovered by the Black Queen just as she approached, and then the Black Queen notified Zod. Zod was surprised and saw the Black Widow through the pinhole camera. Very beautiful woman, but because the Black Widow does not look like Scarlet, Zod did not recognize it. Is this a female agent? Zod watched with interest. He wanted to know how the beautiful female agent of the agency he arranged would deal with. The 50mm thick sub-Krypton Golden Gate made the Black Widow unable to start, and the intelligence was insufficient, and the Black Widow did not even know how to open this gate. She speculated that it should be a high-tech that she could not understand. After all, it is now recognized that Zordies is the only genius of this century. The Blade Technology Industry has also become a place where many scientific researchers want to go. It is the treatment that Stark Industries has. The Black Widow took out the miniature camera to shoot, not letting go of any corner, to see if she could let the SHIELD scientific research personnel analyze how to open the door after returning. She didn't know that there was a laser channel behind the door, unless she was possessed by Alice. Otherwise she would die without the protagonist's halo. Zod is not in a hurry. After taking back his gaze, he starts his own research. Mechanical soldier. This is a kind of combat weapon that Krypton once had. It was used to fight with the Kryptonians. After all, although the number of Kryptonians is not less than that of the Earthlings, but to rule 100,000 worlds, the number of Kryptonians is still a little less. So there is mechanical soldiers come to help and assist in governance and management. The mechanical soldiers controlled by the strong artificial intelligence have very strong management and assistance capabilities. Now that Zod has developed the strong artificial intelligence of the Black Queen, he will naturally not let go of the mechanical soldiers. Due to technical limitations, the mechanical soldiers made by Zed can only be considered so-so. Each mechanical soldier is equipped with 4 multi-barreled machine guns, a 75mm recoilless gun is mounted on the shoulder, and the lower part of the body is a hexapod mechanical leg, which is sufficient to adapt to any fighting environment. In Krypton, these mechanical soldiers are powered by miniaturized hydrogen batteries, but now Zed has a better choice, the Zed Element Fire Reactor, which can meet all the energy needs of the mechanical soldiers until they are scrapped, and can also make them with the support of strong energy. It turns into a flexible steel spider for output. The surface armor is still a layer of secondary Krypton gold, which enhances the defense performance. A-level Krypton gold is not used for these mechanical soldiers because it is expensive to build. Zed created mechanical soldiers only for the Zeta Rising Stars and Thanos Dark Order. The War Machine is a castrated version, but it also gives countries the ability to protect themselves, not even the ability to fight back. Reading www.yunsha.com. Tony Stark is more unlucky. Zed did not hand him over to the 10 Rings, because he was worried that he would get rid of it, so he asked someone to pretend to be a terrorist in the Middle East. He asks you to make a war machine for him, and then he will set you free. An elderly white man who replaced the role of Ensign Laffy said to Tony Stark. Tony Stark looked at the boasting terrorists in front of him. He wouldn't do that. Tony Stark knows this very well, and at the same time he also complains about why he is so unlucky. If you want to build a war machine, catch Zordies, mine is a steel suit. But why isn't Zordies kidnapped? Of course, Tony Stark doesn't know the reason, because Zordies is so clean, he wouldn't be like him and go to the hotel with the cover model. He has been in the laboratory all the time. Tony still thinks of Zord. Heath doesn't know how to enjoy, and now he thinks that Zordeath is prescient. At the same time, Tony Stark also saw a lot of Stark Industries weapons in this terrorist base. What's the matter? How can Stark Industries weapons be sold to terrorists? Tony Stark is in a complicated mood. He knows that Stark Industries is estimated to be a ghost, and the level is not low. However, for the time being, there is no doubt about Obadi. After all, Obadi has been attacked. Without a hand and a foot, he is now kidnapped by terrorists. I don't know what the Stark Industry has become. The Stark Industry is in chaos now, because Tony Stark's disappearance was not Opadri's responsibility. He does not have this idea yet. What's more, the steel suit needs Tony to produce it. So far, only one steel suit has been produced. Chapter 44, Blade Technology Industry wins the lawsuit. And even if other people get this prototype, they can produce the shell at most, and the arc reactor with the inner core and the energy core can't do it at all. Obadiah was so angry that he quickly searched for relationships to find out where Tony Stark went. Originally, if Zed gave Tony Stark to the Gang of 10 Rings, I didn't know that the Gang of 10 Rings, who Tony Stark had already made steel suits to sell, might return Tony Stark back, but Zed considered there is such a possibility that only the animalized soldiers under him can act as terrorists. Take Tony Stark out on time every day and let him see the tragedy of ordinary civilians oppressed by terrorists who have obtained Stark industrial weapons. Tony Stark's anger from the beginning, to anxiety, now is the stage of self-blame, annoyance and pain. After all, Tony Stark always thought that his weapons were to support anti-terrorism, but now they are used by terrorists to harm innocent people. This is also the natural difference between Tony Stark and other arms dealers. He still retains the rare innocence. It was not accidental that he became a hero, but the conditions already existed, just lack of an activation. Zed originally worried that Tony might not have reached that stage yet and could not experience it. Now seeing Tony Stark's reaction, he knew he was worrying too much. Tony Stark becoming Iron Man is inevitable. But it will take a while to grind to make him suffer more. Zed thought hummingly. Affected by Tony Stark's disappearance, Zodi's was also summoned because he was the biggest suspect. However, Zodi's cites that Blade Technology Industry is just an ordinary technology group and is unable to engage in terrorist attacks and kidnappings. In addition, he is not short of money now, and he has hired a large number of large-scale lawyers, and he has won the case directly. Nick Fury from SHIELD watched Zorditha's every move and listened to Zorditha's signals, but didn't know that those were false signals that the Black Queen confuses him, but shield was given by the Black Queen. I followed the vine and listened. Tony Stark has not been retrieved for many days, and there is even no news. Most people have already assumed that Tony Stark may have been killed. Because the kidnappers did not even call for money extortion, the stock price of Stark Industries began to suffer. At the same time, in the eyes of outsiders, Blade Technology Industry and Stark Industry had to fight for several years in the lawsuit, which directly let Blade Technology Industry win the lawsuit. Stark Industry was accused of not having the ability to produce steel suits. The military chose to give up, and Blade Technology Industry was awarded $800 million in compensation. Stark Industries also seems to have been subdued, and did not continue to appeal to the courts of other places, otherwise there may be a possibility of winning the case due to different laws in each state. In fact, Obadi has broken everything that can be smashed in the office. Every day he opened his eyes and watched the stock price of Stark Industries decline, which stimulated Obadi to almost have a stroke and a cerebral hemorrhage. When he was older, his heart was affected. No such stimulus. $800 million is not a big deal for Stark Industry. What makes Obadi unhappy is the attitude of the military. As soon as the tone changed, Stark Industry faced the anger of the Blade Technology Industry alone, and Nord was concerned about history. Tucker Industries was very angry for plagiarizing its own leading products. The lawyers were angry again and again, and only cut down $800 million in compensation, which was only $50 million at the beginning. Zord also knew that it was unlikely that Stark Industry would be hurt, so he didn't care. If he cared about everything, he probably wouldn't have time to work on his own affairs. However, Blade Technology Industry has revealed that it has the idea of establishing a branch on the rabbit side, which makes America panicked. Although it's just a branch, what if Zordis runs over by accident? Of course, Zod will definitely not go there. There is a spear bureau on the rabbit side, which controls all the superheroes and supervillains in the entire country, and Iron Man's mortal enemy Manman is also because he can't stay on the rabbit side. Go down and be kicked out. Rabbit is naturally unwilling to welcome it, and let Daofeng Technology Industry pick it randomly in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. At that time, they will arrange a piece of land for Daofeng Technology Industry as a branch base. The United States hated the shamelessness of rabbits, and then they quickly countered and found a plot in New York to sell it to Blade Technology Industry at half price, as well as a variety of sophisticated instruments. Zod looked weird when he heard the news. In New York? I didn't dare to ask. That bad place has bad feng shui, all day long, an evil place where insurance companies go bankrupt. Haven't seen that even if the Blade Technology Industry has grown thousands of times now, is it still headquartered in Washington, D.C.? Yule did not expect his own boss to make such a move. As a result, other countries heard the wind and said that they could let Blade Technology Industry own a piece of land in their own country for free. The ownership rights ranged from 70 years to those that did not exist in Blade Technology Industry. www.novel.com and I will help with construction. This made the United States very passive. Fortunately, Zodis didn't mean to agree. He only sent Yule to talk to the rabbit. He also knew that he probably couldn't leave the United States through normal channels, customs, and so on. We'll jam him to death and prevent him from passing. In this delicate situation, Blade Technology Industry replaced Stark Industries as the most important industrial group in the United States. Zod received an invitation from AIM to meet. AIM, the full name is Advanced Idea Mechanics, Chinese translated as Pioneer Technology. If you don't know yet, AIM is actually the company of the villain who researched the Extremis virus in Iron Man 3. Of course, this is the setting of the movie. In the setting of the comics, the leader of AIM is Mordor, not Or. Derek Killian. Want to work with me to improve the DNA project? Zord looked at the appointment message left by Aldreza Killian. Aldreza Killian claimed to have a project that could improve human DNA and wanted to cooperate. Extremis virus? It is now 8 years ago. Aldreza Killian should be still experimenting with Extremis virus, but he found that he could not develop Extremis virus with his own talents, and then met Tony, who had a one-night stand a few years ago. Maya Hansen, from her, got the formula that Tony Stark wrote down at the beginning, which took the Extremis virus one step further. This has caused, even if Aldreza Killian hates Tony Stark's original humiliation, he has to find a way to ask Tony Stark for help. This is probably the most helpless thing in life. Chapter 45, Extremis virus. Extremis virus, like centipede serum, is tasteless. There is no other ability besides being able to produce ultra-high temperature and regeneration ability. More importantly, this regenerative ability is gone after the core is destroyed, and the ultra-high temperature ability can only be used in a short distance, including fire breathing. So the desperate warrior is meaningless, but it's not bad if it can be used on the animalized soldier, so that the animalized soldier has an extra ability to release high heat energy. You can even try to make Wolverine. After all, the regeneration ability of the Extremis warrior is no different from that of Wolverine, except that it lacks a metal skeleton. Push it away, and find out the location of Aldreza Killian's base. By the way, Zod said to the Black Queen that he plans to bring a few groups of Extremis viruses back to his own research. As for cooperation, there is no need. Zod is not used to getting too close to the villain, and Vank and his son have been taken by himself. Reski Killian is also done, so who will Tony fight in the future? With the help of the Black Queen, Aldreza Killian's location was quickly searched out. It was an abandoned building in the suburbs. Pioneer Technology specifically purchased this type of building for experimentation. An explosion can also cover up the past without attracting attention. Of course, it is mainly cheap. Just as it is now. Zod looked down at the building under his feet, his perspective eyes easily penetrated the lead-free house, and saw the underground base. Aldreza Killian was watching the experiment. On the test bed was a soldier with mutilated limbs. After he was injected with the Extremis virus by a scientific researcher, his hands and feet miraculously lit up with dazzling light, and then grew back. While the soldiers were thanking God, Aldreza Killian and the others' complexions changed drastically, because the detector was lit up with red light, and because the dose was too large, the Extremis virus got out of control. Soldier felt something was wrong at this time. There was a red light under his skin. Aldreza Killian and the others didn't care about helping Soldier untie, they all started to pack things. No, save me. Soldier realized that it was not good, but Aldreza Killian and the others ignored them, only knowing to pack up and leave. When Soldier roared, light radiated from his mouth. Boom! The explosive power of the Extremis soldier was amazing, and the entire building was razed to the ground. Zord landed slowly on the ground. Aldreza Killian and his men were in a blank space, their eyes dull. The powerful psychic power directly took over their psyche. Zod took away a suitcase from one of his subordinates at random, and it contained the Extremis virus. Then Zod obtained all the data and information about the Extremis virus from Aldreza Killian, and the super brain memorized it all without forgetting. Remember, Aldreza Killian, you hate Tony Stark very much, not only for bringing you physical humiliation, but also mental and spiritual humiliation. After helping Tony Stark set a benchmark for his rivals, Zod teleported back to his base without name, and only then relieved Aldreza Killian and their mind control. Boss, I left in a hurry just now, and the Extremis virus was also blown up. The subordinate holding the Extremis virus just said reproachfully. It doesn't matter, there are as many Extremis viruses, but the next time I do multiple experiments all at once. Aldrezikirayan looked distressedly at the destroyed building. There was a big explosion here, and then it couldn't be used anymore, and it had to be paid for. The funds were not so sufficient. Tony History. Tucker. Zed returned to the base and began to study the extremis virus. During this time, Zed learned a lot of knowledge, and he was no longer as embarrassed as before. The biggest problem with the extremis virus is stability. Aldrezikirayan and the others have always thought it was an overdose problem. After searching for a long time, they couldn't find the standard line before reacting. It shows how stupid they are. In Zord's hands, this problem was solved easily, and he didn't even feel the difficulty. It turns out that this is the mechanism of action, but this is the nemesis of the vampire virus. Zed accidentally discovered the antidote to the vampire virus. Although the extremis virus looks fierce and may burn vampires to ashes, in fact its mechanism of action is not so fierce and unreasonable. As long as it is not a pure-blooded vampire, after being injected with the extremis virus, it can be transformed back into a human being. This reminded Zed of the panacea serum of the improved version of the Blade Warrior virus that was still being studied. He was worried that this panacea serum would have any sequelae with a long incubation period, but if the extremis virus was used, the panacea serum should be injected first. Clean up the virus, and then inject the extremis virus to clean up the vampire virus. Isn't that all right? You only need to control the extremis virus www.novel.com so that it will be cleaned up by the human body's immune system as soon as the effect is completed, so you don't have to worry about turning people into extremis fighters. At the same time, extremis virus is also a vampire killer, which can be provided to the Blade for him to use as a weapon. Of course, that's the most wasteful approach. It's better to get some UV weapons for the Blade. Through a series of experiments, Zed succeeded in making extremis virus his own RBQ, whatever he wanted it to. And the newly improved animalized soldier serum is not suitable for ordinary animalized soldier, so Zed named it the second-generation mass-produced super animalized soldier serum. With the addition of high heat release ability, coupled with the organ adjusted by Zed, the super animalized soldier created has an additional ability to spray heat and light, and it is estimated that only wearing vibranium or Edmund alloy or Hulk in close combat this kind of ability carries the high heat energy to fight with the super animalized soldiers. That is the ultra-high temperature that even steel melts in an instant. Although Zed felt that the film did not consider the issue of heat transfer speed, but Marvel did not follow the physics more things, and Zed did not care. After Zed solved the possible problem of the panacea serum, Blade Technology Industry found the Blade Warrior and reached a cooperation with him. Only need to provide 1000 ml of blood regularly, you can get the high-tech weapons provided by Blade Technology Industry to support the hunting of vampires. For example, ultraviolet bombs. After all, Zed remembers that the plot of Blade Warrior 2 is about to come, although it will be several years later, but what if it goes ahead? After using the weapons of the Blade Technology Industry, the Blade Warrior simply loves it. Isn't it just donating blood every other month? The Blade Warrior said that there is no problem at all. Chapter 46, Wakanda. There is another big news in Blade Technology Industry. Zodis has developed a special medicine for AIDS. The most important thing is not targeted drugs, but specific drugs that can also be effective against genetic AIDS. AIDS patients all over the world are saved. It takes several years, even as long as 10 years or more, for HIV-infected people to develop into AIDS patients. Due to the extreme decline of the body's resistance, multiple infections such as herpes zoster, oral mold infection, tuberculosis, etc. will occur. Enteritis, pneumonia, encephalitis caused by pathogenic microorganisms, serious infections caused by various pathogens such as Candida, pneumocystis, etc., malignant tumors often occur in the later stage, and long-term consumption, and even systemic failure and death. But there are many people who did not take preventive measures. They are all HIV infections caused by blood transfusions. Because the incubation period is long and it is difficult to detect, many people only find out that they have been infected with AIDS after several years of blood transfusion. These people are the greatest misfortune. According to statistics released by the World Health Organization in November 2009, by the end of 2008, there were an estimated 33.4 million people living with AIDS worldwide, of which 31.3 million were adults, 15.7 million were women, and 2.1 million were children under 15 years of age. People. But these are the data that have been discovered and predicted. In fact, the number of AIDS patients who are still in the incubation period may be much larger than this number. Blade technology industry randomly selected some AIDS patients and gave them free treatment, and then less than half of them. In a month, the patients recovered. Of course, their immune systems and bodies damaged by AIDS were also repaired intact by the subsequent extremis virus. All doctors expressed incredible belief and could not understand the mechanism of the special medicine of blade technology industry. The World Health Organization sent an invitation and wanted to test whether this special drug meets the eligibility criteria, but of course Zodis refused. He also said that this special drug will not undergo any supervision to prevent the United States from being taken to India. The third experiment was done in a pharmaceutical factory to prevent plagiarism by others, although they estimated that neither of the two viruses could be found. Although ordinary vampire viruses can kill all viruses, they have potential risks. Only the vampire virus of Blade Warrior has reduced the assimilation effect to only 10%, and it can be controlled by adding a small amount of extremis virus. It is not ideal to have been looking for the Blade Warrior for blood. It has begun to study and cultivate the vampire virus of the Blade Warrior to further castrate its assimilation ability. The AIDS patients who have been discovered all over the world are crazy, and those who feel that they may have AIDS are already desperate. Most of them are rich people. As for why, cough cough, you understand. Therefore, even if the price of special effects drugs is set high by Blade technology industry, the supply is still in short supply. The emergence of AIDS-specific drugs has once again made Blade technology industry once again ascend to the altar, conquering problems that the world has not overcome since the discovery of AIDS for decades. Zodis is no longer a genius, he is a treasure of mankind. The influence of the Blade technology industry radiated the world. Zod also started his own plan to build satellites and space stations. As soon as Old came back from the rabbit, he was sent to Wakanda by Zodis non-stop. Zod want to get more vibrancy. As for the heart-shaped grass, Zod has no idea, because the heart-shaped grass is not a magical material for making super warriors, it is just a hallucinogenic or poisonous substance that allows people to see the panther god, if it is not the royal family of Wakanda. If you take the heart-shaped grass, the Black Panther god will directly crush you. Only the Wakanda royal family can pass the Black Panther god's assessment and be transformed into a super warrior Black Panther. He is not greedy for the vibrating technology developed by Wakanda based on vibrating, because Zodis is confident that he will do better. Moreover, vibrating is such a versatile and almost omnipotent metal that they actually use it to make clothes and spears is nothing short of violent. Durt felt that he was going to be busy, so he had to ask Natalie to help herself with the company's affairs, and then took a private jet to Wakanda. The current king of Wakanda, the current Black Panther T'Chaka, was surprised that outsiders would come to their backward place. Old got off the plane and felt that Wakanda was too backward. There is a natural Genjin mine, luck is also great. Old knows from his own boss that vibrating gold is $10,000 per gram, and there is no market in price. There are a lot of circulation in the black market, but the price is more than $50,000 per gram. This group of Wakans, the indigenous peoples of Darshan, are simply richer than the oil tycoons who have oil fields in the Middle East. T'Chaka took off his imperial robe made of vibrating fiber, which was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and put on a tattered native costume that only surrounded his lower body. Hello, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, the king of Wakanda. Durdur said politely. There is no king in Wakanda, I'm just the leader of their tribe. T'Chaka, looks like you are joking. Ewald also didn't realize how incredible it is for a leader of a backward indigenous tribe to speak English, and began to explain his intention. Chaka was even more surprised when he heard it. He thought it was the unwillingness of the Yankees who sold the vibrato at the time, and wanted to come back to find the vibrator. After all, Wakanda sold it very early for development. Some vibration gold, in exchange for money, let young people in the tribe go to college in the United States. And then come back to help the development of their hometown, so their computers are binary like the outside world, plus the particularity of vibration gold. Wakanda's technology, the speed of development is faster than the development of science and technology of all mankind in the outside world. It already has its own spacecraft and satellites, and it has also attacked all mankind in the world. It turned out that the person who came here is now known as the treasure of mankind. In this century, Einstein, Tesla, Joule, Planck's genius Zordes, he also wants to vibrate. Junjin is the foundation of Wakanda, and T'Chaka is naturally unwilling to give it. After all, it is not T'Chaka now as the king, and his mind is not so open yet, just thinking that Wakanda can always exist. So Chaka declined to say that all the vibrating gold sold at the time was already sold. If you are not at ease, Wakanda will search for it. The group of Yankees didn't believe it, and they dug everywhere by themselves, but they still didn't find it. How could they know that the shallow gold mine has been collected by Wakanda, and the deep one is too deep to be exposed? The whole Wakanda is actually on a huge vibrating meteorite. Chapter 47, Stole the Gold. This huge vibrating meteorite will not be exhausted even if it is dug for a few hundred years. It is simply a classic representative of God's food. Ewald looked at the Wakanda soldiers next to him. In addition to shields and spears, there were a few units equipped with thermal weapons. Most countries in Africa used this configuration for the backward weapons during the First World War, and she felt that they could start from this aspect. Now that Zordes sent her over, Ewald felt that Wakanda could not be without vibration. Although the natives looked stupid and naive, it did not mean that they were really stupid. Good things like vibration would sell it all, don't leave it at all. Mr. T'Chaka, our blade technology industry can provide you with a batch of advanced weapons. Ewald hinted that although Vank and his son are not as good as Tony Stark, they have invented many conventional weapons. Advanced weapons? Is that the Iron Man flying in the sky? T'Chaka said brightly in front of his eyes. Old was full of black lines. This group of African natives really dare to think that War Machine is a good thing that other big countries can't buy with money except the 5 gangsters. The 5 gangsters have to line up to buy it, but they still want to buy it. Give away? Chaka pretended not to see Erd's expression. In fact, he was also very helpless. He sold vibranium to trade with the US imperial government to build an American army, but the tribe's warriors looked down on long guns and short cannons. Stubbornly use the bows and arrows that I have practiced since childhood. This is the shortcoming left by Wakanda's retreat from the country. There is no foreign cultural impact. The tribal people are conservative in thinking and are unwilling to accept new things. T'Chaka realized something wrong when he came to the throne, especially the outbreak of World War II, which made him see the country's backwardness. He intends to promote basic national education, but the elders of other tribes are very resistant to this policy, thinking that it will shake the foundation of the country, and the plan has been put on hold. It is not that the elders of the tribe are short-sighted, but that the ruling class is extremely demanding on knowledge. A group of ignorant people, and a group of intellectuals with their own ideas, compare the two, fools know which one to choose. The times of the outside world are progressing too fast. Chaka also knows that to reverse the pedantic thoughts of the elders cannot be rushed for a while, so his method is to implement the strategy of strengthening the country in the Golden Tribe with the least resistance, and wait 10 or even 20 years before being pulled away. In order to survive, other tribes in the gap can only follow the general trend, and the backward ideas will collapse on their own. Governing the country is not something that can be accomplished overnight. In Chaka's plan, his generation wants to change the primitive and backward thinking. Wakanda's true strength will be in the next generation. After he paves the way, his son will inherit the throne and lead the country to complete its rise. He didn't know that his son Chkara had completed his idea. It was just the original future. Now, the appearance and intervention of Zordes is probably very mysterious. It is true that the Wakanda people will be richer than the blade technology industry if they sell a few more vibrates, but they dare not, because every time they sell an extra vibrate, one more power will be eyeing them. Junjin is a good thing, but it is also a hot potato. With gears of war, I can't call the shots. Urdur said eagerly. There are only 10 kilograms of vibrating gold in the tribe. Chkaka said quickly. He intends to throw some ideas away. The war machine's technology is good. If it can be researched out, Navakanda won't have to worry about external affairs. 10 kilograms? Urd thinks that these indigenous people are really cunning, and there are so many vibrating golds. No, according to normal thinking, there will definitely be more. So Yuld called Zord. Replace the vibrating gold with the war machine? Change it, of course, how much you can change it. Wakanda's vibrating gold is definitely more than 10 kilograms. Wakanda's vibrating gold is calculated per ton. Zord said to Urd. If it wasn't for the fear that Guyi or Black Panther Godbuster would come out to stop him, Zod would have robbed him directly, and he was not incapable of robbing him. War Machine has a lock on Zod himself. If it is disassembled without his permission, it will only explode. The Black Queen will also monitor this situation. There is no need to worry about someone being able to crack his technology. Zord is also very generous. He asked Urd to negotiate terms with Chaka, and exchange the vibrato with the same weight as the war machine for a war machine. The blade science and technology industry can exchange it as much as possible. Chaka is not a fool. The most important thing about Gears of War is definitely not the shell, but its core. At best, it is a pile of iron cans. You actually want me to replace it with vibrating gold of the same weight? But Yuld guarded the line of defense, and insisted on this number. Chaka wanted to hang Yuld for a few days, but he didn't expect Yuld to leave by plane directly without any muddle. Chaka didn't know, Zod suddenly thought that he could not steal, but he could steal. You don't even need to pay for the war machine, and you just stole the gold. Anyway, the science and technology of Wakanda should be only a few years ahead of the world. UU reading www.uuganshu.com has not yet come out. When the spacecraft is out, you can give it a try. Through a photo of Yuld, Zod arrived at Wakanda. The shabby outside does not exist in his eyes, but a high-tech city. Has it developed to this level? Zod moved into the city without triggering any alarm. Junjin couldn't stop Zod's perspective, and he began to look for his goal. It didn't take long for Zod to find a warehouse-like thing, which was piled with square silver-white metal blocks. It seemed a little unremarkable, but this was the famous Junjin. Supervision focused his attention and observed the molecular structure of these metals so as not to make a mistake. After reading it again, Zod matched the molecular structure of the vibranium he had obtained before. Although I knew that Wakanda has a lot of vibrating before, it is too much. Zod seemed to have seen a golden mountain, and Wakanda's people arbitrarily put the vibranium on the forklift and pulled it away. They came and went to get the vibranium, but then a suspended transport vehicle came. The car opened the cabin, and then it was piled up with freshly refined vibrating gold, which was dug up by the mining tribe of Wakanda every day. The psychic power was released, and everyone was stunned. Then the people in the warehouse walked out of the warehouse mechanically. Then Zod fell on the ground, his hands clasped the ground, and the biological force field began to spread throughout the warehouse. After the warehouse was wrapped up, Zod uprooted the entire warehouse with a light effort. At this time, Wakanda had already found something wrong, and the alarm sounded, and everyone around rushed over. Chapter 48, Tony Stark and Number 039's torture room. It's a pity that Zed has moved and disappeared while holding the warehouse. Wakanda then sealed off the surrounding area for several kilometers, and searched for several days without finding the missing Genjin warehouse. Wakanda is directly on the whole Spartan side. They have been watched and robbed so many Genjin without knowing that they have already lurked so many intelligence personnel in various countries. Chaka was even more sad because of this incident, and was awake at night. From this incident, it can be seen that the other party knows Wakanda very well, and even knows the warehouse where the vibration gold is stored, although there are many such warehouses in Wakanda. But able to avoid the lines of defense. To say a possible word, Chaka suspects that there is an inner ghost. Wakanda was still suspicious, and Zord came back holding the Genjin warehouse and discovered that the surface of the warehouse was full of Genjin. Damn Wakanda, with such a violent behavior, the vibrating gold is simply covered in dust. Only in my hands can it be best used. Fortunately, Wakanda is not so crazy that even the floor is vibrating, otherwise Zord can only consider packing the whole Wakanda away. This warehouse is not considered to be an important warehouse. There are only more than 500 tons of vibrating gold in it. When converted into US dollars, that is, 25 trillion. Zed still calculates on the basis of $50,000 per gram, because he just learned that $10,000 per gram of vibrating gold is the official transaction price of Wakanda. In fact, the inner ghost from Wakanda has sold for more than 50,000 US dollars or 1 gram. It can only be said that Wakanda was still too naive at the beginning and could not do business. If Zord comes, Zord can sell for $1 million. Sufficient inventory on hand, plus vibration gold is actually a natural metal ore, it can be used for alloy testing with other metals. In case you accidentally make a super metal, Zord will send it out. While asking the Black Queen to analyze the pairing of vibration gold with other metals or substances, Zed enjoyed his own breakfast. He worked so hard to make money and conduct research, in addition to ensuring his own safety, but also to serve himself. He didn't want to have invincible power like Clark did. As a result, Batman had to buy a bank to help the house. De prefers to be a combination of Batman and Superman. The breakfast is an invited Guangzhou morning tea master. Zed was a Cantonese in his previous life. After more than 20 years of separation, he naturally missed his Cantonese cuisine. For example, shrimp dumplings. The shrimp dumplings in the general tea house are mainly 5 shrimps, and it is a test of the master's skills. It can even be said that in a tea house, chicken feet, shrimp dumplings, barbecued pork buns, and rice noodles are basically wide. The 4 kings of morning tea. On the table in front of Zed, there are more than 20 kinds of refreshments such as shrimp dumplings, chicken feet, barbecued pork buns, red rice rolls, beef scallops, siu mai, dry steaming, white cloud chicken feet, boat porridge, and so on. These foods that were tired of past lives are now full of nostalgia and delicious. After all, he was a master who paid a lot of money to serve Zed. Of course, the master was also surprised by Zed's understanding of Cantonese morning tea. Did this foreigner live in Guangdong before? How about it? I say it's delicious. Zord looked at Old, who was successfully taken into the Cantonese-style morning tea pit by Zodra, can no longer speak. After all, she even struggles to grasp chopsticks. For foreigners, the easiest estimate for the 8 major cuisines is the morning tea of Cantonese cuisine, because the taste is not as heavy as Shandong cuisine and Sichuan cuisine, and it tends to be bland. In addition, there are many types and tastes, even in the Chinatowns of San Francisco and Chicago. The Cantonese-style morning tea does not need to be modified according to the tastes of foreigners. Morning tea is not breakfast, but can be eaten from morning to afternoon. Some restaurants will continue to do night markets. During this time it has always been this type of food. Zord likes the thing called the sharp claw and the white sharp claw. Zed has a big appetite, so he can eat all the refreshments at one meal, but he doesn't like the powder fruit. Kind of refreshments. It's delicious, it's so delicious. Zordar has always been good, with too few adjectives, but Zord can still see her emotions, and the hormone secretion in the body has increased. The most important thing is actually this sip of tea. This is puer, this is Taiguanyan, this is Longjing. Zid is used to drinking puer and Taiguanyan. He doesn't like other green teas and black teas. After eating and drinking, Zord's face was a little red. She originally wanted to be gentle and take out the top of the elite, but the chopsticks are too difficult to learn. The more anxious, the worse the chopsticks will be used, and the chain reaction will be caused her to look gaffy. Zord didn't care about this. After taking a glance at the beautiful scenery of Yuld, he left to go to work. The branch base of the world snake is actually in the desert on the US-Mexico border. Tony Stark is imprisoned in such a place. www.novel.com plays daily, and Zid arranges a bunch of animal soldiers. Play the story of being threatened by terrorists and shot to Tony Stark slowly, and the translator and doctor who replaced Ensign next to him will tell Tony Stark what happened. Further increased Tony Stark's guilt, although Zid didn't know if this would produce a blackened Iron Man, such as Unrighteous Iron Man. But since even if an unrighteous Iron Man comes out, he can easily kill him, Zid doesn't care. Tony Stark woke up from his dream in a daze. He felt that his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Yesterday the group of terrorists shot and killed the group of innocent civilians in front of him. They died because of you, Tony. Because of your advanced weapons, the local government forces were unable to defeat these terrorists. They can act recklessly here. I have seen this kind of scene hundreds of times. Up. False Ensign said this to Tony Stark, which is a condemnation and an accusation. Tony Stark was sitting on the side of the simple concrete bed, and he scratched his hair with both hands in pain. He felt that this was an invisible torture room in hell. He felt that he could hear the wailing of the innocent people who died because of him. This is not an illusion. Zid arranged for someone to whine in Tony Stark's ear after he fell asleep. With the agility of a beastly soldier, Tony Stark would never find it. Under this kind of sleepless night and painful torture, Tony Stark can hold on for so long because he has begun to glow with heroic spirit and will. The terrorists asked Tony Stark to produce steel suits, and Tony Stark stalled at first. Chapter 49, Arrangement. But now he has figured it out. There is actually no point in delaying it. There is no way to change the current dilemma. It is better to take the initiative in his own hands. After all, this group of terrorists will definitely not know a big character. Fudge yourself, and then put on the steel suit you made to fight out of the siege. Zid's war machine has already demonstrated its power and war value, otherwise there will not be so many people in pursuit of it. With actual combat proof, Tony Stark is naturally confident, although he produced it in this simple environment. The steel suit cannot be as powerful as Zid's war machine, but it is enough to deal with these terrorists. In fact, Zid is also very curious. The original Mark I did not have a shock absorption system. How did Tony Stark fall from such a high place and survived? Or, in such a crude environment, Tony Stark knocked out the shock absorption system of the Mark I with one hammer and one hammer? Too magic? No, too sci-fi. Since the new element, Zid has been paying close attention to Tony Stark, thinking that there will be many things that will subvert his worldview, and this is the second time. Cause him a little trouble, don't let him go too smoothly, I don't want him to come back so soon. Zid said to the animalized soldier over there. Boss, what should I do? The animalized soldiers over there showed a difficult expression, they only knew that Tony Stark could not be killed, other things were not clear. For example, you can suddenly be attacked by another group of terrorists when he is about to complete the steel suit, Yun Sen can die under the attack, and then the steel suit is accidentally blown off, and Tony Stark is caught by you. Live, the group of people before was completely wiped out. At this time, you recognized Tony Stark by accident, so you asked him to continue making steel suits. Zed said that it was difficult, so he arranged a script directly, and the recyclability of the script was very high. If he died, Inson estimated that Tony Stark's determination to become a superhero would stabilize Tony Stark's determination to be a superhero, and then give him a range for an Inson. During this period of time, terrorist attacks have become more and more rampant. The Manchus of the Ten Commandments have expressed responsibility for these terrorist attacks. The biggest headache for the United States is that they cannot find any traces of explosives and bomb fragments at the explosion site. It stands to reason that no matter how powerful a bomb is, it is impossible to completely burn out explosives. Even a nuclear bomb can't do it. Then they can find information about the bomb based on the part that is not burned out, and investigate the horror that may carry this kind of bomb. Molecular. However, they never thought that these terrorist attacks were actually full of accidental and non-proactive nature. Kryptonian and his group had no intention of terrorist attacks. This was just a time for the extremist fighters and experimental products to relieve the extremist virus. Excessive doses caused accidents to these stable and desperate creatures and caused big explosions. So even if everything is well monitored and recorded, it is impossible to find terrorists, because Kryptonian just pushed the accidental accident of the experiment to he created a man of Manchuria as his terrorist attack. The American side thinks that the Mandarin is the most terrifying terrorist in history, comparable to the one who has been killed. Behind him there must be an excellent intelligence team and operatives, and even the United States suspects the world's top employment. Among the soldiers, there may be a large number of people serving the Manchus, but they can't understand why the Manchus choose terrorist attacks in places where there are more ordinary people. There has been no accident of terrorist attacks in the rich areas. Didn't he know that as long as the Mandarin arranges a terrorist attack on Wall Street, the United States will almost collapse? The United States has also strengthened the security work on Wall Street and most of the wealthy areas. Zed's blade technology industry has also received strong attention. Zordes, who knew what was going on, didn't panic at all, and he didn't let Killian continue to act like this, even if Zord claimed that he was not a justice fighter or a superhero, but as a person, I will do what I can. So, Killian was controlled by Zed with psychic power, then grabbed him and threw him into a small black room, planning to let him out after Tony Stark came back. Killian fell into a sleepy state like the Winter Soldier, and was frozen by Zordes's freezing breath while maintaining the effect of the freezer around him. Bronsky. Zed found Bronsky. Boss. Bronsky hurriedly responded. He didn't know why Zed came to him. Don't come to practice with him. Since Zed became stronger and stronger, Bronsky felt that he was not Zed's opponent at all. It's unfathomable. Even Zed can beat him without any hands. www.novel.com. Don't worry, I'm not here to practice with you, Zed said calmly. Bronsky was startled, but he didn't think much about it, just thought his expression was too obvious. Zed also didn't tell him the truth, otherwise a boss who can see through the minds of his men would bring very uneasy emotions to his men. As his mental power became stronger and stronger, Zord had the ability to penetrate into other people's hearts and perceive other people's thoughts. This powerful ability, similar to mind reading, is simply a copy of Professor X. Of course, it can only be used at present. It's on a weak person. But it is also very incomprehensible. Facing enemies weaker than him, he directly controls the field without worrying about being siege. Bronsky, do you want to become stronger? Zed was not interested in seeing through Bronsky's heart, so he asked. Bronsky's eyes suddenly became excited. He thought he was going to level up again. I don't know what comes after the Super Beast Soldier. The Super Beast Soldier? Ultra Ultimate Beastized Soldier? The invincible Ultimate Beast Soldier of the universe? Of course I want, boss. Bronsky patted his chest and said, there is no man who does not desire power, and Bronsky is a man who abandons other desires for power. He has not found any woman, and has no idea of getting married. It is pure but also very good. Good use. Now I will give you a way to gain strength. Zed asked Bronsky to go back to Great Britain as a super soldier. With his now remodeled and strengthened body, it was more than enough. Then he spent a few years and was loaned by Great Britain to General Peric Ross, and then went to capture the Hulk, and bring him the super soldier serum and the Hulk serum. Chapter 50, Arrangement. Tony Stark, return home to me. Tony Stark, you killed my family, you are an executioner. Tony Stark. Tony Stark. Do not. Tony woke up suddenly from his dream. He glanced around blankly, and the clear and audible wailing sound seemed to have just left his ears. Are you okay, Tony? Yin-sen got up from the next bed. Tony rubbed his temples and smiled reluctantly. I'm fine. The thick dark circles make Tony look haggard like a dying person, but since he has woken up from the wailing, Tony has no sleepiness anymore, so hurry up and finish the steel suit. Yin-sen seemed to be awakened by him too, and did not continue to sleep. After a while, a cup of steaming hot chocolate was placed in his hand. This is... Tony was surprised. It has been a long time since he was caught here. He has become accustomed to the terrible food here, the sticky dough and the fresh fruit and meat that only happen every other month. As for the Americans like coffee and chocolate, the most needed thing is nothing. There is only water here, and even the water is not very clean. At first Tony was stubborn and refused to eat. The terrorists ignored him. After a few meals, Tony licked the plate. It's cleaner than a dog. There is no human being who can resist hunger by his own willpower. A person who is hungry can even put dirt in his stomach, so there is no need to force him to eat. I used a lot of money in exchange for it, but you don't have much energy recently. Yin-sen said with a smile. Tony had a meal, and his throat was a little itchy. Tony was very touched by Yin-sen's hostility when he came to the present. He didn't know what to say, he could only vow to rescue Yin-sen together. He was able to return to his daughter. He didn't say much, just said thank you. Tony drank the hot chocolate in a few sips, and then he felt as if he had come back to life again. He knew that this was a psychological effect. In fact, the heat provided by the cup of hot chocolate was not enough. Meet his recent needs, but this is enough. Tony Stark, who inspires enthusiasm, put out 100% energy to forge the steel suit. The moment the steel suit was shaped with a hammer, Tony's heart was excited, but at this moment, it came from outside. There were fierce explosions and gunfire. The animalized soldiers outside swept fiercely with machine guns, then dropped bombs, threw grenades, and so on, and soon turned the surroundings into raging battlefield ruins. What's happening? Tony is very puzzled. Could it be that the terrorists outside are fighting inside? Immediately afterwards, before Tony thought of taking this opportunity to put on a steel suit and kill him, a rocket flew in with a roar. Tony didn't know why he could see the rocket flying at a very slow speed at this moment. So, of course, the speed of himself and everything around him was even slower. The rocket ejected tail flames, and while spinning slowly, Tony saw the Stark logo on the rocket, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Boom! The rocket hit the wall and suddenly burst open. The explosion directly blasted Tony's steel suit of hope. He and Ensign were also blown up and hit the wall. Tony Stark fell heavily. On the ground, before he could digest the explosion of his steel suit, he saw a piece of shrapnel inserted into Yin-sen's left chest. At this time, blood overflowed and dyed Yin-sen's clothes black. No! No, no, Yin-sen! Tony struggled to get up. Yin-sen shook his head hard, and he was dying, showing a smile that would make Tony unforgettable and unforgettable from now on. Tony! Come on! After speaking, Yin-sen's head tilted. Tony only felt like a bolt from the blue sky. The whole person was at a loss. Even the group of people who rushed in ignored him. He stared at Yin-sen's body in a daze. He was erected unresponsively. When he was taken out, Tony Stark saw the corpses all over the floor, the corpses of the terrorists who had threatened him, and then he was covered with a hood, watching everything. Gone, I only knew that I was in a helicopter. As soon as Tony Stark left, the animalized soldiers pretending to be dead immediately got up and pulled out the hot bullet from the wound. Why did you just shoot at me with a machine gun? Didn't you say that you can only use a pistol? Especially a beast soldier with holes all over it like a beehive condemned his companion. He would not die if he died, and he would be able to recover without breaking his head. But it hurts. Okay, next time I fortress a grenade into his body. The helicopter landed not long after it flew. Tony Stark had no idea that the entire helicopter was taken by Zord and transported to the second simulated Tony Stark torture room he carefully prepared. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. It's common sense that the flight time is short, and there can't be so many terrorists who just flew far away in a helicopter. Tony Stark, who got off the plane, was taken off his headgear. It was a place full of yellow sand, but it looked a little better than the terrorist group he had been with before. No wonder he was able to kill the terrorist group. Element, it just looks like he has fallen into the hands of another group of terrorists. Then Tony Stark saw the dazzling array of munitions and weapons of Stark Industries. His face suddenly became very ugly. Even if a group of terrorists have them, this group of terrorists actually have them too. Are the weapons of Stark Industries serving justice in the United States, or are they serving terrorists? Thinking of the weapons that he is proud of, killing the rebels and innocents every day, Tony Stark's conscience has been tortured and condemned again. They found out that you are Tony Stark and want you to help them build a steel suit. A second ensign, who was about the same size as the previous ensign, and even slightly different in appearance, was taken to Tony Stark's cage by the terrorist leader and then acted as an interpreter. In fact, Tony Stark does not need to translate. These days, ensign's conversations with terrorists on the first, Tony Stark who is listening has mastered this unfamiliar language system, and there is no problem in daily communication. But looking at this translator, which is very similar to Yin Sen, Tony still did not refuse. Tell them, it's impossible. Tony had just been bombed with his steel suit, and Yin Sen was still dead. He was in a time of sadness and disgust, and his temper was up. Chapter 51, Tony Stark and Number 039, S Genius. The terrorists didn't mean to beat him either. Hearing that Tony Stark refused to make a steel suit, he left. You have spoken in another language these days. Tony Stark has learned Arabic through the previous dialogue between Ensign and you. Zord said to the beast soldiers. What? The beast soldiers were surprised. No, someone is so perverted? When Zod was also staring at Tony Stark, he realized that when other people talked to Number 2 Ensign, he did not have the same awkward expression before, but he was still thoughtful, and immediately invaded his heart, and then just know that Tony Stark has learned most of Arabic. Something unexpected, but it makes sense to think about it. After all, this is Tony Stark. So, next, Tony Stark discovered that the language of the terrorists had been replaced by something he couldn't understand. Hansen, what language are they speaking? Tony frowned and asked. It should be Hebrew, which is the lingua franca of Israel. Hansen pretended to be unsure and replied. In fact, he was surprised that Tony Stark had actually learned Arabic. After all, he could tell that the terrorist had spoken another language. Not good, this guy is a monster. Do you have to change another language every few days? Zod doesn't panic at all. If the languages in the Middle East are used up, you can still use the language of rabbits, such as the devil language Xiuzhu dialect, if Tony Stark can even learn that. Then there is Hunan dialect. Cantonese, Hokkien, a lot of languages. Tony Stark was still stubborn at first, until he found out that one day, the terrorists didn't arrange food for him. Tony Stark panicked. He was familiar with this method, and the same was true for the terrorists before. When he asked for red wine steak and cheeseburger instead of this sticky dough, the other party didn't say anything, but didn't give him the dough for the next few days. By the fourth day, Tony Stark licked the plate cleaner than the dog. The taste of hunger, even people with strong willpower can't resist eating cotton and dirt, and everything that can be stuffed into their stomachs is stuffed in. Even if they die, they can't control so much. Torture? Zed was afraid of Tony's small body. After a few hits, he would become ill, and then the root of the disease fell, and he became a sick and abandoned person. How could this kind of hunger penalty be useful, similar to waterboarding? But Zed felt that hunger had a better effect. Great. Anyway, it's okay to be hungry for a few meals. On the contrary, it can help Tony reduce his stomach, detoxify by the way, and prevent fatty liver, alcoholic liver, vascular sclerosis, high blood pressure, and cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. After all, what he eats is high-calorie food, and he also drinks red wine. Red wine is not bad, but if there is no alcohol or not, it will be excessive. Eating vegetarian for a period of time is good for physical and mental health. Tony Stark originally thought he could last longer this time, but he didn't go through systematic hunger training. On the contrary, he couldn't stand hunger even more. The next day he couldn't stand it. He was so hungry that he could see nothing. Wanting to stuff it into his stomach, Tony Stark had no choice but to surrender. Then Zed asked his subordinates to arrange a high-fiber meal for him to help clear the intestines. Anyway, seeing Tony Stark's face full of food, he knew that his constipation had healed for many years. Zord withdrew his gaze on Tony Stark. Anyway, the Black Queen monitors Tony Stark around the clock, and if anything is wrong, he can find out and notify Zed. Under Zord's arrangement, Bronsky successfully returned to Great Britain. He waited for the day when General Rose found him. I don't know how long it would take. The mission that boss arranged for him is estimated to be a long-term mission, and Bronsky can only restrain himself. Thought. Zord didn't let the Hulk go. He had a good idea. Since you don't let me get the Hulk serum head-on, then I will get the Hulk serum in a roundabout way. Although it is said that Guyi could live until the time when the Zeterians invaded New York City, Zed felt that it was impossible for her to come out again to prevent me from getting the Hulk serum. Recently, people in New York City have often mysteriously disappeared. But because the people who disappeared were all from the Hell's Kitchen, they did not attract much attention. After all, it was so chaotic there, and people would die from time to time, which was nothing at all. But because Zed had the Black Queen, he still found some clues. For example, those who were missing were loose powder gangsters selling powder on the streets of Hell's Kitchen. At the same time, the Black Queen also found a black shadow from the surveillance. The Reaper. Zed thoughtfully, there are many monsters that he can think of in Hell's Kitchen, black beasts with hands, enemies of the brave man and the Punisher, etc., but considering the timeline, the most likely one is the Blood Alien. The Reaper is out. He intends to check it out. After all, the R virus of the Reaper variant is also very valuable for research. Hell's Kitchen, night. In the abandoned subway tunnel www.novel.com, groups of homeless people wander aimlessly. Such a situation is also very common in New York, an international metropolis. The more glamorous the exterior, the more serious the rot inside. When these homeless people need to rest, most of them will gather in parks or abandoned subways like this. The history of the New York subway is very long, so naturally, there will be no small number of abandoned and closed subway tunnels. Such places have become natural shelters for these homeless people, and of course they are not all shelters. This abandoned subway tunnel is just like that, with more than a dozen homeless people wandering around. To be precise, it is not a wandering, but a random formation. Directly in front of them, a few well-dressed guys were checking some people's bodies, and then pushing them deeper into the tunnel. However, the homeless people who come out from time to time in the room prove that they are not terrible guys, especially when these pale-faced guys are holding a handful of banknotes in their hands and grinning with sparse teeth. "Brother, it looks like you have come to sell blood for the first time." Maybe he was waiting a little eagerly. A thin tramp patted the tall guy sitting in front of him on the shoulder, and started talking about a topic. In front of him is a tall guy in a tattered trench coat and a hood. I saw this guy slowly turned his head, revealing his look different from ordinary people. His face was pale, as if he had never seen the sun. There is no hair at all on the entire face, no matter whether it is hair, beard, or eyebrows. His pupils are unrealistic in this gloomy environment, but they may be grey-blue. The strangest thing is that his chin has an obvious crack healing mark, as if he had undergone an operation. Chapter 52, Vampire. This strange look in the eyes of ordinary people did not arouse the surprise of homeless people. There is no shortage of this type in their group. Most of them are seriously ill. So this guy has some sympathy for him, at least he is healthier than him in comparison. Seeing the kind eyes in the homeless man's eyes, the tall guy blinked, then smiled, coughed twice, and uttered such words from his dry throat. "Yes, this is my first time here." The skinny tramp saw that the guy in front of him actually took care of him. He immediately became interested, and began to talk endlessly. "You know what, they are willing to pay in cash." While talking, he took out a bottle full of dark red liquid from the cloth bag around his waist. "No matter how many times you have sold, they will accept it, as long as you are willing to sell. And the price is not lower than the market. They are willing to buy even bottles." The corner of the tall guy's eyes twitched, and the corner of his mouth could not help but draw a sarcasm. He did not speak, but nodded to the thin tramp. "Chad Norma, it's your turn," said a woman in a suit. The tall tramp nodded to the thin tramp, and then followed him in. Zed sat on a tall building. His perspective made him look like a live-action movie, with potato chips and Coke next to him. When Chad Norma slaughtered in the vampire blood bank, Zed had already entered the vampire blood bank. An astonishing amount of plasma is stored in the blood bank. Through the Black Queen, Zed has inquired about the impact of vampires on humans. The plasma stock of the human blood bank is already below the warning line. How many emergency patients died on the operating table without blood transfusion? And those life-saving plasma were all eaten as food by vampires. America calls on people to go to the streets to donate blood free of charge, and a line of free blood donation is lined up in front of the blood donation cart on holidays. This is a good thing, if it is in the real world, but it is different in the Marvel world. America did not pay a penny to taxpayers who donated blood free of charge, and vampires had to pay $400 for every 100 milliliters of plasma they took from America's blood bank. Yes, this is a deal between America and vampires. The death of the patient due to ischemia is not due to the vampire's appetite, but due to America's greed for money. The patient's ischemia is not because the blood bank really does not have blood. But America sold most of its plasma to the vampire empire for profit. Called on people to donate blood free of charge, and then sold it to vampires at a high price, and the United States made a huge profit in it. Nick Fury of the Snake Shield also knew about this, but he did not say anything. After all, the benefits are too great. Even if Nick Fury knew it, he couldn't do anything. Many of the expenses of the Snake Shield were those who can't make normal payments, and those cryptic expenses. As far as Zed knows, all the industries and individual taxes of the entire blood family in North America add up to pay nearly $200 billion in taxes to the United States every year. The annual tax revenue in the United States is 3.3 trillion yuan, which accounts for nearly 7% of the total tax revenue in the United States. Vampires have existed for too long. They are deeply entrenched in many industries, not to mention the large fees paid to the United States for the purchase of plasma each year. This is a system that belongs exclusively to the Marvel world. Even if Zord uproots the vampire overnight, it is useless, because of the turbulence he can't suppress. Therefore, Zed can only help the Blade Warriors to hunt down vampires and control the number of vampires. If he himself uses animalized soldiers, the efficiency will be much faster, but the capitalists whose interests are damaged will definitely prevent them, and even follow them. German confrontation to protect the vampire. After all, vampires don't just have money benefits, their almost eternal life makes capitalists even more greedy. At the same time, vampires will also group together, and their advantages are much stronger than that of Jews. Jews were squeezed by governments and capitalists of various countries before World War II. Vampires were mixed into the upper class of mankind 5,000 years ago. The noble family was so deeply infiltrated by vampires that human beings must rely on the various religious activities of the church to maintain the purity of the class. As we all know, vampires cannot participate in Catholic religious activities. In the Roman Republic, how many chief citizens were related to vampires, and in the Empire era, how many Roman emperors chose to embrace first for immortality? At least Nero and vampires were very close. Although Nero himself is a demon contractor. But among his Roman officials and nobles, many vampires can hold a blood race in the palace. As an existence rooted so deeply in the Western world, after the Industrial Revolution, it was the first batch to join the commercial and financial industries. www.novel.com and collected a large number of Industrial Revolution development dividends. Engaging in wind and rain, it is international capital without borders, coexisting with each other, and after the transfer of international capital to the United States after the war, it has a deep influence to control this country. The political and economic power of vampires, needless to say, is like a parasite that grows on the limbs of the capital world, deeply rooted in it from the brain to the limbs. Many people refer to bankers as vampires. Many times, this means literally. The snake shield can deal with the aliens who invade the Earth, the masters of different time and space, the supervillains who have been lucky enough to gain power, and can even deal with the incomparably powerful Hydra that has hidden since the ancient Egyptian era, but it just can deal with vampires who feed on humans. Because in a sense, vampires are this country, at least the economy of this country. Who are you? A voice interrupted Zed's thinking, but Zed's senses had already noticed the opponent's intrusion. Chad Norma did not smell the vampire on Zed, he is human. The hordes of variants of Reaper behind Chad Norma tried to pounce on Zed several times, and the warehouse full of plasma. The blood of a tramp will contain bacteria and viruses to some extent. Zord's supervision has been able to observe the molecular structure, so it can also see the bacteria and viruses in the blood. More than 90% of the plasma is unhealthy plasma. Chad Norma faintly felt that Zed was a troublesome figure. Zed strode towards him, and the Reaper behind Chad Norma could not hold back and rushed towards Zed. The control is a bit weak. Zed was a little disappointed. Chapter 53, World Fighting Tournament. Just arbitrarily convert the energy in the body into ultraviolet rays, and the Reaper who rushed up screamed and turned to ashes. What have you done? Chad Norma stepped back guarded. Don't be nervous, Prince Norma, I just want the R virus on you, cooperate with me to sample, and then you will be free. Zord tried to release his psychic power, but he didn't give Chad Norma a chance to answer, and he controlled it together with the Reaper behind him. Easier than expected, it seems that controlling vampires is no different from controlling humans. Manipulating Chad Norma and the Reaper to roll around like a dog for a while, and wriggle like a worm for a while, Zed felt very interesting, and I don't know if Professor X would play like this. Zed felt that compared to the ability that countless men dream of, the power of mind is the ability that best meets his needs. It is easy to control, and then play with it as you want. It is more fun and practical than hypnosis, just a few million words. So, now it can only be used to control the enemy, alas. Zed sighed. Brought Chad Norma back to the base of the blade technology industry for sampling and other tasks. After completion, Zed asked Chad Norma and his variant of the Reaper to line up into the sewers, and at the same time gave Chad Norma there is a strong psychic suggestion that Chad Norma and his mutant reapers can only attack vampires and scumbags. At this time, a whole night has passed since Chad Norma's attack, and only clear surveillance video was left. The surveillance records were reported layer by layer, all the way to the head of the ruling party of vampires in New York, the vampire Prince Levitra. The hands of Machinos. The vampire Grand Duke saw this monitoring record, and then summoned the most elite vampire warriors in his hand, and a big plan was brewed. Elida Marquinos, the oldest known vampire in the entire Americas, holds such a prominent position as the vampire Archduke, the leader of the vampire family. This kind of honor did not make him handsome and melancholy as described in secular novels, and his whole body exudes noble and cold charm like an ancient nobleman. In fact, his appearance is ugly. His body has been corrupted and mutated into a weird light blue. Even hair cannot grow on such a body. The blood vessels are visible to the naked eye like gully, and the liquid oozing from the skin also makes people feel nauseous. This kind of existence is like a decomposed corpse but still struggling to survive, which makes people seem to have a kind of psychological disgust, which is even more prominent in the background of his daughter, Nisha Machinos. As a vampire, Machinos shouldn't look like this. Other purebred vampires who are his age or even older are still handsome and elegant. The reason why Machinos has become such an ugly appearance is that in order to always hold the power, it is not even willing to go to sleep. It prefers to let its own strength diminish, and its body is decayed. Every move of the empire. In order to ensure the supremacy of his own rights, he formed a blood guard, recruiting elite fighters to slaughter their opponents wantonly. Even in order to consolidate all of this, he also cooperates with human power holders to maintain each other's rights. For the sake of rights, it is the best description of Levita Machinos. But it is undeniable that he is still the master of this vampire empire, the ruler of all vampires in New York. The appearance of Chad Norma made Machinos realize that his son wanted to come back for revenge, and it is clear how powerful the Reaper variant is, so help is needed at this time. By the way, I can also solve the final plan. Section. Zord has no interest in paying attention to these things. The newly acquired vampire virus variant R virus can arouse the interest of a scientific researcher. During Zord's research, he discovered that the R virus is not afraid of silver, but its metabolism is too fast, consumes energy to resist the damage caused by silver, and even anticoagulants that are highly toxic to vampires can also be used. In this way, it is eliminated and excreted from the body. But extremis virus will not work, even a little extremis virus can easily complete the massacre of R virus. I am a little disappointed. After all, Zod's expectations are still very high. Of course, the R virus also has its advantages, that is, its infectivity is 100 times stronger than the vampire virus. And even only one cell is needed to complete the overall infection and transformation. It's a dangerous world. Zod said that the people of Marvel are too dangerous. The R virus is completely an enhanced version of the T virus. Fortunately, it does not have the ability to survive in the air. If it can be spread in the air, Chad Norma and his Reapers only need to be injured once, and the splashed body fluid spreads with the air, which is Marvel's version of Resident Evil. After finishing the research, Zod went to the World Fighting Tournament in New York. After screening a group of animalized soldiers, Zod did not end his support for this kind of game, but changed from War Machine to money. After the 100 pieces of War Machine for the champion were brought back to Hydra by Bucky, many of Hydra's strongholds have been exposed to Zod. Currently Zod is also preparing to carry out the Snake Swallow plan, and the world is fighting. The match has continued to the present, and Kim also worked very hard. The KOF competition is estimated to be the most popular match in the world fighting games in the world. No one knows that the backing supporter is Blade Technology Industry. It is just that the financial resources are well known. This attracts many desperados. After all, Zod thinks that the world of the King of Fighters can have so many perverts. It doesn't make sense that there is no superhero or supervillain in the early days of Marvel world. As a result, there were indeed a lot of strong people who were different from ordinary people in the KOF competition. They passed the level and swept other opponents easily. The video was saved by the Black Queen and the battle data was analyzed. The physical examination before the game helped a lot, so that Zed easily got these people. Sample. If you encounter a strong one, World Snake will send out an invitation. After the other party refuses, he will play Yin and take the other party away. With this method, World Snake has got a lot of powerful guys. Of course, there are also disappointments, and that's most of them here. None of them are mutation types, they are all trained on their own. Zed's men even caught the later 18th line villains and masters of imitation, and a small number of variants were only several times more powerful than ordinary people. Chapter 54, Assault. The purpose of Zed's KOF competition is to collect talents, but also to obtain these exhaustive skills. Is compiled by the Black Queen, plus Zed's super brain. He only read it once and learned all the muscle strengthening skills, that is, fighting skills. No, these are just killing techniques against humans. Are there any killing techniques against monsters? After Zord learned, he shook his head and said, the enemies in the Marvel world are not only humans or humanoid creatures, but also various monsters. Although Kryptonians don't need fighting skills, they beat them with a punch, but they encounter Hyperion, Sentry, Blue Miracle, Captain Marvel, Dojiun, these plagiarisms. No, for these big super-type opponents, skills are very important at that time. Not to mention facing monster-type enemies. After studying for a while, Zed returned to the building of Blade Technology Industry. The Los Angeles branch had already begun to be built. Zord reported that it would take about a year to complete because the land was too big, with 2 football fields. Such a large scale, and it includes the auditorium. Boss, this is the target file you requested today. Zed just sat down in his office, and then a woman with fiery red hair walked in a hot office OL costume, and the deep ditch in the middle was unobstructed. You are. Of course Zord knows who the other party is, but he can't say it directly. I'm Natalie, Secretary Yule's senior assistant. Said the Black Widow. What about old? Zed nodded and asked. Secretary Erd has asked you for leave, she has a private business to do. The Black Widow put the file on the table. When she bent down, the button she left off was very eye-catching. It was nothing, she just wanted to see what the button looked like. But what surprised Black Widow was that the previous all-inclusive methods did not work on Zed. He just glanced at it casually and focused on the file. Pretending to be a gesture? Want to catch up? No, as an old agent who is only 7 years younger than Captain America, Black Widow's subtle reactions to people's facial expressions are naturally clear at a glance. She can see that Zed is really not interested. Zed erected the document, blocking the direct eye between himself and the Black Widow, and then admiring the scenery of the Black Widow. It was almost unobstructed, clear and clear. The Black Widow stood and waited for instructions, actually looking for more opportunities. With the video she brought back that day, SHIELD experts have studied for a long time and haven't figured out where to open the door, and there is no way to start. And the Hydra inside SHIELD also got this video. They couldn't analyze how the door could be opened. They could only say that Zordith was a genius, and the door he designed stumped all experts. Violent destruction is also undesirable, but there are more than 50 war machines in Blade Technology Industry on standby at any time. Even if tanks are deployed, it is difficult to solve. The Black Widow brought it over and asked for the destination document, but it wasn't very important, and there was some news in it. For example, Blade Technology Industries' AIDS drug turned out, the hundreds of billions of funds and efforts that had been thrown by private research laboratories and national research laboratories were wiped out. The investors almost went bankrupt, and they quickly withdrew their capital and accountable for the project leader. Why have you spent so many years and spent so much money on, and there is no result at all? Zordes has directly produced results. And those who want to make achievements in the field of AIDS have also been forced to collapse by the knife-edge technology industry. They have invested too much in this field, time, money, youth. The result is now all in the water. Even if you want to stick to it, the investors have withdrawn their capital. If they want to increase investment, they are not stupid, and there are ready-made ones. Why don't I keep the money and invest directly in blade science and technology industry on the day when blade technology is listed? In desperation, they want to report or discredit AIDS-specific drugs. For example, they actually failed the drug test and have side effects. But the AIDS-specific drug has been 100% successful. Hundreds of AIDS patients have been cured as soon as it went online. Those patients who have been infected by maternal fetal blood transfusion or born with AIDS must treat blade technology as the savior. However, in this case, ZD's personal safety has also been seriously threatened. SHI. The soldiers are jealous. They don't know what human interests are, they only know money. What kind of consequences will kill Zord Hess, the only genius of the century? Who cares about those? At present, a large number of unidentified people have entered the United States, and their targets are undoubtedly Zord Heath. Zod just wanted to laugh when he saw the news. The Black Queen directly retrieved it. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and discovered that most of the Red Rose was actually funded by researchers who were cut off by Zod, and the rest, although those scientific researchers have also been cut off their financial resources and have a hopeless future. They only feel that they have been born in the wrong era and have become the background board to accompany the running. These people Zord asked the Black Queen to send them an invitation, and they have qualified scientific research personnel with scientific research spirit. Anyway, now the blade technology industrialists have big business and rich wealth, and they are not afraid that they can't afford these people, let alone what they learn is not in vain, and they can continue to research. Zord does not hope that AIDS and other diseases can only count on the vampire virus. Technology or scientific development must be comprehensive. What cannot be copied is not called science. Then it was about the acquisition of YouTube and Twitter, which was rejected as expected. Zod thought for a while, decided to do it himself, and the other is the Clarion Daily where Spider-Man Peter Parker works. Newspapers are still very marketable in the United States. It's just that the boss of the Clarion Daily refused to sell it. This surprised Zod. According to his stingy character, if he bought it himself, wouldn't he be happy to sell it directly? Can't figure it out. At this time, the gate of blade technology industry. A convoy stopped nearby. The people on the motorcade looked at the BTI logo spelled out in English by Blade Technology Industrial, and showed a bad smile. The security guard at the door was still looking at the young model in the adult magazine. As a result, at this time, the door of one of the cars opened, and inside was a man holding an RPG, wearing a black body armor and wearing a headgear. Holy shit! Damn it! The security guard at the gate of Blade Technology Industries' eyes widened. Chapter 55, Gears of War and Attacks. Boom! The gate was blasted open by a rocket, and the security guard was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Then the mercenaries and other vehicles got out of the vehicle, filed in and rushed into the blade technology industry. The Black Widow who heard the explosion was shocked. This is Washington, D.C., or the city center. Is it so rampant? Zod took out the surveillance video, and saw the fully armed attacker holding an automatic rifle, and it was meaningful. I thought I would deliver a package, and there was a bomb in the package, but this was the result? The Black Widow quickly notified her boss of the one-eyed black-skinned marinated egg. The marinated egg obviously didn't expect these mercenaries to be so frenzied and brave. Is it true that they don't even want their lives for the money? Natasha, protect Zordes. His company has 50 war machines, enough to support the police and the military. I will contact the nearby National Guard. Bittern immediately said, No matter if Zodi's kidnapped or killed Tony Stark or not, after he cracked AIDS and developed a special medicine, he already had an extra layer of death-free gold medals, and many big men would not want to see Zodi's die, because they see hope in Zodi's. This genius, who has surpassed the entire century, may be able to crack the secrets of human aging, as well as treat cancer and other terminal diseases of human beings. In short, his potential value is too great to imagine. Whoever dares to touch him is to talk to all mankind. Right. The military that received the notification from the salted eggs was quickly dispatched. In order to hurry, they directly used the helicopters. It seemed that the battle was very large. There was also the war machine that Zodi's had traded to the United States. In addition to performing tasks outside, the others ran over faster. The animalized soldiers of the security department put on the war machine, and the mercenaries facing the first wave were directly beaten into a honeycomb by the war machine. The war machine in blade technology industry can basically be said to be war machine number 2. There is an automatic machine gun on the right shoulder. The auxiliary system automatically locks the target, and then fires a bullet enough to penetrate the 20 mm standard steel plate, and the back has thicker ammunition. In the backpack, there is a missile slot on the left shoulder, which is filled with missiles with silver-painted warheads. These missiles use new types of chemicals. A missile the size of an index finger is enough to smash the tank. The flame of the chemical reaction can be extremely short. The high temperature is generated within time, and even the titanium alloy can melt. The 2 breastplates on the chest are opened, and inside are missiles with golden spray warheads. These golden missiles are more powerful and are blasting missiles specifically aimed at construction targets. The fierce war machine quickly suppressed the mercenaries. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise in the aisle, and the head of a war machine exploded directly, and the impact caused its heavy body to fall backward. A mercenary armed with an anti-material sniper rifle sneered. Although the war machine is very powerful and ignores most of the weapons, this is a blasting armor-piercing bullet, plus the anti-material sniper rifle. Basically one shot is accurate. But he was quickly surprised to see that the fallen war machine stood up again, and the missile slot on the left shoulder was raised. After opening, a silver missile roared out directly. Fack! The mercenary quickly rolled on the spot holding the sniper rifle, but the silver missile did not hit the wall as he expected, but a very elegant turn and hit him who had been locked. Boom! After a loud noise, the mercenaries could not even find their ashes. Beastized soldier MMP screamed. Fortunately, the war machines in the company are all coated with secondary Krypton gold, otherwise they would have a headshot just now. Ordinary war machines are all steel alloy armors, but Zod is of course different from his company's war machines. They have secondary Krypton gold coatings on the surface, and their defensive power is exploded. He also ate a blasting armor-piercing bullet issued by Barrett. It's just recessed by 10 mm. I don't care if he hits the beast soldiers in other places, but his head is not good. The head is the weakness of the beast soldiers, so he just used silver missiles to vent his anger. At this time, American helicopters and war machines had arrived. They entered directly, but were knocked down by the mercenaries guarding the door. Then the war machines were in front, and other soldiers hid behind the war machines, from time to time. The probe strikes back. War machine is much easier, just lift up the big killer equipped by the military, the Browning 12.7 mm M2HB large caliber machine gun, which is a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. With a deafening continuous loud noise, more than a dozen war machines fired and advanced at the same time, which means that the building materials of blade technology industry are good. Even M2HB can't make much mark, otherwise it will be destroyed directly by the bunker. Boom! There was a loud noise, and one of the war machines exploded a big hole in the head, and then fell directly to the ground. Stay back! The enemy has armor-piercing bullets. The war machine was taken aback. www.novel.com quickly scattered. Fortunately, they are not heavy machinery. On the contrary, with sufficient energy, the war machine is more flexible than humans, and can run better than humans. Much faster. Machines of war have been used many times to find out their weaknesses. Ordinary large-caliber weapons can't help but the steel alloy, but what mankind is best at is to slaughter his own kind. There are no armored units that are more powerful than machines of war. The method of using armor-piercing bombs to deal with war machines soon appeared. Blasting armor-piercing bombs were the most frequently used, and some even used depleted uranium bombs madly. Life was threatened, and the war machine became more ferocious. He took a weapon box from the logistics team. After opening it, it contained a special rocket launcher. The mercenaries saw that there was no movement outside. Chewing gum, what kind of war machine? In this cramped environment, a sniper rifle could make them afraid to appear. As a result, there was a sudden movement outside. A war machine quickly came out. The mercenary's pupils shrank from what he was holding, and he quickly wanted to shoot to stop the opponent. As a result, the war machine was faster than him and directly stunned. Triggered and fired 2 rockets. With the aid of laser guidance, the war machine does not need to worry about being missed, not to mention that the rocket has also increased the explosion range. The mercenary didn't even need a gun. He got up and wanted to run. Before he could run a few steps, he exploded from behind. The shock wave directly sent him flying. The internal organs were shattered by the shock wave, and he died in mid-air. And the flame just caused the whip corpse effect. The Black Widow witnessed Zed's surveillance in the office, and she had a full understanding of the armed forces of the blade technology industry, but she didn't know that Zed's automatic mechanics had not been dispatched yet. Chapter 56, Dark Night. If automatic armed mechanical soldiers join the battlefield, it will end instantly. However, these mercenaries gave Zed an opportunity to show his strength. He has been thinking about when he will appear in the steel suit. Now the opportunity has come. Natalie, come with me. Zord took Natalie to the metal aisle. Natalie's heartbeat speeded up, and she was a newcomer. Can she get in touch with company secrets so quickly? Still, Zodis chose to take her behind the metal door because he was worried about her safety. After all, the metal door seemed to be very safe. Then she saw Zed stopped in front of the metal door. The metal door exposed the code lock. It turned out to be eyeball recognition and oral recognition. No wonder I couldn't find it. Is it so advanced? After Zed walked in, Natalie also quickly followed in. Inside was a very spacious environment filled with pieces of war machines. These were all prepared by Zed in advance to confuse those who entered. Obviously Natalie was confused. Then Natalie saw Zord walking onto a black platform. The Black Queen. Zed called out, and Natalie saw the black platform lit up, and the liquid metal spread from the platform to Zed's feet, and then climbed all the way up until the liquid metal covered Zed's body. After that, a piece of armor was formed. The Black Widow showed a look of astonishment. It is understandable. After all, it is almost an old man of the last century. This kind of unimaginable science fiction scene exceeded her limit for a while. The streamlined design of the whole body makes the whole armor full of a simple and sharp beauty, and the thick armor of the joints is full of power. The buckled metal plates are not only defensive, but also beautiful. The setting of the helmet is made of nanometal extending from 2 external earmuffs, full of science fiction. This weird-looking helmet is linked to the armor behind the neck, and the protective gear extends from the lower jaw. The outer color of the armor began to change, and the main armor parts became pure black. This is caused by the change in the color of the nanometal molecules, and then, on the thick armor of the shoulders, golden lines appear. The entire armor completed this change in an instant, and this change made the nano armor, which looked rather mechanized, completely changed, full of dark style. This armor is made of nanorobots. After obtaining hundreds of tons of vibrato, Zed also has the capital to spend on research. So with the assistance of the Black Queen, he completed the development of nanotechnology and manufactured these nanorobots. They are all controlled by the Black Queen, with deformation and powerful defense capabilities. The Black Queen analyzed the data of vibrating gold and the data composition of alloys and metals around the world, and after performing calculations, they successfully produced alloys that are more powerful than secondary Krypton gold and A-grade Krypton gold. This alloy has become the main material for making these nanorobots, but it is a pity that the Helios war armor and the Ares war armor can't be dismantled anymore. Otherwise, if the original Krypton gold is combined, it will become stronger. The Dark Knight armor is finished. The cold voice of the Black Queen rang, letting Natalie know the name of the armor. Looks completely different from mass-produced goods like Gears of War. Boss. Natalie was taken away by Zord, and the bug she secretly put down was then sent by the Black Queen to recover and destroy the nano-robot. Zed, wearing the Dark Knight armor, hit a group of mercenaries head-on. It's a war machine. The mercenary shouted and fired at Zed at the same time, but the alloy strength of Zed's Dark Knight armor was even weaker than vibrato. These warheads hit the body, and there was no black paint that looked like spray paint. After scraping it off, Zed raised his hand and fired a blue energy beam at the mercenaries. The energy rays emitted by are actually energy particles. The energy particles form a beam, which is the same as energy rays to most people, but the speed is not as fast as real rays. Without any blood and light, energy can evaporate most of the objects it touches. The heads of the two mercenaries that are close together are directly vaporized by the energy rays into the most primitive element molecules without any suspense. The little energy passing through evaporates the left hand of the mercenary behind. The necks of the two mercenaries who lost their heads were scorched with amazing energy, and the blood could not be sprayed out. From a distance, they looked like those doll models without their heads. Natalie, who followed Zord, frowned when she saw such a powerful weapon. The armor on Zodi's palm energy cannon is much stronger than other war machines. Then she saw Zodi stretched out her index finger, the tip of her index finger lit up with red light, and red laser beams shot out at an astonishing speed. www.novel.com. After hitting the mercenary, he hit directly. Wearing their armored body armor, they left holes through which the ping-pong ball could pass. The 10 fingers of the Dark Knight can emit these extremely penetrating laser rays, and even after enhancing the output power, these laser rays have the ability to cut. The Dark Knight is invincible and invincible. Although mercenaries have fierce firepower, they even have RPGs. Although using RPGs in such a confined environment is almost no different from suicide. What is that? The mercenaries saw the dark armor striding forward. It looked like a war machine, but there were many details that were different. Then they saw each other raising their hands. Burning cannon. Zed's voice came out, and the armor of his arm immediately changed. The nanorobot was assembled into a set shape, followed by a spiral jet of flame, which flew directly to hundreds of meters away and was hit by the spiral flame. The mercenaries screamed and turned to ashes in the flames. The fire sprinklers in the corridor immediately sprayed a lot of water to extinguish the flames. The performance of the Dark Knight is good. Zord is very satisfied. So far, most of the weapons designed have been tried. Next, the killing mode is turned on. The nanorobot quickly reassembled into a long knife in hand. The high-frequency vibration made the knife indestructible. Even if it was vibrating, it could be broken. Then the Black Widow saw its back opened, revealing a row of thrusters, jetting out blue flames, looking as gorgeous and dazzling as light wings. And this acceleration also made the Dark Knight approach the mercenary in an instant, and the sword and shadow cut the mercenary open like melons and vegetables. Chapter 57, Special Gene. The guns in the hands of these mercenaries are split into two like their bodies, and they are extremely smooth. After the Dark Knight joined the battlefield, the battle soon ended. Is more troublesome to clean up. The war machine blocked the scene, and the reporters who came to hear the news were blocked outside, joking, how could this kind of scene be reported by these reporters? And seeing that the attitudes of the military and the police are completely different from the past, the reporters also lack a stunner who dares to pursue the spirit of freedom of the press, so there is no confusion. SHIELD, Nick Fury got the video and information about Zorditha's new war machine from the Black Widow for the first time. After watching the video, Nick Fury fell into deep thought. This war machine called Dark Knight is much stronger than other war machines. I'm afraid it can be one enemy to 100. Zodies can study such a powerful one. It's not surprising that Gears of War Nick Fury, but he has worked out the purpose of this Gears of War, and Nick Fury is very strange. It can even be said that Nick Fury doubted Zordis's purpose. However, it is still the most important thing to protect Zordith. The mercenary attack can be said to be dissatisfied with the United States. They also know that the world has issued a reward for Zordith, but how did this group of people pass the level? Their firepower is so fierce, most of the weapons are still American, which is obviously someone inside to support them. Then the United States soon found out the officers who secretly supported these mercenaries. However, these officers all committed suicide. None of them committed suicide. They also died accidentally. Some people died of electric shock when they were sitting on the toilet due to a water leak. These are all normal at first, but at this time they are not normal at all. Zord learned of these internal secrets through the Black Queen, and immediately guessed who he was doing. Hydra, but why didn't the Hydra in North America give a signal? After all, the 100 war machines that Zod sent to the champion Bucky through the World Fighting Tournament were all activated and used by Hydra, which exposed many of Hydra's bases and hidden spots in North America. Blade Technology Industry. According to these circumstances, he went directly to the door and brought all the exposed Hydra agents back and brainwashed Zod. Isn't the Hydra that you started with the North American Hydra? Zord knows that Hydra has many snake heads, such as the Viper Lady of the Island Country, the Baron of Great Britain, etc. The head of the Hydra snake in North America is Alexander Pierce. It would not be surprising if other Hydra stared at Zod. After all, Zordi's current influence is unknown, and it is normal for Hydra to think about him. About this attack, Blade Technology Industry did not hide it, but directly held a press conference. I am worried about the security issues in the United States. You must know that this is the center of Washington, D.C., but a group of thugs are able to fire directly with Barrett 7.62 automatic rifles and RPGs, and we waited for 10 minutes. After the support of the police and the military came, I condemned this speed of rescue on behalf of the citizens of the United States. We pay so much tax every year, but we have not cultivated elites who can protect American citizens. Zodis condemned indignantly at the press conference. Although he said that the senior leaders of the United States and Congress do not care about public opinion, he said that most capitalists would have to consider whether it is necessary to pay so much tax to the IRS. The United States does not need to consider public opinion, but capitalists still have to consider it. For this reason, the United States also held a press conference to express its regret for the terrorist attack and is willing to compensate Blade Technology Industry for all losses, and promised to further strengthen it. Security work, such as sending more police patrols in rich areas. Set up borders in the rich areas to avoid entry of lower-class people. After Blade Technology Industry was compensated, Zod no longer paid attention to this matter. It was actually meaningless to bite. In order to appease the dissatisfaction of the genius Zordis, the United States paid a lot of peace of mind and promised. An investigation team will be set up for his reward to investigate and find out who posted the reward. It's just that they are also very interested in the Dark Knight. SHI was stopped. The animalized soldiers took over the security work of the Blade Technology Industry. They did not even recognize the documents and people, and Nick Fury couldn't get in if they wanted to pretend to be the FBI. Regarding the Dark Knight, Zod said, "This is not for sale, it is a personally modified war machine, used by himself. Unless he is eliminated, it may be sold." Even if the United States offered a high price, Zod was not interested. He has enough money now, and he can buy a building directly like Tony Stark. You read www.yuyuganshu.com and play with it. However, the various countries quickly learned about the terrorist attack on Zid, and they all threw out an olive branch, saying that their country is absolutely safe, and Zodis does not have to worry about security issues. Zid knows these countries well and ignores them. He is now working on projects he is interested in. From some of the fighters sampled from the inside world, Zid discovered the same special gene as the suspected mutant gene X gene. As we all know, there are many disasters in the Marvel world. For example, the Kree came to the Earth to do experiments before the birth of mankind. They wanted to create powerful biological weapons, as well as the experiments of the Celestial Group, and there were a lot of mess. So, Zid suspected that this special set of genes might be the genes of the alien race. Earth time millions of years ago, the two major races of the universe, the Kree and the Skrull, fought a war. For strategic needs, the Kree came to the solar system and set up a workstation on Uranus. Soon they became interested in the genetic potential of life on Earth at that time, so they conducted a series of experiments on Homo sapiens at that time. Obviously, this kind of experiment has a dual significance. One is to study and prevent possible stagnation in its own evolution, and to create a powerful mutant soldier for the battlefield at that time. However, when they succeeded in creating a group of humanoid species with extraordinary abilities, for unknown reasons, the Kree abandoned their experimental products. This group, the alien race, began to develop themselves in the days to come. They developed their own social system. Living in isolation allows them to possess advanced technology that surpasses humans. Through the fog of Terrigen, they obtained all kinds of superpowers, but at the same time they also caused genetic damage and deformities. Chapter 58, Genetic Modification and Human Experiments. Through research, Zid quickly discovered and confirmed that this was an alien gene, but the gene was in a dormant state because of lack of a certain key substance. Terrigen is in the fog. Zord has a profound meaning. Compared with mutants that are difficult to control, Inhumans is a superpowered crowd that is easier to control, and the upper limit is also high, such as the Black Bat King. Not enough, more comparison is needed. Zid thought for a while, and called Ewald. So, Blade Technology Industry bought and built 20 private hospitals. This is for Blade Technology Industry to give back to the society and decided to spend a portion of the money to build American medical system services. And, Zid promised that these 20 new private hospitals will have a 1-year free medical examination. These 20 private hospitals are distributed in New York, Los Angeles, Boston, and other places. They are not small in scale and belong to very large hospitals. As soon as the charity event for free medical examinations came out, many people in the United States felt that Ezid Heath's medical genius might be better than other hospitals. So, Zodis harvested a large number of samples after more than 2 months. From it, he screened out more than 1,000 variant genes and nearly 20,000 alien genes. It is necessary to know that the base number is more than 19 million. Humans, putting aside the repeated types of variant genes and alien genes, this number is also amazing. The mutant genes are all in a mysterious sleeping state, just like the ancient gene fragments inherited by humans, but Zord feels as if he can activate these mutant genes and make mutants appear in this world as long as he deals with them. However, Zod intends to temporarily put down the mutant genes. The alien genes are safer. With the help of the Black Queen in mathematical modeling, supplemented by a templated human body data model, the calculation exercises carried out, the probability of error is only 10%. This 10% is caused by the complex conditions of the real human body and is not as ideal as a mathematical model. There may be mutations at any time. Then the Black Queen made a calculation and quickly stopped. The key material is missing, and the experiment cannot be carried out. The nearly 20,000 alien genes are all like a pool of stagnant water. Zord wondered if this alien race completely relied on Terrigen's mist. Would the Terrigen mist disappear in the future? Would it be extinct? Although it is said that in the movie version, there is a shockwave girl detonating the Terrigen crystal over New York, activating the genes of the alien race among humans, but if Zord is present, he will not let this happen. Terrigen crystal, get some and see. Zord remembers that the mist of Terrigen is a kind of poison beyond imagination for mutants. If mutants appear in the future, he can try it. Just like Batman, be fully prepared and not fight uncertain battles. It seems that people have to go to Egypt to see if they can dig the apocalypse. Zord thought, if the apocalypse cannot be dug, it is a good thing, if it is dug, that is also a good thing. After all, the sleeping apocalypse, Zod can do whatever he wants. Although there are more and more subordinates of the world snake, in terms of strength, even the strongest super animal soldier, Azura Unicorn Bucky, actually fights against the Hulk at most, a few hand-to-hand combat, and waits for the green. After the giant increased his strength due to anger, he had to be crushed by the Hulk. Variants. Zod looked at the more than 1,000 kinds of non-repetitive variant genes collected. It was really tempting. But I don't know if it's a Pandora's box or a golden apple. Zord could not stop his flaming scientific research. Death, spirit, the mutant gene immediately started work. Sure enough, the situation is completely different from the alien genes. After 2 rounds of calculations, the Black Queen eliminated a large part of the variant genes that would make people grow scales, grow taller and shorter, and turn their hands into fish tails. And record it, the same variant gene can be eliminated directly in the future. In fact, the number of Marvel mutants is beyond imagination. The Kenosha incident alone killed 16 million mutants. Why is this happening? That's because the mutants you see are 0.1% of the top of the pyramid, and most of the mutants' abilities are basically negative or can't be used for combat at all. The subordinates of the X-Men and Laowan are the elites of the elite. Look at the talents of the North Star people who are bullied by humans. So, more than 1,000 variant genes seem to be many, but in fact there are very few useful ones. After passing the calculation experiment of the Black Queen, Zod began a human experiment. The subjects of the human experiment are naturally Zod, who arranged animalized soldiers and grabbed them from places like the Golden Triangle, the dark streets of Brooklyn, the Middle East, and the like. In order to prevent the car from overturning, Zod also specially implanted his own thought wave into each subject. Once there is a problem, he will directly detonate the thought wave. Even a mutant at the level of Professor X www.novel.com can't hold it. Zod detonated a wave of thoughts in his mind. It didn't mean that Professor X couldn't fight it, but that it was already implanted in the brain. How can you resist? The results of the experiment were not very satisfactory. Although a lot of junk mutant genes that were calculated and practiced have been eliminated, there are still a lot of mutant genes that are not good when they are actually experimenting. The experimental subjects have become deformed monsters, wailing on the hospital bed. However, there are also successful individuals. He has become a mutant like Steel Lux. Through research, Zod found that his whole body has become a biometal that is similar to metal steel, but whose hardness and toughness are stronger than steel. All the internal organs are gone. When it becomes this state, the inside is filled with this biometal, and the weight is it also changed from 80 kilograms to 200 kilograms. Under the control of Zod's missing wave, this mutant couldn't resist, and cooperated with the experiment. His power is amazing. He can lift about 50 tons of things, and he can fight against the evil Loki. That's right, don't look at Loki and a crispy mage, being smashed by the Hulk. In fact, he also has 50 tons of power, which is bigger than the little spider. The strength of this biometal is also very surprising to Zod. The heat resistance reaches 9,000 degrees Celsius, and even the 12.7 mm diameter armor-piercing blasting bomb can't cause him damage. Was very strong, and then Zod found one of the big veterinarians to inject this mutant gene. Successfully turned this big man into a steel man. As for the original one, it can only be called the Steel Man. The big Steel Man became stronger than the Steel Man, reaching about 70 tons. In addition to the same resistance to heat, even the attack of the tank's main gun can be ignored. Chapter 59, Change. However, it is a pity that, except for this successful animalized soldier, all the other World Snake members were unable to pass the mutant gene of the Steel Lux, either they almost died or they didn't respond. Zed does not believe that there can only be one Steel Man in the world, guessing that the possibility of genetic coincidence is too low, and it seems that an additional sample test is needed. Became the animalized soldier of Steel Lux, and was transferred to another organization that was not part of World Snake by Zed. Just established. Wings of Death. Yemenjada, the snake that surrounds the world, of course must have an existence standing in the sky. Deathwing is an existence standing above the world snake. Originally, Zed intended to make the beast gods appear and become a member of Deathwing. Now he feels that mutants seem to be okay, not to mention, this Steel Man beasts. Bing estimates that it is much stronger than the genuine Steel Lux. The biometal Zord on his body has been sampled, hoping to replicate this metal. Anyway, Deathwing is the best group of people under Zed's hand, it doesn't matter whether it is a beast general or a mutant. Just like Bronski, Zed has already planned to make him Abomination, Super Animal Soldier and Abomination. Should it be much stronger? Let old continue to expand the population of free medical examinations. It is best that other countries also engage in such charitable activities. After Zed's transhuman project has found its goal again. The first goal of the previous transhuman project was Jessica Campbell, and now the newly discovered goals are Wanda and Kuei-Ian. In the universe without mutants, the superpowers of Wanda and Quicksilver are set as superpowers activated by the Soul Gem. Of course, this is the setting of the movie version. Zed originally listed them as a target because of this. In addition, there are still Shockwave women in this transhuman project archives. Luke Cage hasn't found it until now, and I don't know if he hasn't come out of prison yet. Wanda and Kuei-Ian are still in Sokovia and have not taken the initiative to become the test subjects of Baron Strack. After obtaining Zord's permission, the Black Queen has sent a lycanthrope to bring them back. With the supersonic vehicle developed by Zed secretly, the lycanthrope completed back and forth at a very fast speed, and the air defenses of various countries did not find them. The lycanthrope is proud of the powerful scientific and technological power of their organization, but they don't know why the boss haven't ordered the world to rule. Wanda and Kuei-Ian had no choice but to be brought over. They found out that they met a handsome man. As for the man's identity as the world's largest weapon merchant, he was automatically ignored. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Zed said with a smile. The precocious Wanda blushed, but Kuei-Ian didn't think so much. "You sent someone to take us away forcibly, and you said it wouldn't hurt us," Kuei-Ian said directly. "Petro." Wanda pulled his brother's sleeves. Apart from worrying, he also didn't want to see him so aggressive. "It's okay, I just want to let you join my company, and then I will support you to study and live until you reach adulthood." Zord asked Yuld to tell them that it was Kuei-Ian's turn to talk very well this time. Zord didn't know what Zed did when he came back with the two underage children. Does Zed like this type? Although Wanda's small face looks more delicate and beautiful than the movie version of Wanda, she noticed that Zed didn't stay gaze on her for a long time, mainly because Zed didn't like her type, and Zed liked being mature. "My eldest sister, Yuja, a hot body type. Wanda, I'm still a bit small now, maybe it's malnourished." Through the conversation, the two learned that Zed was not malicious. Although the act of forcibly taking people away was full of weirdness, Zed only asked them to check their health, and then asked Word to take them to the United States citizenship and go to school. "Can't believe it, there really are such good people in this world? Then why did you just help us?" After Zord got the sample, he couldn't wait to enter the laboratory for research, and Dr. Connors attacked him. He was amazed at the speed of Zed's progress. At first, Zed was only at the level of a laboratory assistant, not the first-line assistant. After a few days, he became to the extent that he was very reluctant to beat Zed. Especially Zed can come up with genetic samples that subvert his imagination every time. The animalized soldiers who were originally limited to the genes of Earth creatures seem to have gradually become abnormal. Wanda and Kuei-Ian's genes do not have components of variant genes. On the contrary, they are a new gene that Zed has never seen before. How many special genes does the Earth have? Zed spit out, it seems that there are also Skrulls and Asgardians on the Earth, and I don't know if they can get their genetic samples. At present, Zed has been studying the cloning technology and has made progress. www.novel.com. At least the design drawings have been worked out, and now they are handed over to the Black Queen for construction. I'm in Brooklyn now. The robbers are fighting with the police. Their firepower is too fierce, and the police are simply unable to fight back. The reporters of the New York Daily News are broadcasting live, mainly for this wave of adventure headlines. The editor-in-chief has promised to give him a 3-month salary. The reporters of the Clarion Daily are also competing with him. There is such a stingy boss. Why can't I be so desperate? The police can only hide behind the police car, but the bank robbers are all very outrageous, holding 7.62mm automatic rifles, and there is even a big fat and round robber holding an AA-12 automatic shotgun. It was not safe to hide behind the police car. Several policemen had been killed, and others were injured. Their goal is 50 million cash in this bank. This is a group of thugs from South Africa, and they plan to do this. Just when the robbers were so arrogant, a rocket-like flying object with a tail flame appeared in the sky. It was not discovered at the beginning, and it was not until the flying object was near here that it caused an exclamation. It was a war machine with pitch-black armor and as smooth as a mirror. However, this war machine has iconic characters carved out of it. Dark Knight, Dark Knight. The robbers didn't think so much. They saw the Dark Knight and thought that the United States had sent the war machine, and quickly pointed their guns at him. The black cloak extending from Zord's shoulders fluttered with the wind, and then strode towards the robber. The robber pulled the trigger directly, and the bullets shot out instantly, enveloped Zord. Chapter 60, Superhero Era. The warhead hit Zod, and it flew directly, and the gangster's bounced warhead pierced his head. Boom! Zod hit one of the fierce bandits with a punch. After this punch, the bandit was directly killed. First, the internal organs were crushed by this punch, and then the spine was comminuted and fractured. Before he fell down, he was completely lost. The reaction to the body. As the first show of the Dark Knight, Zod felt that he couldn't make it too bloody. It happened that he learned from the videos recorded in the World Fighting KOF contest how to be simple, fast and lethal. Nearly teleportation generally appeared in two gangsters. Behind them, they stretched out their fingers to hit their cerebellum, and the two bandits suddenly fell to the ground as if they had Parkinson's disease. The crowd around onlookers began to calm down, and the police bravely fought back, and Zord cleanly eliminated all the criminals. Excuse me, are you? The policemen have not yet met the righteous police and superheroes, so they don't know how to get in touch with each other, and this war machine looks too powerful. I'm Zodhith, this is my war machine Dark Knight. Good job, officers. Zod revealed his identity, and his facial armor opened to the sides, revealing his own. This handsome face is basically recognizable in the United States, because Zordith is already considered the most attractive man in the United States. Then Zod left directly. The reporters from the Mainichi Shimbun and Clarion Daily looked at Zod, who was flying away, and regretted why he ran so slowly. The reason why Zod played this way was to establish a positive image. Old had already made a newspaper according to Zod's words. Zod's funny name was Planet Daily, and he also made an iconic planet. The logo, that is, the huge iron ball frame. As long as you manage your own image, you are invincible. At the same time, it was also to make the enemy think that he was so powerful. It was entirely because of the Dark Knight armor that could fly into the sky and escape. Of course, the most important thing is that Zod wants to open an era, the era of superheroes. Planet Daily, as the industry of its own boss, naturally got the first-hand high-definition photos of the Dark Knight. This was taken by the Black Queen from all angles. It was perfect, even a professional photographer could not take it. Under the streamlined close-fitting armor, the burly muscles and explosive muscle lines are unobstructed, full of strength and beauty, and more masculine than Michelangelo's statue of David. Most American women instantly fell under the charm of Zod, and Zodi suddenly became the object of all American girls, sisters, and young women who want to spend the night together. Although this has been the case before, it was the first time that they saw Zodi's having such a good figure, coupled with his slightly high-cold appearance, and blue-dyed big back, and they said that they are all beautiful male gods. It's not an exaggeration. The Dark Knight, the most genius Zordis in human history. Put on the war machine, he became a superhero. Geniuses and heroes, Zordis did this. Does he complain about the safety and complicated system problems of the United States? This world needs a hero, so he stood up. Comprehensively evaluate and analyze the differences between the Dark Knight and other war machines. The New York Police Department said that New York City is very good, and the United States is also very good. You don't need a genius to be a hero. In addition to the comprehensive praise of the Planet Daily, other daily newspapers also follow suit and even find another way to criticize the behavior of the personal heroism of Zord Hess. It is clearly that this kind of personal heroism is the favorite of the United States. It's just that they are all miserable, and they didn't get a picture of the Dark Knight, so the sales of their newspaper was crushed by the Planet Daily. It is mainly the report of the Planet Daily that hit the strike zone of many young or middle-aged Americans, incarnate heroes, save the world, fight crime, and help justice. America needs heroes. Nick Fury and the big Americans are having headaches. No, you are your scientist. Isn't it good to do your scientific research? Why do you want to run out and become the so-called superhero? Although the Dark Knight is a powerful war machine, it is an adventure. After all, he is still a young man who likes to be pushy. He thought he was different from Tony Stark, but he did not expect to be much better than Tony Stark. At least Tony Stark will not run to save the world in a suit of steel. It is a matter for the police and soldiers. If you do this, it will affect the credibility and ability of the police. Natasha, how is your work going? Nick Fury had to contact his capable subordinates, hoping that she could tie up that great genius, reading www.youcanshu. After all, apart from worrying about his personal safety, Gears of War Dark Knight is so powerful, it will attract many unkind covets. The very busy Black Widow was stunned when she received the news, and almost forgot that her mission was to get close to Zordis and to inquire about intelligence, instead of being a perfect assistant. The main reason is that Zordis' ideas are wild and unconstrained, often from left to right. For example, everyone thinks that he will engage in cancer conquer next. As a result, he suddenly ran to buy a private hospital, Black Widow, and old. But I haven't done anything in this area. I ran around too busy, and finally managed to do it well. As a result, Zordith wanted to get a newspaper again. That's fine. Find a small newspaper that can't do it for the acquisition. And then adapted it, but just after the job, Zodis asked them to recruit IT elites. Because Zodis wants to make a tubing or tweet out, so that the Black Widow is now full of work, there is no gap at all. It's terrible. He has no interest in me at all. Maybe I am not as good as a mechanical part in his eyes. The Black Widow vomited. Nick Fury frowned. How could it be possible that Black Widow has always been all right in the face of men? You want to say that Zodis is not interested in women, and is more interested in scientific research, then what happened to the charming and hot and senior secretary assistant Ord beside him? He may not like my type, you should find a female agent like Ord. The Black Widow feels very tired, physically and mentally tired. Although the monthly salary of Blade Technology Industry is more than her annual salary as a special agent, the boss of Zordies often likes to raise her salary, and raises her salary if there is a result. It is a super conscientious enterprise. Home, but too tired.